Yo, 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 what's going on, guys? How you guys doing today? Your boy Beats by Ash is back with another banger of a stream. Starting a little bit earlier than I have been the past couple times. I will note I am still partially sick, but I am almost over this. I've been on a long fast, been feeling a lot better. And I've just been eating really, really clean, and I think it's really helped. That and like some zinc. Um, I wouldn't be streaming right now, but we're about to do a coaching later with my homie for some Yu-Gi-Oh! And also, I would be working on my normal Bible study video at this moment, but the person I do it with didn't send me the PowerPoint, so um, today is going to be a fun one. Get to actually relax. I hopefully will not lose my voice again, and hopefully we can do some combos. In fact, I actually have a in-person Yu-Gi-Oh tournament coming up next Sunday, I believe. I haven't played in-person Yu-Gi-Oh in like since I think beginning of January when I spent like $1,000 in a Snake Eye deck and then like played 2 times and just didn't play again because it wasn't fun. But my friend asked me if I wanted to play in a 3v3, so I'm gonna be busting out the Thunder Dragons on them boys. You know, Colossus back at 3. You know how I be, yes sir. Go ahead and make sure I'm good to go here. Honestly, I kind of wish I kind of wish I played the Duelist Cup and Master Duel because that would have just been really fun to stream. You know, I have a really high discipline level, so I could totally stay up for like 36 hours and just take a bunch of stimulants and probably like do half decent. I was never really a big Master Duel guy when I was actually playing the TCG actively. Number one, because it's just not as fun, and Max C is like such a fucked card and ruins the game. Also, just best of one is fucked. But then recently, I got back into Master Duel, and I've been playing decks that don't like lose to Max C as much, and I've been having a lot more enjoyable experience. It's unfortunate I came back to the game when Prime Tenpai is still in the game. If you don't know what Tenpai is, it's basically just like more unenjoyable to play against than full power Fluanderies. Like it's fucking AIDS, but it's still not nerfed. It gets nerfed in like a couple days. So I came in right as like the cancer was starting to like recede, you know. Also, this is my first time live streaming on X because I recently got X Premium. So if you're over on X, thank you for stopping by. You're witnessing the best mustache of all time, and I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, we're going to start off playing a little bit of Master Duel, and then my buddy, he's going to hop on, and we're going to do some coaching on the Thunder Dragon deck. Okay, there's my stream avatar. So I was like, where the hell was that? W Mustache. And also W the fact that I actually have like a real mic stand. It's funny that I just have like $30,000 worth of a camera equipment, but it took me like over 2 years to get like an actual like $50 mic stand for a $500 microphone. You know, you would think that would come in sooner, but it wasn't on the priority list because I'm always like moving my equipment around to like do jobs. But I am going to be getting another movie camera soon to just like keep here, and then I'm going to have one on like a conveyor belt that like moves back and forth. Also, probably in the next coming days, I'm going to be doing, some like non-gaming streams because I have like a lot of videos to work on from, I have a lot of videos to work on from the 2 anime conventions I went to, back-to-back weeks, and I'm going to be working on like a full vlog. So if you want to stop by and, fuck around, listen to me, editing some videos, I'd appreciate that. I'm always down to like help people who are trying to learn. But let me show off the deck that I'm running currently. What's up, Key? How are you doing, brother? Currently, I've been messing around with this Tier Limit deck. Tier Limit was actually the last deck that I played in person, other than briefly playing the Snake Eyes deck for like legitimately 2 weeks. It's so funny that I spent $1,000 on a deck, and then I went in person and realized, oh, I'm the only person that actually wants to have fun because I got in like literally the worst time. I justified myself spending $1,000 because I went to a casual One Piece tournament and I won a $500 prize card and sold it. And I was like, okay, I'm technically only spending $500, right? But at the same time, that is just like an overt amount of money and I probably just shouldn't have been playing. But the reason I came back is because anyone who knows me from the Yu-Gi-Oh community, yeah, I was always the Fire Fist Jit. You know, I've been playing Fire Fist. I played Fire Fist from the age of like 13 to like 15 or like whenever the peak was. And that was like my main deck. That's what people like knew me for. And so when I heard that like Fire was getting good again, I was like, I'm going to come back. So I came back and the Fire King structure deck just came out. And I was like, okay, cool. I get that. And they're like, okay, so I'm sorry, but you can't just use a Fire King structure deck. You need a wanted package. And I'm like, okay, how much is a wanted package? And they're like, $350. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I can afford that. Sure. And then I get the wanted package and they're like, I'm sorry, sir. You need an SP Little Knight. And I'm like, okay, how much is that? $120. I'm like, oh, okay. And then so I get that. And then they're like, okay. And now, by the way, I know you just got all this stuff, but in 1 week, we're going to come out with an engine that basically you need to purchase this engine if you want to play any fire deck, or you might have just wasted $500. So it's like, well, I mean, I'm already 500 in or 600 in. I kind of need to buy this to like validate my purchase. That's where like I'm thinking mentally. So then they come out with like the Snake Eye engine. It's like, okay, I'm sorry, you need to spend $600. So then I do that. And then I realize I'm playing this deck because I just like playing like fire decks. And these other people are also, I was a Chad. I was playing the Fire King version. You know, there's a lot of bitch boys out there who are playing pure Snake Eye. Those guys were cowards. Though the real OGs know. But basically what ended up happening is I went to a tournament and I was testing with one of my friends who, in my opinion, he's probably like a top 5 person in the USA in Yu-Gi-Oh! His name is Luke. You probably know him. He's the only other red-haired jit in the community. But basically, he helped me like build this version that was like non-hand traps, like all board breakers, so it was more fun. And everybody else was just like a copycat net decker where they just played a 20 hand trap pure version. And so I go to this tournament and it's like a competitive tournament. I end up beating the guy. I was the only person to beat the guy who got first, and it was my first tournament. And every person I went against, either they had 4 hand traps, so I didn't get to do the combo, and then I let them take their turn and kill me. But anytime I was going to combo, they're like, I just scoop. So I didn't actually get to play the game, a literal single match. And then I went to one more tournament where I did not get to play the game because either they hand trapped me 4 times or they didn't allow me to combo and scoop. And I was like, this isn't very fun. I think I'm just going to choose not to play. And then a month went by and they're like, I'm sorry. The value of your deck just dropped from over $1,000 to $100. And I'm like, oh. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I can still play my deck, right? And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, sir, you need to spend $600 on a Fiendsmith engine, or you just can't play. So then at that point, I just decided not to play. And that's how we got here today. And now we're back to the good old tier limits. Tier limits is probably one of the top 3 most enjoyable decks I played of all time. But specifically before the Ishizu cards came out. Pre-Ishizu Darkwing Blast was like, in my opinion, the peak of Yu-Gi-Oh! Up until potentially what's to come in 2025. Like, since the Darkwing Blast format, I just didn't really see Yu-Gi-Oh! As fun. Because you had the Kashtira cards came out, which genuinely were not fun. And then you had the Snake Eye stuff, which would have been fun if it was diverse, but it was not. And it was also just money-hungry predatory. But so we're going to be rocking this today until my boy David Ton hops on the stream. So very, very standard list to this point right now. I'm running 3 Droplet, 3 TTT. Those work really well for me. I might consider playing Super Poly, but I've just felt like Super Poly is kind of negligible because realistically that card is only good. In my experience, is like, I'm not going to build my deck to beat the mirror match. That's stupid. But you really only need it if you're going against Tenpai. And the reality is if you go against a Tenpai person, more often than not, you're going to lose because they can run so many hand traps. And you probably just don't have a card to discard off your Super Poly, nor does it really matter. The way that you beat Tenpai with this deck is you end with like 2 trap cards plus a heartbeat, so you can shuffle back their Sangan summoning or whatever. And if you don't have that, it doesn't really matter if you have Super Volley. But we're going to hop right into some games. We might make some changes. Yeah, it does really suck when, you know, you can pop off and they scoop. Especially because I'm the person who's fucking sitting there and letting you play. I thought I came here so we could fucking play. And there's like, no, I'm sorry. You need to bundle with Cox Cable. Let me rub my nipples for a bit. You can't play, sir. And I'm like, dude, there's like this really irritating, like, portion of the Yu-Gi-Oh community that are like brokies. And basically the way they like express themselves in card games is because they're brokies, their life sucks, they're on a welfare check, but for some reason, even though they're broke and they're a basement dweller, they're spending their entire welfare check on thousands of dollars of flattened papyrus squares so they can flex on other people, because to them, they see it as like a similar status symbol in this community as someone in real life who actually like worked to get like a Pepsi Rolex, you know? But when reality is, it's not actually that. And it's also but that's also just the group of people that aren't doing cool guy shit like touching grass and interacting with females. So what can you expect? But it's that group of people that are like, okay, I really need to win this tournament. Not because like I just want to win, but they're there for the prizes. And I never understood why people like are super sweaty and try to lower the fun value of other players, essentially gatekeeping a lot of newer people, just because all they care about is the packs. I've never cared about the packs or like winning the prizes. Like, that's cool if you win something, but ultimately my main goal is to go against the best. I just want to see if I can like beat the people here who are the best, and if I beat them, awesome. Like, because 9 out of 10 times, you're not even going to get anything good out of a pack. And, wow, this hand is such a shitter, man. I literally drew my entire Kashtira engine.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
POV, you play a 3-card Kashtira engine and just drew the entire deck. So I think I basically have to do this. We'll start off special summon Fenrir. Okay, they don't have Max C. They never had Max C, bro. They never had Max C.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
They don't have Max C. They're not that guy. They have fucking Max C.
I fucking knew it. Oh.
Bullshit artist, man. They never have the Max C. Unless you say they have the Max C, they never have it. Okay, so basically all I can do is a Suliak pass play here, which really fucking sucks. So how can I make, hold on. Oh, wait, no, I have a combo here. I have a combo here, boys. I've got it. I've got the lock here. I got the Takanua lock, brother. I'm only going to give them one draw. This is a chat-ass play. I could have went for Rhino Heart. A lot of low-level basement dwellers would have went for the Rhino Heart there. But I'm just the better player, baby. By doing this, I'm only giving them a +1 and not a +2. Which means I might have a chance to just, like, not die. Oh, wait, actually, I think I need to put this in attack. Now, if they have another hand trap, that's just fucked. That's when you press X. Alright, we're pressing X, boys. Alright, well, we got fucked. It happens sometimes. This is why I normally don't play Master Duel. This is why the title of the video is Best Mustache in the World Punishes Himself by playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, disregard my win rate. That is not a direct depiction of my skill level. Don't worry about that. You're looking at the best of all time for a reason, baby. Goats come and go, but boats stay afloat, and that's why I'm the best of all time. And that's why we're going fucking first, baby! Woo!
I fucking knew it. Oh.
I got that tier limit best deck energy, baby. Oh my gosh, this hand is so much better. I didn't fucking draw all 3 cards of my 3-card Kashtira engine. What do you know? When that actually does not happen, you actually get an appropriate chance to play the game. And we have the ability to negate Max C. Yeah. Honestly, I have the number one... I can tell you right now, hot take, but this is the best way for them to fix Master Duel. Because for some reason, Konami... Fuck, no, I didn't get to play. This is like real life. No.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Bro, fuck. Okay, so first game, it's like, okay. I actually, tried to play it out. That game, I just didn't get to play. Damn, this is just like the Master Duel phenomenon. They're like, okay, I remember. I heard this guy's story about how he didn't get to play in real life. I'm going to see if I can reciprocate that story. When we actually had an interesting hand. But what I was going to say is, hot take, they can fix Master Duel without banning Max C. All they have to do is, okay, of course we're fucking going second. Of course. If they can fix Master Duel by not banning Max C, all they have to do is a errata Max C to where if you're going first, you cannot activate this card. Also, you shouldn't be able to control any cards and activate it. Either one of those things. Because going second, having Max C in your hand, that's the entire purpose of Max C. I don't know how many people know that, but the entire rationale of Max C is that in the OCG, there are so many people in Japan that essentially most of their events, if they do a YCS, which is like the highest occupancy level of a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, they split it into A side and B side. And basically, I think for the first 6 to 8 rounds, you play best of 1 before you go into best of 3. And it's just to get rid of people because they have too many people in a small area, right? So that's the purpose of Max C, is that if you're going to play best of 1, it equalizes it. But that only makes sense for the person going second not to get sacked because going first is such an advantage. Damn, I don't even know if I want to activate this. I'll set it and see if he pops. Yeah, Max C only makes sense for the person going second because you could stop someone from infinite comboing. And I don't really care if someone Max C's you and you're going first because dude, you can do so many degenerate things going first. If you're not building your deck around Max C, you're just bad at the game. But what I really hate is when you're going second and the person going first sets up their board and also has a Max C. Because you play it out because you're like, okay, I'm going to let this guy combo for 7 minutes because I have a board breaker like Forbidden Droplets. Okay, I have a chance to win this game. I'm going to play it out. Then after he combos for 7 minutes and just that's literally like smoking a cigarette. When you smoke a cigarette, which I don't do because I'm based, that they say that takes 7 minutes off your life. So does a person playing first who has Max C. Because they do their entire combo, and you think you have a chance to play, even going second, and then the guy reveals Max C after all that, and he holds it until a crucial part, and you're like, dude, why the fuck did you not just show me this at the beginning of your turn? And then you just waste your time. Because, it's almost impossible to break someone's combo-heavy board and also play through a Max C. You can probably only do one of those things if you can even play through a Max C going second. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Bro, you don't have a response. Calm the fuck down, bro. You don't have a fucking response. He doesn't have a fucking response. Let's go.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yes, sir. Sit the fuck down. You a little boy to me, son. You a little fucking boy. Fuck your Chundra. Fuck your big Chungus. We're here to play some fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, boys. Get this cringe-ass shit out of here, baby. Okay, never mind. He just has Sangen Kaiman. I'm still fucked. Oh my gosh. He has a Royal Rare Genroku. That's so BM. Nice. I love this deck, man. There's so many expensive cards, man. So many URs, man. I wish my mom's credit card had a limit like that, man.
Congratulations. You get anything you want from your deck. I love that deck, man. So expensive, man.
So expensive, man. So many royal rares. I wish my mom had a credit card limit that high, man. Unfortunately, guys, my Discover credit limit is like $6,000, and that only will allow me to physically, on average, obtain one Royal Rare of my choice, which is really fucking dumb. Okay, I think that means this guy wins. If he can, like, play a Sangen summoning, it's 100% game. The sad reality is this is a really fun deck, but I'm just not getting to display any part of it because we've had, I think this is our third game. The first game, my opponent just had multiple hand traps. They had a Max C and an Imperm, which was bullshit. The second game, I didn't get to play because the guy conceded immediately. And the third game, he's playing fucking Tenpai, and I didn't get to play. Also, that the one game where I had a chance to play versus the Tenpai guy, our hand was just straight up unplayable. We had a Destrudo and like 4 spell cards. Like that's terrible. Oh wait, I might actually be able to summon something in defense. Wait, this might not be game. I think it's game, but it might not be. Wait, why can't I activate my Kashira? Oh, it's during the main phase. Wait, we got it, boys. We fucking got it. Let's go. Yes, sir. Fuck the big chungus. Let's go. Tier 1 best deck, baby. Bro, how do you sit there and, like, combo with yourself the entire time? And you just go into main phase 2 like that, bro? You gonna flex on me with a Royal Rare, then go back to your mom? Hell nah, bro. I knew my mom had a higher credit limit than him since the beginning. Am I live on Twitch right now? Yeah, I'm live on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, and X. This is actually my first time being live on X because I've never had X Premium before this, but potentially if people actually like watch on X, I might actually keep it around. For anyone new here, I actually, I don't normally stream Yu-Gi-Oh! I kind of just do whatever I want because I'm a based motherfucker. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time in a long time because I'm in masochist mode. I like to hurt myself for the pleasure of other people. And by definition, that involves playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That could have no other hidden meaning. Wait, this guy has like a world championship sleeve. Does he think he's better than us? There's no way, man. There's no freaking way. No, he's playing the stupid FTK deck?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Okay, we may not be able... If this continues for like 2 to 3 more games, we may not be able to continue playing this deck. I'm not going to lie. We may not be able to continue playing this deck. I might just have to run like an 18-hand trap deck because there's a lot of basement dwellers in here. I'm not going to lie. Fun fact, one of the many times that a person in Yu-Gi-Oh, one of the times, there's been like several times where I took a long break at Yu-Gi-Oh, because someone basically like started like actually like physically trying to like attack me and harass me. And one of them which was when I called this guy a basement dweller, because he was just being a straight up like asshole. And the guy basically like got like a bunch of, he was basically trying to cheat me. And so I called this guy a basement dweller. And then he got like a bunch of people on Facebook to like continuously harass me. And this is whenever I was 17. So that's technically illegal. To where I had to delete my Facebook. Because he just got so many people in this community from a town that I'm not even from. Like including like judges to continuously like keep spamming my Facebook for like 3 months. To where I had to delete my account. And I was like, I'm going to take a break. That's why the basement dweller joke goes hard. It hits people at their core. But another time, a guy actually tried to physically attack me. And since I'm a mixed martial artist, I just left the event. It was in the last round of a YCS. And basically, whoever won this match would go on to day 2. And this guy basically he pulls out his dice, and like I'm like very friendly and talkative, and so he pulls out his dice, and he's like, high roll. I'm like, sure. So I pull out my dice, and I roll a higher number than him, and he like gets like 2 inches away from my face, and he's like yelling at me. He's like, whoa, 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 we're supposed to roll the same set of dice. And I'm like, okay, well, you didn't explain that to me before you saw me get out my dice and roll them. He's like, I'm gonna call a judge on you. And the guy like starts like threatening me, like actually threatening, like he's gonna attack me. And I'm like, dude, like I will call a judge on you. You're literally like physically threatening me. And it basically results in a situation where, because I've been like doing martial arts for such like a long time and boxing for so long, if someone gets like this close to me, I see that as a threat, and I'm gonna knock your ass out before you touch me, because I don't fuck with that shit. I'm not a violent person, but when someone does that, I take that like very seriously, because I could actually escalate things to a level this person doesn't want. So I ended up just like leaving the table and just walking away, and didn't say anything to the guy. And then like 15 people that I didn't even know just came around me and like started coming to me. They were like, dude, I'm so sorry you had to play against that guy. He's like a well-known scumbag in the community, and what he was doing to you was like not right. And I was like, yeah, because like I might have been on a 5 on that time or something, but like I was like really hyped up and like excited to play, and this guy just made the situation like very stressful and made me like not want to play anymore. So I ended up taking like a break from the game for like maybe like 9 months. I don't really know. Which was sad, because that was probably like one of the peak times I was playing. I was playing Sky Strikers, probably my favorite deck of all time. But yeah, there's a lot of basement dwellers in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. That's one of the reasons why, like, I'll have friends who are like, bro, you need to come to locals. And I'm like, I think I'm cool on that, because like locals is always fun until you realize that the Yu-Gi-Oh community is extremely bullshit versus every other community. And I realized that when I started playing like One Piece consistently, and started going against people who were just normal, nice people, that I was more glad to have met them than not. And I'm like, damn, this is like what normal human beings should be doing in social interactions. But in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, anyone who goes to a Yu-Gi-Oh locals knows at least 2 to 3 people in that community that are there specifically, like they are there specifically because they're upset about their own life, and they want to take that out on you. And they don't really care about winning. They may care about winning, but they have a primary motive of them just trying to like assert their dominance over you. Like there was a guy in our community that when I was playing consistently, me and my homies would specifically only go on Tuesdays, because this guy showed up on Wednesdays. He played like the most ass deck possible. I think he played Ancient Gears, and or a machine deck, and he would just continuously play it when it was never good, and it was like, I would say it was past its prime, but it was never in its prime. Like he couldn't even end on any negates. But the only way this guy could beat people is by specifically sharking them. Like he only tried to beat people by being like, you pick up a card out of your graveyard, and he's like, whoa, 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 you moved your graveyard, I'm gonna call a judge, or like, you get a game loss and shit. And it was like, dude, it's just a local tournament. Like, I think we might be playing for 2 packs here, or I already have a loss, you already have a loss. Neither of us can win packs. But this entire, like, guy, and he would drive away so many people. I remember specifically this one instance where the dude, he basically just started, there was a guy who was special needs, and like he was like maybe he was, I don't know, he wasn't really like incapable of like anything, but he had like a social awkwardness level to him, and you just knew that he was like kind of like slow in some aspects. And so I was always really nice to him because he was nice to me. But this guy, the Earth Machine guy, he basically just started like threatening this guy and like saying he was gonna get him banned and shit like while they were playing. And I was like, bro, you need to chill the fuck out. Like, cause he was like, he made this guy, I think the guy's name I was talking about, his name is David. Not the guy who was an asshole, but David was cool as fuck. And he was like, he made David like leave the table, where he was like, yeah, I'm done. You got the match to the Earth Machine guy, and like he didn't want to play anymore because that guy made him like feel so upset. And I was like telling this guy, I was just like going off on him. I was like, dude, don't you ever fucking like do that to someone again? Like that's fucked. Like this guy is like super nice, and you're just like ruining the experience for him. And that's like just a vast majority of people in like, if you, no matter what like locals you go to, there's always like, especially in a bigger community, like 2 to 3 people who are like that in some essence, where their entire goal is not just a win, but to lower the fun value of other people, because you can tell that their life outside of the game is like not very good. And they want to like take that out on other people for no fucking reason. It's really frustrating. And I just realized that more and more when I started playing One Piece, and I just never met a person that was that level. Like, I met a couple people in One Piece where I was like, because my main goal when I play someone is like to like leave the match making them feel better to have met me than not. And then also like to do my personal best. But then there's those people who are like thinking the exact opposite. And even in One Piece, there was never anyone who I met who was near that level to Yugioh. Like, not in any way. Like, it wasn't even comparable. Honestly, I think I should have just max C during the standby phase to, like, be an asshole. I need to turn toggle on, because if he has Fenrir, I'm just going to chain max C. You're glad that I was nice to him? Yeah, man. I'm a nice guy. I beat people up respectfully. Wait, why didn't I get a chance to respond? Wait, what?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Wait, I had toggle on. Why did I not get an opportunity to max C on resolution? That makes no fucking sense. What? Okay, whatever. Fuck it. I mean, that is like pretty relevant, and he could like banish my graveyard. So I'm just going to fire this. Honestly, I think I might have been supposed to like wait until he activates effect and then chain my Hephaestus. And then by chaining the Hephaestus, I could special on a new chain. He activates his effect. I send my Hephaestus. That way I could make a Rukulos. That was probably just like all around better, to be honest. But I got strifled because of what just happened. I had my toggle on and I didn't get an activation window. Wait, he has another max C?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, this guy just drew 2 fucking max C. I fucking love that, man. I love that deck, man. So expensive, man. Bro, he's max C'ing and I'm not even special summoning. What is the point of this? Let's go ahead and search. I'm searching, boys. I'm gonna go search that deck for a battling boxer. Add meta noise in case we wanna, Okay, does Rise Heart activate effect? I don't want him to activate his... Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, no, I have my, my Kiklos in the grave, so you really can't, like, Skamaz us that much with this, Or no, his Unicorn is negated. He can't Skamaz us at all. I think it might have been better just to activate Max C, because it's actually better for us if he doesn't go for a push for game. What is he doing? What is he doing? No, I can't respond.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Wait, why is he playing Dia Bellstar? That makes no fucking sense. Well, I just missed out on 2 draws. That's really shitty. Hopefully he can't game us. I guess there's an opportunity that I could Hephaestus when he does something to just get like a body and then maybe I don't die. But getting those 2 draws were pretty impactful that I missed. Because if we would have drawn an Ash, I could have just negated this. And then he probably wouldn't be able to kill us, to be honest. But that's okay. My dog is bugging out because we missed the activation window. It's fucked. I'll Max C. Max C, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch.
Max C, bitch. Hold up, I'm getting a phone call. All right, sorry. My family member was asking me a question about installing a sync. Dude, this has not been going well. We got to switch decks. I'm sorry, like, this deck isn't bad, but we're just only playing against people who are doing extremely fucking degen things. So I feel like I just have to go Thunder Dragon. I have to go Thunder Dragon, man. Because Thunder Dragon doesn't lose to Max C, and Thunder Dragon Colossus is just kind of broken. Like, we're losing to people that we shouldn't lose to because they keep having absurdly busted openers, right? And honestly, I think Thunder Dragon is really good versus Tenpai. Like, really good. It turns off, like, 3 search cards in their deck, and also they just can't, like, destroy your fusions. So even if they can break your board, it's, like, difficult for them to go for game. It's only when I play my combo deck that I go against people who are doing FTKs. Okay, I finally go against a fair-ass person. This guy's playing fucking Spirits like it's Edison format, bro. Well, not Edison, but like 2014. Bro, I don't know if you guys get spam messages, but I always get these messages, as of recently, for this other, for this Muslim dude that someone is, like, using my information to, like, sign up for, like, loans and shit, saying, like, this has been detected or whatever. It's like not even a scam. It's just a person incorrectly put my phone number in when they're, like, entering their information for the stuff, and people keep trying to contact me, and I'm like, please do not fucking call me. I'm an OG. I can't be bothered with this shit, man. I'm out here doing Thunder Dragon things. You can't mess around like that. This guy's playing fucking Kaijus, bro. Kaiju a Godiac. That's so fucking cringe, dog. That's so fucking cringe. Honestly, what I love about Thunder Dragon is, like, how can this guy hand trap us? What does he do? Okay, let's say he goes Max C. I special summon 1 time. Okay. Let's say he negates this. I still get a special summon from the deck. Like, there's just nothing that can go against my favor here. And if he doesn't do anything, unless he has a freaking Battle Fader. Let me check if this is a secret Battle Fader. No, he just doesn't have it. I'm just that guy. I'm just that guy, baby. You know how we be. Hold up. I'm getting on the phone right now.
Yes.
Okay.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Good news, everyone.
Good news, everyone. Johnny the Thunder Dragon Jit is back. We can't lose again. It's over. As soon as I go to my non-combo deck, my non-like fun deck, I guess this is also a fun deck, but in a different way. We start going against these fucking bottom feeders. And then when I go, I play like an actual, like, difficult to play deck. We just go against these Neanderthals. It's crazy, man. All right, we're going first. This guy's got the Sioux ship going on, bro. It's over. It's all over now. Yo, what's up, Trinket? Trick them. It's always difficult for me to, like, see people's names in the chat. Because I'm used to, like, looking at my main monitor, which is, like, 32 inches. And the monitor that I look at the chats on is, like, smaller. Yeah, like, we can only literally do so bad with this. I have a Call by the Grave, and my hand is just guaranteed to result in a Thunder Dragon Colossus, right? But we can actually do some spicy stuff here. So we can go activate Hawk. The fact that, what a lot of people, I think, undervalue about this archetype and this deck is that Colossus has never been at 3 with Master Rule 5. So previously, doing these plays where you turn a Colossus into a Titan, that was not legal outside of going into the extra monster zone. And so you had to go for a shitty summoner, which is just an overall, like, not good card. Yeah, so I can, yeah, I haven't used, yeah, okay, this is good. Yeah, so we're just going to go for this. We're going to go Titan, banishing Roar, banishing Colossus. So we can make a Titan here. And now we're just kind of goated with the sauce. So we can activate effect of Roar. Previously, you wouldn't have been able to do this combo because you would have to summon to a Link Arrow, and that wouldn't be physically possible. But this allows us to get to combo without needing, like, an actual starter, right? Like, we didn't have, like, a real normal summon. And that's really insane. Because now we can link this dude off without going to the extra monster zone, making a Colossus. And then we can trigger our Thunder Dragon Dark. And yeah, I probably just I could make another, yeah, I'm always adding fusion. You always want to add fusion in this situation because no matter what happens, it's really difficult for the other person to kill you through 3 Thunder Fusions because they're resilient. So regardless of whether we make a Titan or a Colossus here, it's going to be pretty difficult. But I think we just make another Colossus. So then, obviously, we have to put back OG. And then we have a decision to make. It's like, do we want to put back a Roar or a Colossus? I think, like, all in all, it's probably better to put back the Colossus. But if we draw a Pot of Desires, it might be a little bit punishing. But I think I'm going to do this. Because I just want to make sure I have the 3rd Colossus. And it is kind of a blunder to put it in this monster zone. Because he could technically relinquish Anima. But that's not very popular. So now next turn, I have a guaranteed Search with the Fusion. And we have a guaranteed Thunder in hand in order to meet the summoning condition for Colossus. So we're basically just jitted, boys. They don't call me the best mustache in the game for no reason, baby. It's just how we rock out. Okay, what is this guy doing? He's playing, oh, this guy searches.
Hold up.
Sorry, buddy.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Sorry about you, bitch. This guy didn't understand what Colossus do. Sorry, buddy. And I have 2 Thunder Monsters in the grave. Maybe it was better to cycle to put another protection in the grave for my fusions. Hindsight 2020, that might have been a little bit better. How many pops does he get? I think he gets 1. So he's activating this. Well, what does this do? Wait, what effect is he activating? Why does it not show you? He's playing Master Tao the Enchanter. This is sent to grave. Target one of your graveyard. Special summon it. Targeting Confident Quaddle. Okay, we're gonna banish that shit. Sorry about you, bitch. I told y'all. This deck is underrated. This deck is underrated as heck. What does he even pop? Yeah, we can just use this. This is perfect. Do I protect? I think I do protect because I'm gonna get a pop. Now I can activate activate 1, activate 2. He could Ash, but yeah, we're just gonna do it like this. If he negates, whatever. If he had an Ash, he would have already used it. Because I don't want to draw whatever I search. But yeah, we're just going to add Matrix so we have a pop here. And then we can shuffle back. I could shuffle back 1 OG or I could shuffle back both. Shuffling back both lets me draw an Ash. But I think like the follow-up. I have a Thunder Dragon Fusion, so I don't really care about the follow-up. Oh, we get a Max C. I'm that guy.
I fucking knew it. Oh.
Like, what do you even do, bro? What do you even do, bro? No, I can't respond. He's going Typhon. He's actually going fucking Typhon. Well, he can't special summon. Oh, wait, he has a Royal Rare Typhon? That's actually kind of based. I respect it. Oh, he's just attacking. I think he's going to try to out both my Colossus. We'll give it to this one. Yes. Alright, goated. There's no way for him to out this. Bro basically just can't search, and I can search. Return my Titan. Sure. Whatever. One thing that comes up in person a lot is the fact that your Matrix getting the plus 500, that's actually a permanent effect. And so you can actually catch a lot of people slipping. Since IRL, you can't use any like markings to designate who has attack boost. But yeah, this guy's basically just cooked. Like even through a max C, it doesn't really matter. We go attack mode like the anime, brother. This is a tough situation. So I think I just do this first. Yeah, playing 2 Thunder Dragon Fusion is just so huge. Then we can go for an Allure, because we like drawing cards on this channel. We love to draw cards on this channel, baby. If I don't get to your message immediately, it's because not all the platforms I'm streaming to, which is currently 4, show up in my Streamlabs. So bear with me here. And I draw an Ash, that's based. So now I can negate a max C. Okay, it's just over. It's all ogre now, baby. You're looking at the best of all time. Yes, sir. That's how we roll, baby. Time to take some Kratom. It was a little bit stressful, guys. I'm not going to lie. Shout out to Mitra Guy at Kratom, the official sponsor of Mr. Beats by Ash. Code Beats by Ash at checkout for free shipping. You heard it here first. Yeah, this deck is insane. Okay, as soon as we play a real deck, we're just balling. Yo, what's up, Jay? GG's, brother, GG's. They can't stop the Thunder Dragon onslaught, baby. Yeah, we got a lot of people in here. We might have to start a boss battle in a second. By the way, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can do exclamation point avatars in the chat to change your avatar. I wonder if I can implement that to X. I'm not really sure. Oh my gosh, this hand is so fucking garbage, bro. See, that's the thing about Thunder Dragon. Even when your hand is garbage, you still might be able to win. No. Thunder Dragon Fusion and Thunder Dragon OG are both hell of a card. I find it interesting that Thunder Dragon Fusion is one of the only cards that, although the graveyard effect says you cannot use this during the turn it was sent to the graveyard, if you use the graveyard effect first, you can still use the fusion effect in the same turn. Honestly, I think there's 2 things that hold this deck back from the TCG, potentially 3. With the pure build in specific, number 1, Predaplant Anaconda Verte being banned, because honestly, there's like, okay, see, like, he just takes 1 Colossus. Like, our hand was garbage and we still just win. We're going to check out what the guy was playing, though. If he just hard loses to Colossus, it'd be hilarious. But, in the TCG, we don't have Predaplant Anaconda Verte. And one of the things that I've noted is a lot of people really like Batteryman Solar and the Bestials. And I think when I play in this tournament, I'm not going to play Bestials, although I do think it is very good versus the Fiendsmith engine. I think it's just really bad against Malice. And I think it's also very bad against pure Ryzeal. Although a lot of people will be on the Fiendsmith Ryzeal, Ryzeal is also very expensive. And this isn't like the sweatiest tournament possible. And the Fiendsmith engine makes the deck even more expensive. So I think it's going to be rather low chance that every single Ryzeal player also has the Fiendsmith engine. Because I think that shit just doubled in price. Yeah, so he's playing White Forest, which searches. And if he had like Mseti, that searches. So yeah, that could have just straight up shut down his entire deck. If he had the Toy Box engine, though, it didn't really matter. Toy Box is like an interesting package. And White Forest, I think, will only get better. No, we're not copying that shit. That's just jank as fuck. Also, I'm a broke boy. Gonna need a hell of a lot of donations before I fuck with a deck like that, man. That's too rich for my blood. But yeah, before I got off topic, the reason I say that Bestials aren't that good is because since we don't have access to Sprite Elf in the TCG, the additional bodies that Batteryman Solar generates and the additional bodies of the Bestials don't really allow you to extend as much as you would like. They don't result in additional Colossus at all, and then it also just lowers your potential chance for Titan to be a live hit, right? And I just think that the name of the game with this deck is to play as much non-engine as possible and set up two Colossus as consistently as you can, with a fusion and a graveyard ideally, although you don't need that. And I don't think that's necessarily possible running the Bestial engine in the TCG. Nor we also don't have Chaos Space. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? That's the other fucking thing, is we don't have Chaos Space in the TCG, which means that we have Chaos Space at 1, is what I meant to say. Which means that overall, I've tried it, and yes, it is slightly higher ceiling if you do, like, have Batteryman Solar with a Bestial, but Batteryman Solar is only good when you have a Bestial. And since you can't run the Chaos Space package, you basically can run like 8 Bestials total, and if your deck needs to function on you drawing a Bestial plus needing to draw a if you need to focus on drawing a Bestial plus also needing to draw a Batteryman Solar, your deck is just kind of bad. I think that's unnecessary, and I would choose not to do it. I would consider running Instant Fusion though. The extra deck is really tight, but I've thought about running Instant Fusion over it. So, this is actually like a really interesting decision. I think what I'm going to do here is actually just Tribute Summon so that I can put 3 in the grave. For the only reason being that, although I'm making my Thunder Dragon Colossus weaker, I want to increase my, I just want to put my Thunder Dragon Fusion in the graveyard, if I'm being honest. Like, a lot of times the 1 protection of Colossus doesn't really matter, because if they have to go to battle phase to out it anyway, I'm not dying, which means I'm going to get to see my next turn regardless, where then I'll be able to resolve my Thunder Dragon Fusion effect to search out any piece of our engine. And we didn't, like, banish anything too debilitating. We banished a 1 of Duo, which is, like, whatever. You really only add Duo if your hand is, like, cracked and you already have every other piece in the engine anyway. And then we only have 1 OG. It kind of just depends on what they're playing. Oh, he's playing this fucking gay shit, bro. You're kidding me. Okay, so this is a thing. It's like, yeah, if I negate this, he can do some other stuff. But at a certain point, he can send the card that just says you can't respond to Gimmick Puppet effects. So I think I'm just going to do it. Either he has it or he doesn't. Ash just doesn't really... There's not much you can do to the Gimmick Puppet deck in general, if I'm being honest. Like, because this is my issue with the Gimmick Puppet deck. Okay, yeah. He has, like, 5 cards that literally do the exact fucking same thing. So it doesn't even really matter how you hand trap them. It's just like, okay, does your deck have negates? My deck doesn't have negates. Did he draw all the combos? Because, like, I had a situation where I actually had, like, a 6 interruption tier limit board. I negated his rank up spell, but he just hard drew another one. He searched the rank up spell, even though he already had one, which was, like, really tripping me out because there's no reason to do that, and I had toggle off. So he didn't even know I had a hand trap. But I negated it, and he just played another one because it's not once per turn. And that's really frustrating. Because you basically, as soon as he puts something in the graveyard, although, like, negating this, it's like, okay, yeah, he could just play another send card. If I don't negate it, he can start off, if his hand's really good, by sending the one that says you can banish this from your graveyard this turn. Your opponent cannot respond to the effects of your Gimmick Puppet cards. And at that point, like, you're just fucked. This is so fucking broken, dude. Gain control of them. That's fucking broken. What?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Okay, well, I'm just fucked. Oh, wait, he can exceed with my dudes? That's so stupid. Wait, why does Gimmick Puppet... See, this is what I don't understand. Why would they add this support that it doesn't really do anything else other than just giving you 5 ways to do the exact same thing, and that one thing you're doing is just FTK? Like, that's not fun. I don't understand why people play this. At least with Tenpai, there's at least, like, a couple different ways you can OTK. With the Gimmick Puppet deck, there's only one way you can FTK, and it's just like, alright, how many ways do you have to set up that FTK? Can you do the FTK, or can you set it up by making your opponent not be able to target your stuff in FTK? Or do you want an enemy controller in FTK? It's all the exact same fucking thing. And I don't understand, like, do these people just, like, get their jollies off of being, like, mentally handicapped and just only knowing how to do one hand motion? Or are they just sitting there and they want to play a deck that is brainlit so that they can use one hand to jack off and the other hand to FTK? It's like one of the two. Gosh, this hand is so gross. No, no. This hand is so fucked. This is why I stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's one of the many reasons I stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if you were here earlier when I explained how I lost $1,000 at the beginning of the year and stopped playing because it wasn't enjoyable. Should I set this? I think it makes sense to set this and hope that he pops. Oh, I should have set that in the pen zone. That's probably more likely. I probably should have set my imperm in the pen zone for the one chance that I actually, like, get the cheese on this guy. Imperming someone in the pen zone is always the most fulfilling thing, because it's like, fuck you for playing Pendulum, bro. It's crazy. This is our first hand we actually bricked with. Like, we actually couldn't potentially do anything. Dude, what?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Okay, that's not that bad. That's actually not that bad if he doesn't kill us, because now we get a Thunder Dragon Search. So it was worth it to set. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to assume they're going to main deck that. The guy's just on Tenpai. If he's on Tenpai, we just die no matter what. I've come to the conclusion that modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my gosh, bro, what?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I've come to the conclusion that modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like past, I think 2019, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Can only be fun in spurts. If you want to, of course he's fucking playing this bullshit. If you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And you actually want to have fun, this is what you do. You get into the game right after Nats, when the game cost is low and everybody's sold out. You play for like 5 months, then after that, you just sell all your shit when stuff is getting like high priced going into Nats, and just don't go to Nats. Cause like there comes a point in every year after 2019 where they come out with this broken pack. And a lot of people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community identify these as the green pack, I believe. The green pack is always broken for some reason. Like the color of the pack is green. And it's always a pack that completely resets the game to where if you don't buy one of the $1,000 decks from that pack, you basically can't play for the next 6 months. And that's just been a repeating trend in the game. And that's not terrible as long as you're playing during the period of time right after those nerfs have occurred and people know the Megaton stuff is coming in. And then you get out as like right before you sell your shit right before the green pack is about to come out and they ban all the old stuff. If you can plan it around that, Yu-Gi-Oh can be really fun. But if you're playing whenever the green pack comes out, you're just saying, I work in Silicon Valley and have a disposable income of $500 a month to throw in the trash can for a low amount of dopamine for a short duration of time, or you're just on welfare and your life sucks and you're willing to like forego eating food for like 6 months to have like a small amount of dopamine. Those are like the two ways that you like can justify playing when the green pack comes out. Hot take. Hot take, the green packs ruin Yu-Gi-Oh! Green packs really do ruin it. I don't make the rules.
Congratulations, you get anything you want from your deck. I love that deck, man. It's so expensive, man.
I love that deck, man. Such a fun deck, man. Dude, I love that deck, man. That was a really fun and enjoyable experience, and I'm glad that my valued community members were here to enjoy me getting dicked down by a brainlet Tenpai player. Okay, we gotta look at this Tenpai guys list. I want to see if it's the exact fucking same as the previous Tenpai guy. Okay, so this is how you know this guy's really degen. Bro decided to play 2 DD Crow, 2 Drone Lockbird, but he only plays 1 Effect Veiler. Like, this is actually some Omega degen shit. Dude, he's not even playing a Crossout Designator. Like, what is the point of playing these mediocre cards? Also, why are you running over 40 cards in a deck that has, like, your main card is limited and there's no terraforming? Like, you're just lowering the potential chance for you to cheese people. It's the matches where you lose to the guy who has the 1 copy of Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, and it specifically hurts your deck, where you're like, dude, fuck this guy, man. Bro's playing 2 Ash. What the fuck? The whole deck needs to be forbidden and locked into the Shadow Realm. Facts. It's like, okay, if we're going to ban... So this is the only reason the deck isn't permabanned. Let's be real. The whole reason the deck is not permabanned is because, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but this entire past year has been one of the most expensive years in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all time, and it's pushed a lot of people out of the game. And after getting back into Master Duel this past week, I have looked back at the most recent selection packs and the decks that came out this year, and the trend follows the same suit. If we look at the cards that are in the Tenpai deck, almost all of them are ultra rare. This may be one of the most expensive decks of all time. Now, contrary to popular belief, the way that they get the most money is not whenever the new selection pack comes out, right? Is the Tenpai selection pack still here? Which pack is it? I think it's... Is it this one? No, that's some random shit. Is it this one? Maybe you can't get the Tenpai selection pack anymore. It's not this. It's definitely not that. Was it this? No, this one has Closed Moon. For some reason, this has Thunder Dragons. It makes no fucking sense, but whatever. Okay, the point is, they don't actually make the most money whenever a new deck comes out, where it's a selection pack that comes out with the new deck, right? You would think that like would be the time when they get like the highest amount of people is right when the new pack drops, because then a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited to experience this deck I've been playing for the last 6 months in the TCG. Contrary to popular belief, the reason why Tenpai is not permabanned in Master Duel is because they actually make the most money for the moment when that selection pack for, in this example, Tenpai, is no longer available. Once the selection pack to Tenpai is no longer available, people have to open normal packs to craft the deck And the deck is entirely made up of ultra rares. So that means it's extremely expensive, almost as expensive as the actual TCG to make. And there's not a pack you can actually go to potentially pull these cards, meaning you might have to spend like $80 to $100 if you've exhausted your free resources to play that deck if you want to get in on it. So that's why they can't like entirely hit this deck, because it's like, oh, people need to craft 3 Pedra. They need to craft 2 to 3 Genroku. I think you need 3. I think this guy's just like not optimal. And then they also need Sangen Kaiman, which you're supposed to play 3 of. That's also an ultra rare. So that right there is like 9 ultra rares plus the extra deck. You need a Baron. You need this guy. He's ultra rare. Black Rose is ultra rare. Like, there's just a lot of ultra rares if you are optimal, to the point where they're coming for your money. But that's why I'm a Thunder Dragon Jit, bro. I may not have the ultra rares like these boys, but I do have the ability to stop them from searching for their ultra rares. And that's all that matters, baby. That's all that matters. Yo, what's up, Toast? How you doing, my friend? Yeah, that guy's deck was whack as fuck. That honestly made the example really bad. Okay, let's start a boss battle. Exclamation point, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, exclamation point, what class you want to be in the chat, and you can join the boss battle. So I'm going to be Ranger, so I'm doing exclamation point Ranger. The choices are Ranger, Druid, Bard, Necromancer, Priest, Mage, Warrior. So you just do exclamation point, whatever you want to be. And I'll make it a little bit bigger so it's easier for people to see. Brother. I'm Johnny the Thunder Dragon Jit. You think you can get me that easily? You think you can get me that easily?
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm that guy, baby. I went to the courthouse and changed my pronouns to be legally Himothy / that guy. Get that Maxi out of here, son. Let's go. Oh my gosh, we draw the dark. I'm just that guy. It's just that easy, baby. It's just that easy. Okay, we're going to Master Hand. Let's go. Okay, when it's your turn, it's going to pop up, and you have to do exclamation point 1, 2, or 3 in the chat to use your move. If you accidentally miss a turn, it's fine. It'll choose an attack for you. That's actually a new boss that I just added in. So, it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, this is actually kind of complicated. I need to activate a hand effect, unfortunately. Do I just get Hawk? I think I'm just going to go all in. I think I'm just going all in. Fuck it, I'm risking it for the biscuit, baby. We're just going to go 3 Colossus. It is what it is. And then we can chain block. Okay, what do we want to get out of the deck here? I think we just get a dark. It seems kind of redundant, but I think it's fine. Because I'm going to get a roar. Real OGs play through Nibiru like it's a paper bag, bro. If they have Nibiru, it is what it is. If they have Nibiru, it wasn't meant to be. I could just go triple Colossus. I kind of like going double Colossus, TBH. Yeah, we're just going to go double Colossus IP. Leave the Thunders in the graveyard. There is a merit to just leaving aloof Lupine up, because he does have a secondary effect that if he's popped, you get to activate the ability. I kind of went all out here. If I wanted to be conservative, I should have added Thunder Dragon Fusion, which would have resulted in one less Colossus for us. But I think, like, 2 Colossus with 3 Thunder Dragons in graveyard to protect is good enough follow-up. Like, when we have a Max C. If we didn't have Max C, I'd go for the other one. You need heals? I forget if... I think I went Ranger. I don't think I can heal. Of course, he's a Chundras looking bitch. So he just normal summon. He could tribute to special, and I'm, like, fine with that. Of course.
I fucking knew it. Oh.
Do I IP? I don't think I IP. I could IP, but I don't think we do it. I mean, what does he do? If I was gonna do IP, I should have done it before. Oh, damn. Key's about to die. No. No, the battalion. God King Usopp. No. He has to change his synchro. He has to have Sangan Kaiman here. If he doesn't have Sangan Kaiman, I think he just loses. Okay, Master Hand is low. Let's go. He's also under a Max C, so if he can't kill us, he just dies. But I think he has to have the quick play Sangan Kaiman, or he's just out. He obviously doesn't have Sangan summoning. Okay. Whatever. I mean, I'm obviously not responding with that. Let's go. Master Hand is dead. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Plus 200 doubloons for the boys. Let me make this smaller. Oh, fuck. There we go. Does this guy not understand how Thunder Dragon Colossus works? Yes, sir. You know how we be? Appropriate size. There we go. I'm an appropriate size kind of guy. Is this activated? Oh, yeah, this is during the damage step. That's also during the damage step. That's so toxic. If you have to activate stuff during the damage step, you're obviously not a real man. And he has to set it because he can't search. That's so funny. Okay. I have 5 ways to protect from destruction. How can he out this? Can he out this? Like, is there a way to, like, remove without destroying? Maybe I should have put my Colossus into attack. But I didn't know he was playing Tempai, so it's kind of easier said than done. Wait, why did I not draw? Wait, I didn't draw. Oh, no, he negated my Max C. That's why. Let's activate this. Bro still can't search. Get better, bro. Get better. Banishing doesn't destroy. I still think it was worth it to SB his Chandra, because I removed material from his field. Okay, what are you going to do? Wait, how can you do that? Okay. Oh, wait, can I not activate my Matrix? Bro couldn't do it. Not good, bro. Get better. Get better, kid.
I fucking knew it. Oh.
Oh, he can do that? Okay. Why is this not once per turn? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for just giving me the hawk. I'm just the better player, okay? And awesome, we get another Thunder Dragon Fusion. Cool, man. I think this guy's cooked. What does he even do? Okay, why didn't he just chain in response? Okay. Damn, we might run out of time. This is stressful. Oh, wouldn't let me activate. Okay, I didn't know that. It was giving me the opportunity to activate before. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I have to play really fast. Wait, what can I activate? Why am I down so low time? Fuck, I'm running out of time. Why do the buttons have to be so far away? Oh, yeah, I'm fucked. Damn. I could have beaten this guy. That's so sad. Dude, no.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Only the level 10 has that effect, not the 7. Bro, I was about to actually do one for the home team, bro. That actually sucks so bad, bro. I should have not lost.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Okay, everyone just remove that game from your mind. It didn't happen. that never happened. Chilled win, that never happened. Don't clip that. That never happened. We're still undefeated with the deck. Mentally being undefeated always translates to being physically undefeated. Timer was a paid actor. That's facts. I've been canceled several times in my life. I can come back from this. Anyone who... Let's be real. Anyone who says that I'm not undefeated is obviously pushing fake propaganda sent by the media to take me down. It was a political attack from the beginning. Let's be real. The Tempai enforcers have had it in with Joe Biden since day one. Okay, the number one most underrated factor about Thunder Dragon, outside of it being the most base deck of all time, is the fact that your opponent always thinks you have max C, when in fact your hand is complete dog shit, just because Dragon Dart can be activated anytime. That's literally just the best time. Time to dust it? Hell no, bro. This is the deck we've been having the most success with. And on average, this deck freaking cooks the Tempai deck. Literally like 5 of their cards are just shut off straight up by Colossus. And I would have totally beat that guy if it wasn't for the fact that, oh, time to dust the gimmick buckets? Okay, I respect that. I respect that. We ain't dusting the Thunder Dragons out here. Is this a negate? Okay, it's not a negate. Cool. If it's not a negate, it's good. It's good for me. I definitely want to activate this during the end step. Oh, he's playing Fairy Tale Snow? Wait, he can do that? What?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Wait, and he has a rainbow bridge in the graveyard? That's so broken. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I know nothing about the White Forest deck other than their synchros. I have a feeling this guy's opening was absurdly busted because he put a rainbow bridge in the graveyard and added snow. That just seems insane. I've heard a lot of people like White Forest. I've also heard good things about the White Forest Runic deck, but I'm just an OG Runic hater. I think Runic is like, just kind of like one of the most toxic decks of all time. Specifically because I don't have a problem with anything inherently the runic deck does. I do have a problem with how slow it slows down the game. Like, you can be in a game state IRL with the runic guy where you're completely screwed. And I've seen this happen on feature match. So when you're on a feature match, you're not allowed to concede to the other person if you're in top cut. And so what'll happen is you see the runic guy where he basically, wait, what?
Hold up.
That was so broken.
Something ain't right.
What? That was so broken, dude. Oh my gosh. He sniped my one fucking dark. But back to what I was saying. So imagine you're in top cut. You're going against a runic guy. He basically just has the field spell. He has 5 runics in hand. There's basically no way you can win the game. But because of the restriction of his deck, he basically can't attack for 3 turns. So you have to sit there and just watch him continuously play until he can kill you, which is like, it takes like 20 minutes. You play Ice Barrier right now? Ice Barrier is a goated deck. I've seen some people cook with the new support. It's pretty based. Hold up, I need to change my DPI. I feel like my DPI is lowering my speed. I hate to say this, but, you know, I thought I was, okay, yeah, my DPI was way too fucking high. I hate to say this, but, I thought I was overcoming my sickness, but these freaking, Chundra Timmies, aka the Tempai bitch boys, might cause me to lose my voice again. If I'm losing it for the right reason, I can at least go out on top. Ice Barrier has always been cool. It always pissed me off that people mainly used Ice Barrier in decks that were not Ice Barrier, right? Like, I wish Ice Barrier from the get-go. What if, like, Trishula was just, like, a cool card that you could only access in the Ice Barrier deck? Then none of the Ice Barrier synchros would have had to have been banned. That would have been goated, man. You were playing Ice Barrier for the new support? I don't fully understand what the new support does, but it seems really fun. Barricade board blocker? Okay. If the other person is playing barricade board blocker, you know they're doing something degenerate. Like, if your deck is actually your combo is being benefited by you discarding something from your hand, which is a crucial resource in Yu-Gi-Oh, you know it can only mean the most degenerate thing. Like, honestly, I might have to put in Forbidden Droplet if we go against these kind of Timmies. I'm honestly surprised that people are actually watching my stream over on X. This is my first time streaming on X. And honestly, I've never seen anyone stream like any gaming content on X. Or like the only live stream I've tuned into on X was, I think, whenever Donald Trump and Musk did the interview. But that's literally it. Because I basically, I got X Premium. Not so that I could have a blue check. I think that's actually like a really dumb aspect about X Premium, because basically people who are like big time botters, they're willing to pay the money for their bot to get the blue check, and like it fake legitimizes them. So I don't like that aspect. But the reason I got Premium is because I run like 5 different channels, and the AI Grok is actually just insane. To the point where it's like the best thumbnail. It's just so insane for making thumbnails. So that's why I got it. But you can't actually live stream 2X unless you have Premium. So I'm trying it out now. And I guess people like it. You know, maybe I'll pay to keep it around. But I just like, I'm paying for so many softwares for my my brands that it's like, it's difficult to like want to keep it if it's not actually beneficial. Because I've heard a lot of things about people on X who like, one of the weird things about X is if you want to get paid out as a creator, you have to have Premium. But I've heard a lot of people losing their monetization for no reason. Like, one week they're making like, you know, $1,000, and then the next week they're like, you are demonetized for some reason. So I'm a little bit skeptical about it, but if people like it, you know, The more the merrier. I think my boy David Taun should be getting on soon. And we're going to do some coaching with him. Oh, wait, is it finally my turn? Rule number 1 of Master Duel: when you lose the coin flip, be prepared to go make a sandwich. Because you'll probably have time to make 2. So go ahead and get in your girl's good graces and make her one too. Because you're going to have the time, right? Maybe do something nice for her, like do the dishes, you know, whatever. So that way you don't have to sleep on the couch. Because you're probably going to be in the doghouse for being on a DGen game like Master Duel. That's all I'm going to say. This is why men who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't interact with females and do cool guy shit. It's because it's a very DGen game. Like, look at this guy. Look how much of a DGen this guy is. He has 2 royal rares of 2 very prominent cards, and that probably cost him $2,000. Do you think he can afford to, like, have a girlfriend, you know, let alone a harem? Hell no. He was too busy, you know, rolling for a real rare Rhino Heart. I'm not about that life, man. I'm not about that life. Damn, I could have done so many cool things right now. I could have, like, went and touched grass in the time that, this, like, I feel like this guy's combo, he's doing so many elaborate things that are unnecessary for him to end on an optimal amount of disruptions. And I feel like the whole reason this guy dispatched this combo was specifically just to let us know that he has multiple royal rares, you know? You ever feel that way? And, like, I'm still waiting to bust out my royal rares, because I'm not going to lie, I'm, you know, not a big deal. I do happen to have a royal rare Apollo, the Bow of the Goddess, man. Apollo USA. Shout out Apollo USA, man. One of the best cards of all time. I remember when that card first came out, and it was like, wait, why is this in the game? And then somehow it got power creeped, and then eventually got banned anyway. Apollo being banned and Baron being banned made me so happy. But it also made me kind of irritated, because realistically, those cards should have just never been printed, because they fundamentally go against, like, what the game is about. And they kind of, with this generation, this is why I say you can only play Yu-Gi-Oh! Past, like, 2019 in small spurts if you actually want to have enjoyment. And what really hit me on that is, I saw this Konami clip pull up where they were, they had 2 people from the NFL who were talking about, oh, look at this fucking plebeian, bro. He only has a glossy. He doesn't even have a Royal Rare Apollo USA. But they had these 2 people from the NFL basically doing this video on the Konami channel. One of them was George Kittle, who is one of my top 3 49ers players of all time. Shout out the San Francisco 49ers. You know how we be. And he was talking about, like, how he, like, buys packs and stuff and how he used to play. And then they had this other dude from the Seahawks that I'd never heard of, because I mainly only watched the Niners, and he played Master Duel. And he was basically, they were asking him, like, what he likes about Master Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! And he's like, I like that Snake Eye deck. And they're like, well, why do you like Yu-Gi-Oh? And he's like, I like to negate shit. And then, like, and then I was like, dude, this is the fucking, entire, like, they created this culture of, like, these people who joined the game because they're like, I'd like to negate shit. And it's like, this guy had the most ghetto accent possible. Like, I was just dying laughing. And because he was like, most people in the community, it's like well agreed upon that no one gives a fuck about, like, no one likes that aspect, right? If you have one negate and it's specific to your deck, like, for example, Tier Limits is pushed, but this card is extremely fair because you can only make it in the Tier Limit deck. That's fine. But it's generally well known that, like, the vast majority of people who started the game from the beginning, like, I started in the Synchro era, you didn't have that stuff. Like, if you got an Evolvasaur Lagia, you were fucking lucky, you know? Like, that was some crazy stuff if you got an Evolvasaur Lagia. But, you know, then there's the people who are joining, they're like, I like to negate shit. And you're like, damn, they really did just ruin this game for that reason. And Master Duel just, like, enforced that aspect. For people like this guy to take 15-minute turns and be like, I really am just a sadist, and I like to inflict pain on other people and force them to watch while I go make a sandwich, you know? And I'm just not about that life. I'm about that old school resource-based stuff. Like, I like the game when there are special summons, but I also like it when there are actual resources being generated, and you have to think about what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? What does this do? I didn't think I can win, but we'll see. Okay, negates that. Cool. That's what I like to see. And then I think at this point, I'm supposed to go get Thunder Dragon Fusion. Well, technically, I could get this guy. He can negate my Thunder Dragon Fusion, which would be a little bit irritating. This crashes over that. I think I do get this. Yeah, I think I do get this. So I get this. Oh, I can't special summon? Fuck. Okay, that does... I might just be fucked. I was probably fucked, but I was just, like, cool chilling here, like, talking to you guys. Okay, just gonna negate. Cool, man. I love that for you, man. That's so awesome, man. I love this deck. Oh, he is a shuffler. I'm out. Fuck that. Okay, I'm out. Yeah, that was a really fun deck, man. I'm glad that you were able to do that. You know, it's the people who you know are a real sadist, because this guy has a combo deck that's like, okay, it's a decent deck, but he added in these additional cards that are essentially all bricks, basically just to show off his royal rares. Like, he really could have just done his combo without putting the tier limits in there, and it was just kind of unnecessary, but he decided to add that into flex. All right, we're switching to the bread and butter, boys. We gotta switch to the bread and butter. We're going, you know, with that Fire King-ish sun. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. So before I got distracted, also my boy David should be on soon, but before I got distracted, because that guy completely demoralized me by how long and how excited he was to like beat his dick in front of an audience for 10 minutes just to show off his royal rares. What I was trying to get across is that like it's commonly agreed upon by most people who've been playing since the beginning that like we like the ability to special summon and explode, but we don't want there to be all of these like omega interactions, because the fact that people are like, they just need to make better cards for going second. They need to make these board breakers. Well, the thing is, the game kind of fundamentally turned into a completely different game when there started becoming board breakers. Because back in the day, you didn't need board breakers, even if your opponent was playing something like Dino Rabbit, which is like a negate you had to do work for, because trap cards were board breakers. When the game turned into a ordeal of like, okay, you basically can no longer use trap cards, That's why they had to add in board breakers. And so at this point, there are realistically no longer trap cards in the game. And people will be like, oh, but there's Labyrinth, there's Ellish. She's like, okay, those are not trap cards like they used to be. Those are essentially searchable quick play spells. A trap card is something you put in your deck like a staple because it's so powerful that even though you can't search it, and it's so wide in application that it like equalizes no matter what the game state is, right? Because back in the day when it's like, oh my gosh, this guy goes Evolvasaur Lagia with a Rescue Rabbit and passes, you might be like, damn, that's really scary. He has like a couple back row, but it's not like, oh fuck, dude, I'm completely out of it. I can't win. You still would set your trap cards. He would use his negate, but when he used his negate, it may stop you for that turn, but it doesn't stop you for, like from, you don't just auto lose the game. What happens is he stops you for that turn, you set your other stuff, and realistically, he most likely is not going to be able to set up another negate on the following turn, and since like every game goes like 3 to 4 turns on average, you're not completely out of it, you know? And that's why trap cards were important. Because he Evolvasaur Lagias, then you go for, he Evolvasaur Lagias, then you, normal summon something, he negates the summon, you set your Solemn Warning, you set your Dimensional Prison, passes back to him, you know, he doesn't draw a second Rescue Rabbit because he's not, like, jitted like John Ashby or anything, and then you get another turn, and then he doesn't have a negate again. And that person, that negate was also locked to a specific deck. But now it's like, I'm going to go Borreload Savage, huh? And then I'm going to go for Apollo USA. You're like, okay, how much attack does that have? 3,200, Poppy? And I'm like, okay, this is getting a little bit gay. I think I'm going to leave the table and go do some cool guy shit. Like, that's like what modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. There's no, like, back and forth. You know, everybody loves a good back and forth. And I think it just like fundamentally changed when it got to a point where you know the game is disgusting because when you're able to do your mid-range combo, the other person scoops and doesn't let you complete it. When you have a point where someone's scooping because and just not letting you even put your cards on the field, you know that there's something probably wrong with the game. Because you're not playing Exodia, you shouldn't be able to FTK on turn 0. You know, if they do some bullshit for 3 months where they release a tier 0 strategy and you're also not on the tier 0 deck, then that's okay. That'll happen, but that can only happen once every couple years. But this is just a regularly occurring thing, and it's gotten so much worse because since the end of 2023, we basically just entered a portion of the game where I felt like Tier was a really balanced deck. Outside, I think it was very well designed because it like promoted interaction before the Ishizu cards. The Ishizu cards were just unnecessary to the game. And that was demonstrated via in like Darkwing Blast when my friend at the same regional I started off 7-0 at with the Bestial Tier deck, my friend, he also got top 8 with Draco Slayer Pendulum. And that was also a viable strategy. And then I had another friend who he played like Synchro Sprite, and he topped. Like, that was one of the most versatile formats ever. The decks were high power level, but the difference was no one was ending on, like, hard, like, Omni Negates, other than my pen friend, because he's just a degenerate whale. But that deck has a huge disadvantage going second, so it's not even, like insane, right? But then they added, and the biggest thing about that is like there were 1-card combos, right? Like summon Sprite Blue, summon your other guys, or if you're playing Tier Limit, normal summon Rhinoheart. But if you only had that 1-card combo, it resulted in a Kiklos Search Suliak, set it, and I have a effect negate and a mill that could maybe get me to a second negate, right? Like 2 negates at most. But now it's like, okay, not only are there really no combos that require 2 cards, all the combos require 1 card, they also end on more interruptions and bigger combos than the combos that require 2 cards. And it's basically just every archetype now. And I feel like that's just a fundamental problem with the game going forward. It doesn't matter if they they're like, oh, we're creating answers. We're creating solutions to these problems. We're going to create a card called Typhon. So you can like out their stuff. And it's like, okay, but like, we wouldn't need to create a card called Typhon if you just didn't make these busted 1-card combos do more than a 2-card combo. Wait, why is this guy playing a Mermail card in his, oh, fuck yeah, why is this guy playing a Mermail card in his, freaking Tier Limit deck? I mean, I'm dead, but whatever. It's funny because if I would have drawn a Fire King High Avatar Kieran at any point, I could have actually just stopped him. That was actually very risky of him to play into the Max C, but our hand was unplayable. Yeah, our hand was just unplayable. Sorry, my chat wasn't popping up in the Streamlabs. You didn't know X had the streaming app itself? I knew it because I pay like $20 a month to multi-stream to Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. And I tried to do it to X. It's a relatively new feature. It came out in the past year, but you can't do it without premium. You played against the only cracked Dark Magician deck in existence. I'm going to be honest. There are no cracked Dark Magician decks. I think on our climb, in the 3 days we've streamed this content total, the Dark Magician deck is the deck we've played the most. And every time, I never lost to the Dark Magician cards themselves. I was losing to a combination of like random cheese cards like Talents and Max C. One second, I'm texting back my friend, see if he's going to hop on. But yeah, that was a good rant. Sometimes you just got to get those out. A lot of people like don't understand that in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you want to have fun, you got to get your rant out. I might actually make a YouTube short about this, but you guys want to know why people play card games? The reason why most people play card games is in fact not because they're like addicted to gacha, and there's like a small subset of people who play the game because their life sucks and they spent an absurd amount of money on like extremely overpriced cardboard, because to them in that community it makes them feel like they have like a Pepsi Rolex, like a status symbol. But the vast majority of people who play card games and aren't collecting, that are actually like doing cool guy shit, are playing for the triumphant moment. Realistically, nothing that's happening right now matters to me. It's not going to make me happy or less happy. And if we were in a tournament, all of this stuff leading up until the final play is just a looming cloud of anxiety. You play card games because eventually you get to this point where you get to a triumphant moment of, I play this card, and depending on my decision, it's going to result in me winning the game or losing the game. And if the choice you made allows you to win the game, then you feel a huge rush of dopamine and you feel really validated that you won by your decision and it was totally all skill. There was no luck involved. Or you lose and you realize, oh my gosh, I'm very invigorated to this person right now, but I also am very stimulated because I also recognize I didn't lose to this basement dweller because he was better than me, because like that's totally not true. I lost because I made this decision during the triumphant moment, and now I know that if I get in a situation like this again, I know what I can do differently. And that's also like very stimulating, because the whole point of playing Yu-Gi-Oh is that it's very overtly complicated to the point where you almost just cannot, like, you can not reach a peak of like, you can't be any better, especially because the game changes so fast and they like power creep so fast. But like all of the micro interactions and the variety of cards you have to know by heart that have an absurd amount of text in the text box, your technical play can always just continue to improve, and that's very stimulating. But then there's also the third outcome, which is usually the most prevalent, where you lose the game and you realize I could not affect the game in any way, and I lost because the other guy just drew max C. And in that moment, you actually received no dopamine, and all of the anxiety you were in up until that point just carries over until you walk over to the side and tell your friend about how hard you got fucked because so-and-so did this to you. That's a big part of Yugioh, is when you lose, you got to go over to your friend group. When you lose, you always shake the person's hand that you're playing in the tournament, then you hide all your rage inside of you because you want to be a cool guy, and you go over to your friend group and you're like, bro... And they're like, did you win or lose your round? You're like, bro, this guy fucking max C, he triple tactic talents me, bro. I couldn't do shit, bro. And your friend is like, bro, you got to stop telling me about that shit. That shit happens every single time. And I'm like, I know, bro, but this time was different. He had talents and max C, you know? And then after you get that back out, then you're like energized. And you're like, I'm going to the next round. It is what it is. I got out my rage on my friend. He didn't want to hear about it, but I felt the need to tell him anyway. And that's like that's something you just learn over the course of like going to a bunch of competitive events. Because there's always like people who come up to you who are like, what are your record? And you're not even like that good friends with this person. They might be random, but they don't have any friends. So they want to tell you why they lost and how they got cheesed. And you're like, bro, we're not really that close like that. Could you like, get away from me? That's always just really funny to me. But it's all about that triumphant moment, baby. It's all about the triumphant moment. Unfortunately, my triumphant moment will not take place for another 10 minutes because my opponent is doing shenanigans. And that's why I had to do this inner monologue, Man, that rant took a lot of life off my voice. Is this guy still fucking playing with his cock? Like, at a certain point, you would assume this guy would run out of lubricant or something, man. Dude, the best part is when this guy, like, takes 10 minutes to do his combo, and then he runs out of time. How much time? Dude, this guy's taking freaking 5 minutes, and I've had no responses? What?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Okay, I gotta open the door. It's getting too hot in here. Dude, it's always the Japanese people. I don't know about you guys, but for me, it's like, okay, if you play against like a Japanese guy, he's just gonna be like extremely sweaty. The Japs just be going hard. That's something I both respect and despise about the Japs. So I see, after this guy just comboed relentlessly for over 6 minutes, I had to randomly turn my toggle on for a second just to get him thinking, But also, if he goes to the end phase, okay, I need to turn it on. Yes. Okay. Whew, that was scary. I almost didn't have my toggle on to use wanted. Fuck, I think I do wanted. I think I wanted in the draw phase here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, baby. Pro plays. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome for you, man. You did the full IP board, and I didn't have any hand traps. That's so awesome for you, buddy. Do I negate this guy's flamberge? I don't know if I can. He's gonna go IP. I mean, I could just not go into the Snake Eye combo. My hand doesn't... He's probably gonna negate it, so... Fuck it. I think I can... What does this do? No, that does nothing. Yeah, no, I think... What does this do? Fuck it. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm risking it for the biscuit. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, he can do that anyway. Fuck, dude, I think we're just cooked. I was going to negate his flamberge, but that just kind of screws us, doesn't it? Because he's going to be able to summon it regardless. Fuck it, let's just do it. I already committed to it. Yeah, I think we're just screwed no matter what, boys. If I was playing IRL, I would cook this guy. Because I was like the GOAT of the Snake Eye Mirrors. I learned from the GOAT himself, Lucas Sacco, you know? Okay, we go to the main phase. Okay, I have a Fire King Skyburn. That might actually do something. Technically, if I start like this... Yeah, so if I start like this, I can pop his field spell. And then I could pop his... Yeah, let's try that. Drawing the big chicken really hurts. We'll see if he does it. Okay, I'm gonna chain. Tribute. Pop this. Wait, why did he go into a Raging Phoenix? He could have made an Ambler Whale. Seems really dumb. And what does this do? It doesn't really matter. Fuck it, we'll get that guy out. Yeah, this is a tough situation, boys. I gotta refresh my chat. This stuff is not showing up. That's really frustrating. We need some W's in the chat. That's all I'm saying, boys. We need some good W's in the chat. I'm going for the pro play here. He doesn't know. Bro doesn't even know. I'm just the better player. It is what it is, man. This is where I randomly pull Zeus out of my ass and you just can't do shit, bro. Okay. Why are you doing this again? What was the purpose of that? That was literally the worst thing you could have done. Why would you do that right there? So what you're telling me is you are not going to original Snake Eye. You're not going to negate my original Simple Spoils. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh, bro. You could have just showed me that from the beginning. See, this is what I hate. We literally had to sit here, and this guy burned 8 minutes off of our life, and somehow he didn't time out. He had to be at, like, less than 5 seconds. Like, there's no way, bro. He had to be at less than 5 seconds. He didn't time out, and he could have just showed me he had an Ash from the beginning, and I would have just scooped. But no, he had to sit there and let us watch him stroke his cock. Dude, I swear, when I'm on stream, I feel like I just don't ever get to actually play the game. And it's not because I'm being sniped. It's just like the variance. We're about to D-rank. That's hilarious. Oh, this hand's juicy. Oh, damn. I didn't have toggle on. I didn't have the toggle on, but whatever. Yeah, if I would... It's so difficult to turn the toggle on as soon as you enter the match to be able to want it in the draw phase. About that. You should 100% be able to just start the game with toggle on. I think that's ridiculous. Yeah, we'll just send this. I'm going to keep my Nibiru. What's so nice about Ashe in this deck is since it's Master Duel, everyone's forced to play 3 Ashe. But in your deck, it actually works because you have Fire King Island, you know? We'll set that. He'll probably negate. And then I can just destroy my Ashe, I guess. I would prefer that not to happen, but... Maxi? Okay, not today, buddy.
I fucking knew it!
Not today, buddy. The boat, baby. Let's fucking go. The Giga Chad moment. You're looking at Jonathan the Fire King Jit, baby. Locked in. Let's go.
Ah, ding, 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 ding.
Ding. Kaiku. And I didn't draw the big chicken this game. I swear, I am the king of drawing OG Garunics. Maybe it's because I'm old now, but like I just always draw him. I'm actually just going to get this guy to get the body here. Even though I don't have a target, which does like really suck, I could play Field Spell. Field Spell used to be good, but I feel like it's not as good in Master Duel. And maybe I'm on some copium for that. Boop. Draw one. When you go first, I don't know if you guys feel like this on Master Duel. Oh, that was an insane draw. But I just remember playing first in real life with Snake Eye. If you went first, you felt so safe if you had a Nibiru in your hand. Because even if they like stopped your combo, you just knew that Nibiru would give you another turn. Like, I remember that so vividly, dude. But now I just have full protection here. Like, I don't think there's a way I can lose. Because I can sack these into a Flamberge. And then I activate effect. It's unfortunate I have to pop this, but I think it's okay. I want to be Nibiru proof. Yeah, we play through Nibiru here every time, baby. Jonathan Nibiru Jit. Let's go. It might have been better to, yeah, I don't know. It might have been better to summon out the whatever dude from the deck. Bro, you don't have Nibiru. You're cool on it, bro. You don't have Nibiru. You're not that guy, buddy. It's all good. Yeah, I'm going to change that because if we ended up with result activate his effect, no. There we go. It's weird that they don't allow you to pop those up at the same time. And that's one of the things that always gets me about Master Duel is that there's some situations where the windows to activate optional effects pop up in a very weird way. He 100% has Nibiru. Bro has Nibiru. Let's be real. If I was playing the, what do you call it? The other field spell, we would be in such a good position here. If I was playing the, freaking, I forgot what it's called. The Snake Eye field spell, we'd be in such a good position. But now we can go activate Ulcanix. Yes, sir. Chain block with Big Chicken. Big Chicken go hard. Big Chicken very hard. Yeah. I'm going to make the safe play here, to be honest. Big Chicken effect. We're going to send Arvada. I got to be safe. Fuck it, we'll summon him back. It doesn't really matter. Oh, he's a Magamute. What the hell? Oh, okay. That's what he had? That was really weird. Nah, we're not doing that. Yeah, that was really weird. What the hell? Do I go IP first? No, I don't think I can place IP in the Speller Trap zone. I don't think it's worth it in this situation. Because I kind of just want to out his Magamute. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go for the safe line here. Activate effect. Go get Arvada. Link off an Ambler Whale. Activate Ambler Whale effect. Activate Flamberge effect, not Ambler Whale. Full combo, baby. Full freaking combo. Timer ain't beating us today, boys. Oh, I can search now because I didn't have a target in deck before? That's disgusting. That's so disgusting. Wow, I didn't even know I could do that. Yeah, this hand was broken, dude. It was hella freaking broken. Oh, I forgot I gotta do this. Link Rebo. Sack off. Someone back here. And this, understand that this entire time, I played around Nibiru. Like, he could not hit us with one hand trap. Add back the shiny one, because, you know, we be like that, son. And now, do I just go Apo? Yeah, we'll just go 3-mat Apo. The reason I'm doing it like this is because I want to leave a fire monster on the field in case I need to Arvada first. And I need to pop this because I don't really want to pop this in hand. Okay, my friend's hopping on. Bro, of course. Of fucking course. This guy has a Book of Eclipse.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Sorry, I didn't have my headphones on when you called me.
All good, all good. I was watching your stream.
Yeah, I'm in a heated Master Duel match right now, and the dude just fucking Book of Eclipsed me. That's some fucking pussyfoot shit, bro. Yeah, I'm in a heated match.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch you on my phone. That way, the sound audio doesn't.
Bro, you don't have a second monitor?
No, dude. I just got this new laptop for work, and I just got Omega like downloaded on here.
Bro, you have that doctor money though. You should have a second monitor.
Dude, still setting up everything, new house and all that. I sent you a photo of the house, right?
No, I don't think you did. Unless it was a while ago.
It's probably a couple months ago.
I don't remember.
But all the money went in there.
Bro, did you see that? Did you see that combo I just did to this guy?
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time following along because I'm not so fresh on the game.
Well, basically, like, just understand that entire time when I got all those bodies, I was Nibiru proof because I went and got a Flamberge, which is the Snake Eyes level 8 guy, before I hit 5 summons, and that guy says if he is sent to the graveyard, you special summon back any 2 level 1 fires from the grave. So I got that guy on the field as my 4th summon. And then I left him on the field while I linked into a Promethean Princess, which is the link that lets you revive a fire. And once I got that out, I used its effect to revive Fire King Arvada, which is a monster negate. So then I was able to safely just link away my my Flamberge to get the 2 level 1s from the grave, because I would be able to negate his Nibiru with my Fire King Arvada.
Yeah.
Because,
Nice.
like, you want to link off with Flamberge at some point in the combo, because that's worth 3 bodies, right? But if your hand is really good and you do the combo correctly, you summon him first, because if they Nibiru, worst case scenario, you're going to have your token that they give you from Nibiru and 2 level 1s back from your graveyard, because he was tributed by their Nibiru. So then even if they Nibiru, you have 3 monsters, right? To link off, which could make you a Promethean Princess, and then that gets you back the Flamberge anyway. So no matter what, like, you're just Nibiru proof.
Yep. Man, Nibiru, like that card's not relevant in the too relevant in the TCG.
Okay, it is relevant. It is relevant. It's just very few decks can play it. because the issue with it is that Nibiru is not good versus it's really good versus Malice, but against any Ryziel variant, it's only good if you have a second hand trap, and that makes it one of the weaker ones. Because right now, in my opinion, one of the better strategies to do is either play all board breakers if your deck doesn't have enough room to play as much non-engine as the top decks, or you play half board breakers, half hand traps. Because realistically, like against Ryziel, hand traps have a depreciating value. Your first hand trap is pretty worthwhile if you're negating their duo drive, which is the other XYZ that doesn't have the quick effect pop effect. Duo drive, he says you can add any 2 cards from your deck to your hand. So if you negate that, it's going to drastically lessen the amount of interruptions they have. But once you have a second hand trap in hand, there's no real good target for that second hand trap. So you're almost better off having either another engine card instead of drawing that second hand trap, or a board breaker. So that's why Nibiru isn't that good, but it's definitely good in the side deck, because against Malice, it just like eats. But for that reason, it's like, well, Nibiru is mainly only going to work if you have it in another hand trap, but you kind of don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the timing of everything too. The what you can get, the return from Nibiru afterwards is not really going to do much anymore. Once they set up the Eliminator and the dual drive and all that.
Yep. One of my main issues with Yu-Gi-Oh now is that it feels like the technical play has almost moved over into a higher focus on just knowing when you should be like hitting them at a choke point rather than your own technical play, right? Like it's almost just all of the skill has transferred from you knowing your combos and knowing what board you should go for against this player to when should you Nibiru, or when is the best time to hand trap when you have this hand trap, right? And I just don't think that's nearly as fun.
No, I completely agree. I don't like that. I think it's just because, well, it rewards the knowledge of knowing the other deck for sure. But at the same time, when it focuses a lot on that, I feel like the interaction, like that's just what it is. Like, okay, he plays this card, you're gonna trap him here. Here's another choke point. This is what the deck's gonna do, and it's just doing that. And then you just need to have the right card at the right time versus, like you said, the more intricate interactions between.
I agree. And let's say that you master that aspect, right? Let's say in best case scenario, you know when to do all of that. That makes it even more boring, because a lot of times if you do that correctly, it doesn't really matter what deck you're playing, because you choke point them at the right time and you have any starter card in your hand, then you just combo and destroy them, you know? So it doesn't really matter what it lowers the importance on what deck you're even playing. Like let's say for example, you're playing some like random outdated shit like Prank Kids, but for some reason you're able to run like 18 hand traps. Well, Prank Kids doesn't really even do that much, but just because you had 3 hand traps against this guy and his board is literally 0 monsters, it doesn't matter that you're running a shitter deck, you still win.
Yep, you can just full combo and then you get your board out and you just kill them that turn. And I think that was kind of my issue with watching Yu-Gi-Oh! The last couple of years ago.
What's up, Steve?
As it was getting into that point, it started like that part starts like I guess becoming more and more relevant. Where like you said, it doesn't really matter what the deck is, and some decks can counter, but you start playing the same once you start hand trapping people.
Yeah, I think it also like it also very much so depends on like what meta it is, and that may be irrelevant now, but one time where I did find that to be a fascinating aspect of the game was in I think it was either 2022 early on. I think it was 2022 early on was when the Sword Soul deck was viable, because not only was there outplay potential from knowing when you should choke point if you're going against Sword Soul, the person who is playing Sword Soul also needed to make certain actions in a specific sequence to check and see which hand traps the opponent had, then make a very specific line or board based on those. So it was like a weird situation where there was skill involved on both sides of the hand trap war, right? And I don't think that that has been really a thing since we started getting these decks that are all one card combos. But during like the Sword Soul branded Despia like Prank Kids meta, I felt like that was like the best time for that.
Yep, I have a Sword Soul deck and a branded Despia deck, but I was a little too late to the party.
Hold up, I gotta pop off on this chump real quick.
All right, let's see. I'm
He-
watching.
he just let me, I have to figure out what's going on because I have fucking 60 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna activate effect. I'm gonna hope that I have a target. Okay, we'll add this guy. Fuck it. I could add the other guy to special summon, but I haven't even normaled, so whatever. Activate one. Oh no, I drew both my Kieran. That's ass. I'll activate the effect anyway. Fuck it. I'll pop his token and just try to get into the battle phase before time's over. The most important skill in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Being able to enter the battle phase before your opponent ultimately skamazes you. Entering the battle phase before your opponent tries to skamaz you by going for like judge time it's called, or a burn card, is like one of the most important aspects now, and it overall lowered the fun of the game. And I just did it right there. Let's go. Ding. Let's go. Bro, this is my first time streaming on X, because I bought X Premium at the beginning of some point in December. I don't know if I'm going to keep it, but I pay on Streamlabs like $20 a month to be able to live stream to multiple platforms, but I was never able to stream to X because you have to have X Premium. And I never really see anyone live streaming on there for gaming or like in general. Like I was saying earlier, the first time and the only time I've ever tuned into a live stream on X was, I think, whenever Trump and Musk got together, or one of the times that like Musk had a thing, right? But that's like pretty much it. But I mean, I've had 5 people at least over on X watching since the beginning. So depending on how like well it is, or like how like interested people are in it, I may actually like keep it around.
I seriously didn't even know you can stream on X. I had no idea.
See, that's the thing. Like, not a lot of people know, and it came out. It's only been recently added within the last year because they didn't even have X Premium. I think that came out in the past year. But the reason I got it was specifically because of their AI, of the AI Grok 3 or whatever. Because I was trying to make a thumbnail for this Bible study video I was doing for the guy I work for. And he was talking about, in the video, talking about like currency and in ancient Rome, how no matter like if we have to pay 80% taxes to the government, it's always going to be worth it for us to do so because the government provides like certain advantages to whatever country you're in, as like you're not going to be raided by an enemy village and lose all your stuff, and no one's going to come in, you know, and like try to murder you. Like you may lose like 70% of your stuff through taxes, but it's always going to be worth it for those advantages. And he was also talking like a little bit about Donald Trump. And so I was trying to make a thumbnail using AI, and I checked like 8 different programs because this like service I offer, or I pay for to do thumbnails, it like it has a bunch of those built in. And every time I would type in the word Donald Trump or Julius Caesar, it would say, this is against our guidelines. We can't do this. And eventually, like, because I was just typing in like people paying taxes to Julius Caesar or in ancient Rome, and the only images it would even populate up, if it wasn't saying it was against the guidelines, were of statues. So then I get the XAI, and the pictures are freaking insane. I could actually pull up one of them on the stream, but it's ridiculous. Like, it pulled up an actual real picture, like a realistic ass picture of people paying taxes in ancient Rome.
Yeah. Pull it up in the stream. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm curious what these pictures could look like. Because sometimes it's like, you know, when it's like past pictures and stuff, where like pictures of things in history is really hard to get right, especially for any kind of thumbnail.
Facts. No. And this is a new AI, but
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
dude,
Dope.
all I typed in was people paying taxes in ancient Rome, and this is a high resolution image. You may not be able to see as well because it's on stream. And then I typed in because one of the things this guy was talking about is like that, like it's good that like Donald Trump won, but he won't be able to like fully save America in the way that people think he did. So I typed in Donald Trump and I get this image. Like it's an actual like realistic image of Donald Trump because I just wanted to test things. And then I also typed in like Magic the Gathering Foundations, which was one of the newest Magic sets because I wanted to see what it populate up. And it pops up these, I'm like, oh shit, we got a new card release. The Pinkertons might come after me because I'm linking this some stuff, you know?
No. Dude,
I don't know. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I don't know how long the delay is. I think I have the shortest delay possible on.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's probably only by like a second or two.
Yeah, that shit's it's just crazy what I could do with that. So like it's worth it for that because essentially like Musk has the most microchips out of any AI or in use in anything in the world on this Grok 3 right now. And my brother said like in the next year he's going to be doubling that amount of microchips on the AI. So like it's only going to get better.
Yeah, we're getting into it now.
I typed in Beats by Ash playing the One Piece card game, and it came up with this. And I'm like, okay, we're just making a new card game all day. I'm like, what are these cards? Like, what is this? It looks like I'm playing tarot cards here, but I have poker.
What the heck? Dude, wait, that's awesome.
Wait, look at these people in the background. They're like legitimate zombies.
Man, and they don't even give you the mustache. Come on.
I know, it looks nothing like me. I thought it would,
Yeah.
because I said like Beats by Ash on YouTube playing the One Piece card game. I thought it would like maybe draw up something similar to me, but to be fair, it's in the infancy. That's like, at least with this, when you type in what you're putting in, it's very close to what you're actually asking for, unless you're generating something that is not already like been on Google Images or whatever.
Right. But no, that's really good. If they have the mustache there, that would be like a really good one to post
Facts.
on a lot of your videos. That's pretty good. Pretty original too. And fast. That's crazy. Man, how AI has advanced.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
That's why I have to blow up before I get replaced, you know?
Yeah. For real. Alrighty. Alright, how we doing this? Let's see.
Whatever you want to do. I've mainly just been playing Master Duel. I don't even I'd have to download Omega if you wanted me to play you on Omega.
Okay, I just downloaded Omega. I have Master Duel on my Switch. I don't have Master Duel on
Steam.
On the computer or anything, yeah. But I figure we can probably talk through ideas of Thunder Dragon.
Okay.
Maybe learn how to play that against
I'll try
We'll,
I'll try to download it right now and I can like watch you play for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, let me
I always forget how you download it because you got to be in like that server.
Oh, I just like Googled it. Yeah, I know what that server you're talking about.
It used to be like you could only download it from their Discord server.
Okay, I have your list here. Let's see.
Bro, I've been having a lot of fun with this tier limit deck on Master Duel.
Yeah, that's what you were telling me, and I thought I was gonna see that, but then you were playing Fire King.
Okay, I had to switch off of it because I kept playing against people who are on this stupid gimmick puppet FTK. This is the tier limit deck.
Yeah.
This gimmick puppet FTK. Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like they can deal 8,000 burn damage. And it's like, okay, I think you already like were able to like do that to some extent, but they just created like 5 new cards that all do the exact same thing to where it's like, okay, do you remember the dinosaur deck?
Yeah, like a while ago.
Do you know what Miscellaneous Saurus does?
Ooh, I have that card. I don't remember what it does.
So the reason why that's so toxic is because you just get to discard it for free, and it allows you, if you discard it, all of your dinosaurs are unaffected by card effects until the end of the turn. So if you just draw that card, then you can just full combo. It also lets you banish it from the grave to summon any dino from the deck, but that's like less important. So with the Gimmick Puppet deck, they gave them like 5 cards that let you Foolish Burial. One of them lets you like special summon itself, Foolish Burial, and summon a guy from the deck. And there's another one that just lets you Foolish Burial 3. So they have a card that says you can banish it from the graveyard. This turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to any of your Gimmick Puppet cards or effects. Then they also get another card that says you can banish this from your graveyard. This turn, your opponent cannot target Gimmick Puppets with card effects. So it's like, it doesn't really matter what you negate. They just send both these guys to the graveyard, and there's like no way you can fucking respond.
Yeah. Crazy. Man, the thing is, like, that's some of the stuff that I don't like is when you get ways that, and I think Yu-Gi-Oh is just kind of notorious for that. But sometimes, like, you just can't. When you don't have option, it just doesn't feel fun.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about. How like these 1-card combos made it like before you were on the stream, I was basically explaining that I think like after 2019 Yu-Gi-Oh, the only way you can enjoy modern Yu-Gi-Oh is in short bursts. Because what ends up happening is, it all goes back to the green packs. You know about the green packs?
No, I haven't heard of that.
So the green pack is this term that people have in the community of like, once a year, we get a pack that is the color green. The green pack always comes out with these 2 or 3 new broken archetypes. And basically, when that pack comes out, you need to shell out, $500 to $1,000 to buy whatever deck is in that pack, or you just can't play because it totally power creeps the other stuff. It's typically followed by a ban list that kills all of the earlier stuff anyway. And that's why people were pissed. I don't think the Ryziel pack was green, but that's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, and then the ban list was what, like, killed Fire King and everything else.
Well, yeah, it just killed everything that was before it. And those decks, there was only one Snake Eye Fire King person. Over half of the top 64 Top Cut was Ryziel anyway. And I think only one Fire King person made it into the top 8 and one Tenpai person. Everybody else was on Ryziel. Like, there wasn't even a Malice. Yeah. And then, so it's like they're not putting up results. They didn't need to be hit. But the only reason they hit that stuff is so that you'd be forced to purchase one of these decks. And so what I'm claiming is, because, like, not very many people, like, I think everyone agrees, no one likes the generic negate stuff where you just don't get to play the game. It's like, if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of, like, the massive power creep and stuff, like, in the modern era, you need to join basically right after Nats Nationals happens, because that's when all of the card prices drop to their lowest and you can like pick up stuff for cheap. Then you stay in the game until either Nats happens or the next green pack comes out, and you sell your stuff right before Nats. When people are going to be like trying to pick stuff up, or right before the green pack happens, before your stuff gets liquidated.
Yeah, that's basically what a lot of people on YouTube and like podcasts I listen to say. Like, you can get like decks pretty like dirt cheap immediately, like afterwards, or like at like.
The issue is usually what happens is the green pack comes out right after Nats. Like the Nats happened, like 4 or 5 months ago, something like that. And then we just got these Ryziel, and like, if you bought a Ryziel deck, like right when it came out, and then you like kept it until Nats, you might be able to like play until then. But they kind of like put a wrench in that when they released the Fiendsmith engine, and that's why I stopped playing. Because I was like, okay, I dropped $1,000 on the Snake Eye deck, and I just realized like the meta wasn't fun. And then after a month, it's like, okay, your stuff, but it came out incrementally, because I got back in because I was like, okay, I used to be the Fire Fist OG. The Fire King deck is good again. I'm gonna buy 3 Fire King Structure decks, and they're like, okay, I'm sorry, you need to actually purchase the Wanted engine. I'm like, okay, how much is that? And they're like, $400. And I'm like, okay, I can do that because I just won a One Piece prize card that was like $500. And that's why I was like willing to do it. And then I get that, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, you need an SP Little Knight and maybe 2. And I'm like, how much is that? $120. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess, like, I'm already this far in, I need to get this. And then I'm like, okay, I'm 500 or like $600 in. That's fine. I'm going to be good for a while, right? You know, this stuff just came out. They're like, I'm sorry, in 1 week, there's going to be an engine that comes out for your deck. And basically, if you don't buy that engine, you should just not play. And it's like, okay, well, I've already invested all this money. I feel kind of obligated to further purchase this so that my purchase will actually be validated. And then I buy that. And then a month later, it's like, okay, my stuff is now, or like, let's say 2 months later, my stuff is now from $1,000 to less than $100 in value, which was like really crippling. And I'm like, okay, well, at least I can still play. And they're like, I'm sorry, you need to buy a Fiendsmith engine, and that's $600. And I'm like, I'm just out at this point. Like, it was just being too much of a money pit.
Yeah, Konami, man, it's so predatory. I hate that shit so much.
But to be fair, back in the day, because they also did less ban lists per year, and the product releases were less per year, your deck lasted longer. Like, dude, I played the Fire Fist deck for like the better part of 2 years. There was a small portion of time where, like a year after I played it, they came out with Dragon Rulers, and I couldn't play it for like one format. Then the Dragon Rulers got hit, and I was able to play it again, you know? And I continued playing it for like another year before it was actually out. And that was like the good days. Because really, like, what ruined it, and that's why I wish, like, you lived close to me. Because I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is most fun when you just, like, have a friend or two, and you guys can just, like, share a collection. Because, like, what me and my friend Ortiz would do is we, like, collectively together just owned all the cards in the game. And we would just, like, switch off on decks. And, like, I don't have a problem, like, if, like, someone's like, I want to play this deck. I'm like, okay, I'll use this other deck. Like, because I actually like to, like, play, like, different decks. I think that's, like, fun. The fun of the game is, like, you know, building decks and trying things out. But that's not really affordable if you're, like, playing alone. And that, like, worked for, like, from 2019 until, like, 2022, where, or maybe it was some point in 2021, where it just turned out that, like, they started releasing these power creep staple cards that essentially weren't specific to a deck. You just needed them in every deck.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that's why people were making the same boards and the same extra decks were like.
Well, it wasn't even
generic stuff, and then hand trapped.
Well, it wasn't even that when me and my friend were playing the same deck, but then it came out to a point where they released Triple Tactics Talent and Forbidden Droplet, and those were both like nearing $100 each, and that wasn't specific to like the Sky Striker deck or specific to the Pendulum deck. It was like, you just need those cards to compete, you know, and that basically doubled the price from there on out. Because before that, you just needed, you know, Ash Imperm Veiler, and then we got Nibiru in the tin, and it was like that. And there were a couple other cards that came out like that during, like, the set that Apollosa came out.
And the crazy thing is after you play for a little bit, too, like, the reprint happens and everything drops, which is good for players, but then after that reprint, you know, something else more expensive and power crap just coming, and then all the money you spend.
Well, during this time, there really wasn't reprints. So Forbidden Droplet was $120. And then the first reprint that it got, like, I think like 4 or 5 months later, maybe 6, was actually an ultimate pack. Was an OTS ultimate rare. And that one, it didn't lower the price of Forbidden Droplet itself. It was still 100 a piece, but the ulties were 200 to 300. So that didn't help anyone. Then they released a set that was like an all water-based set, and every card was unusable in it except for an ultra rare Forbidden Droplet that was short printed. And that essentially dropped the price of Droplet to like $65 each, which is still just like unnecessary. Because I think that was like a year in, you know?
Yeah. It just makes like playing competitive so hard, except for like the most dedicated players. That's kind of like where I'm at, where like I want to play the game because I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mm-hmm.
My favorite card games of all time. Like, you play it, some of my friends play it, and I want to like go to locals and stuff, but it's kind of just like, you know, I want to do something fun. Like, I really don't care. I don't know. Even if I go to YCS or regionals or something, I'll like go with you and other people just to have the fun. I don't really
I agree.
win, so I'll run whatever the heck I want. I'm not gonna like.
No, I agree.
Right now,
but
Yugioh and Malice, like you said, the engine is not as pricey compared to stuff like
No, like
Bonfire, Wanted, and Fiendsmith. But
this is so
I'll
much
probably still
more.
just play it.
Yeah, like that is like, well, like I was telling you, that is still like a lot of money to me, and I probably like will not like buy in unless I just like get a bunch of money randomly, or someone's like, hey, I have this, like I'll give it to you for a really low price, but like I'm not like really like thinking about doing that, you know. But that's still way more reasonable, because what I'm saying is like, even when you're in that mindset, and you're just like want to be casual, when I tried to get back into the game, SP Little Knight was $120, and it was basically like that for an entire year. And no matter what deck you're playing, let's say you just wanted to play Thunder Dragon for fun at that time, you can't just go to locals and it wouldn't be fun. Like, I kind of have a similar mentality to you, where it's like, I don't care if I'm playing the best deck, but I at least want to have a chance to just not go 0-4 every time, right? You know, like,
exactly.
And at that time, it didn't matter what deck you were playing. You needed an SP Little Knight, because it's a removal and an interruption that literally every single deck can make. And it was just so blatantly obvious. Like, I went up to locals, and there was this guy who was playing like a casual bug deck, and he was getting beat down by this meta guy. And he was like, bro, I could have fucking, I was playing One Piece. I overheard him. He's like, bro, I could have totally won the game if I had an SP Little Knight. I could have actually done something. And he's like, bro, you have 2 freaking SP Little Knight. And that really just hit me. I'm like, damn, that is really frustrating. Where it's a core, it's like not even in the main deck. It's just a card that can be used in every deck. And you're just at a strict disadvantage. And there's a guy over here who's playing 2. Like that, I just wouldn't want to play that guy.
Pay to win, basically.
Yeah, that
So
was,
that's kind of,
in my
like,
opinion, the most.
Yeah, like I don't even need like any kind of like crazy meta deck. Like I'm looking at Yu-Gi-Oh! Mega right now. The Thunder Dragon's like $100, and it's the thing is like
It should be less than $100.
playable. Yeah, as long as it's kind of like, I guess including extra deck and everything. But it's like, as long as it's playable.
Well, what's expensive in the extra deck?
I don't even know. It's on Yu-Gi-Oh! Mega. It doesn't tell me what each thing is. I'm just reading the cost or something on the side that it has.
Oh, well, there's also multiple printings, so that's not really a good description. But I know, like, SP Little Knight is under $10, and that should be the most expensive card. Because realistically...
Yeah, so basically, like, I'm gonna...
Okay, honestly, you don't even go into the main cards. You actually, like, you could legitimately enter a tournament utilizing 3 Colossus, 3 Titan, a Chaos Angel, and probably a Relinquish Anima, which is also a $1 card, just because there's some hands where if you brick and have Matrix, you need to link it off if you have Matrix Hawk. But it's like, I go into the Charmers like occasionally, which is somewhat relevant, because if you're going against Ryziel, you can bring back their detonator effect to attach, and now you have an interruption. But it's not like you're linking that off to anything. Like, Apollosa is banned. It's like, I occasionally go into SP, but mainly I've just found, and this is why I cut the Bestial engine. Are you sharing your screen?
No, let me do that.
Okay. The main reason why I'm thinking about not playing Bestials is because I just realized with like all the bans of the extra deck cards, the additional bodies don't really help you do anything. Like, I'm trying to end on like 2 Colossus minimum, and like if my hand's good, a Titan. If you play the Bestials, then you don't really have room to even play a full Thunder Dragon engine, nor do you have the room to play Matrix, which having Matrix drastically increases your chances that if you have a Titan, that you're actually going to have a quick effect pop during the other person's turn, right? So what ends up happening is you're like, okay, I have Bestials and I can combo. Let's say in the best case scenario, you still have 2 Colossus, and your extra materials with your Batterman Solar, you make an IP. Like, in some situations where you have to IP and link away your Thunder Dragon Colossus, that can hurt you, because then the guy could just imperm your second Colossus, and then he can just play the game. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
Because, like, the other aspect of it is, like, I just realized, like, Batterman Solar is kind of ass. I think I updated the list. I don't think I'm playing Dimension Shifter anymore.
Okay, I'm just looking at the one you texted me.
Okay, I think I texted you too. Maybe I didn't.
Okay, I'll take that Dimension Shifter.
Um,
Send me a new one.
You can play Dimension Shifter, but so the main reason why I am like hesitant on it is because okay, the reason you would want to play it is if you're expecting there to be a lot of Ryzeal Fiendsmith. Because it's really broken versus the Fiendsmith engine. But against pure Ryzeal, it's ass. Versus Malice, it actually benefits them more than it benefits you for it to be under Shifter. But like a lot of people are saying if it was like a YCS, that there would be very few people who are on pure. The only people who would be on pure are the people who can't afford a Fiendsmith engine. But let's be...
Yep, exactly.
So like, but I'm going to be playing in this local 3v3, and there's some people who want to win, but not everybody has $1,000. So I'm going to expect it to be, like, more diverse and more, like, rogue. And in that instant, I would be more likely to just play against someone who doesn't have a Fiendsmith engine, and then it doesn't help that much. And that's the thing about Batteryman Solar, is a lot of people like Batteryman Solar because he lets you pop off with a Bestial. But if you don't have a Bestial, Batteryman Solar literally does nothing. It just sends a guy to the graveyard to play Hawk, and 99% of people who play Bestials, they only run one Hawk. So that's not even, like, applicable. You're just hoping to draw a Bestial, and in the TCG, Chaos Space is limited to 1, so you can't even, like, search the Bestials. So what ends up happening is you can play a total of 8, maybe 9 Bestials, and you can't do anything with those cards unless you draw Batteryman Solar and vice versa. And I'm just like, why would I want to build around that as, like, I can't do anything without this card, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so taking this out here then.
Because Chaos Space is limited to 1 in the TCG. On Master Duel, it's at 3, and it's, like, more, like, understandable.
Mm-hmm. I'm reading it right now. Yeah, I'm just, like, super behind on the game, the meta, and what the cards do and stuff, so... It's just gonna take a while to kind of read through it and.
You know what Bestials do?
Yeah, in general, like all the.
So you know, yeah. So you know who Bestial Lubellion is? He's the Light Searcher.
Yep. Because when you were teaching.
Yeah, because you played Branded. Okay, so that guy. The main reason why you would play the Bestials is because with Chaos Space, you can send Thunder Dragon, Roar, or Dark from hand to grave to add Bestial Lubellion because he meets the criteria of Chaos Space. And then, so that guarantees you're going to have a Bestial in hand, you're searching off him, and then you're also going to have a Thunder Dragon card in grave that you banish to start your combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we only have 1 Chaos Space. So, like, in my testing, I just kind of bricked so much that, like, just wasn't worth it to me.
Yeah, because then you just get either that and not the other, or it's just, like, you don't have enough. It's because it's essentially 2-card. 2-card combo kind of, right?
Well, yeah, but yeah, that's exactly it. The deck's going to be 2-card combo no matter what, even if you play pure. But my thing is that since everyone, if you're going into person with a meta deck like Ryzeal, they're playing 18 to 20 hand traps. And you normal summon Batteryman Solar, and then they just negate, and you just can't do anything because you didn't get to send a grave, and you don't get a token. So then you just pass. And then you have Bestials, which don't really do anything to them, and so you just die. Because you don't have any... Yeah. If you're running Bestials, you have even less room to play non-engine. You can run, like... You can run 9 non-engine, they can run, like, 20. And you're like, oh, I can't stop you. Especially since hand traps aren't good against them. So you just die. That's why I like Aloof Lupine. Because even though he lets you end on a lower ceiling board, I just found that, like, even when I full comboed with the Bestials, it didn't really allow me to make my board any better because my entire purpose was just to put as many Colossus on the board as possible and maybe like 1 Titan. And you can't do that because they're not Thunder. Like, so if you have a, I'm sending you this list, but if you have a Batteryman Solar, which when a Thunder monster is summoned, he gives you a token. You can tribute him to make a Colossus, but the token's not an effect monster, so you can't tribute it to make Colossus. So then, like, you're just going back to that situation where I'm like, okay, you can use one of your guys to make an IP, and then your IP can, like, throw away one of your Colossuses, and then you can just die because the guy has 1 interruption.
Looking at the list right now. Let's see. There's the Charmer that's not the dark one. What's the name of that one?
Lina. But, like, because, like, the reason it was good in Master Duel is because we actually have Sprite Elf. So there's like a reason to link off, right? Because if you have extra bodies, what you would do ideally is you make the 2 Colossus and then you go IP into Sprite Elf. Now your Colossuses, because Sprite Elf is a Link 2 monster with 2 diagonal arrows, any cards that Sprite Elf is pointing to can't be targeted by card effects. So now they can't target both of your Colossus. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just I'm just needing to read a couple things and catch up because there's just a lot of cards and interactions.
Have you heard of Sprite Elf?
Yeah. I just need to kind of look through what it does and all.
It's banned now, but it's on Master Duel. And that's like one of the reasons Bystials are good. Because on Master Duel, you have Sprite Elf. But in order to summon him, you have to use 2 monsters, including a level 2, rank 2, or link 2. So when you have the extra bodies in the token from Solar, you can use like a Bystial and the token to make an IP. And because IP is linked 2, you can use it to make Elf. So now you just put both your Colossus in the zones that Sprite Elf points to, and now they can't be targeted by card effects. So it's like really difficult for them to out. On top of the fact that Sprite Elf's second effect says during the main phase, if your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon any Link 2 monster from your graveyard. So you have targeting protection, and now also as soon as they summon a monster, you can quick effect summon back your IP. So now you can actually use your IP to link summon without having to use your Colossus, because you can just use Sprite Elf.
Okay, yeah. Now it's clicking. With that protection, okay.
I mean, that's all. I just was explaining to you why, like, I don't think the Bystials are like that good.
Yeah. And then, I mean, in general, I've just seen so many people saying they bricked up on Bystials.
Everyone says Bystials are insane. All the videos I've seen, they're like, Bystials are broken right now. But that's also because
I guess
these people...
I was reading through some Thunder Dragon forums.
Even Thunder Dragon, like, the issue with the Thunder Dragon stuff is they're not in the updated content. I might make a video on it on my IRL deck after this tournament. Because, like, there's no one who's made a Thunder Dragon video for the past 6 months that I've, like, searched for them. There might be a person who has, like, 50 views and it's, like, hidden. But no one's done well with it, you know, so no one's talking about it.
Right, exactly.
I've never even seen it on a tier list, which is weird because I would assume some creators would mention it since it just came off the ban list. They might, like, expect someone to bring it. But no one's even, like, talked about it. And, previously people were always just saying like Bystials used to be good because you had chaos space, but I just don't think the bodies help you. The reason I like Aloof Lupine is because I'm expecting people to have like 18 hand traps, and when they have 18 hand traps, if you use Aloof and you banish a Thunder Dragon Dark or Roar from your hand, it's a cost. So if they let's say I banish Dark off his effect, and then they effect Veiler or Ash, well, now I can still trigger my Dark.
Okay, there's 2 cards I can't see what it is from the picture. I don't think I'm familiar enough with the cards to recognize it by the photo, but they're next to Forbidden Droplet. What are those? The 2 spells to the left of Forbidden Droplet.
You're looking at the Thunder Dragon Fusion? Are you looking at the updated image I sent you on Discord?
Oh yeah, there you go. There are these 2. Is this?
Is this the are you looking at the picture I sent you on Discord?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, the card next to Forbidden Droplet is Thunder Dragon Fusion.
Okay, that looked weird. Okay, and then I got that other one's Ready Fusion. Instant Fusion is next to that, right?
Yeah, I'm trying that out right now. I don't know if that's correct, but I'm trying it.
Yeah, because I recognize what the cards are, and I'm just typing it up, and then there's some cards I can't recognize right away.
Mm-hmm.
And then extra deck, or what am I off on? The extra deck, I think that's right.
Do you have the XYZ guy aggregator?
Yeah, I have aggregator. And what's the very last fusion card you have there? I don't think I have.
It's called Kaminari Attack.
Kaminari Attack. Okay, what did you remove from that? I have Masquerena. I have Little Knight. You have Nightmare Unicorn there. I have an extra of something.
Let me look at it.
Yeah. Oh, you took out Access Code Talker?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so there's Access Code Talker, and then you add in Kaminari. Oh, I remember this guy from like a long time ago.
Yeah, he's using Thunder Dragon. So one big thing about the deck that a lot of people don't realize is the reason why. So back in the day, not a lot of people have even thought about this. But back when the last time Colossus was at 3 was Master Rule 4. So what that means is in Master Rule 4, you could only summon a Fusion, Synchro, or Xyz to the extra monster zone or to a Link Arrow, right? So back in the day, the reason people used Instant Fusion is because in order to summon multiple Colossus, you needed to have a Link Arrow, or you just couldn't physically do it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
that's why people used Instant Fusion, because if you you need to have 2 bodies to be able to make this guy who was a Link monster and had a useless effect, but he was just a Link 2 that was a Thunder type monster. So he could be tributed off for like a Colossus, but you don't need to do that anymore. So you're actually going to be summoning more Colossus on average because you don't need to use 2 bodies to make a useless Link.
That's actually really helpful.
So the reason why I added in the Instant Fusion and the Ready Fusion is, for example, let's say this is like a new thing you can do, is that let's say you activated a Thunder Monster's effect this turn. So now you can summon Colossus via summoning condition, which is by tributing a Thunder effect non-fusion monster. Well, if you like used your normal summon already on like a Thunder Dragon Matrix or like an Aloof Lupine and they negated it and you can't do anything, if you have an Instant Fusion, you can summon Kaminari attack, and let's say you have like a Thunder Dragon Roar in hand, but no way to use it, right? You can actually summon Thunder Dragon Titan by his effect, which says by banishing 1 Thunder monster from your hand and a Thunder Fusion monster you control. So the Kaminari attack, if you summon him, you can just summon a Titan by banishing a Roar in your hand or a Dark and trigger their effect.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Because normally the way you would summon Titan like that is if you go into a Colossus first and then you have to banish him, right? But with the Instant Fusion, if they stop us, we can still like play the game.
Dude, that's crazy. No, that's awesome. I didn't realize that. That's just a way to just cheat out a summoning condition. Just cheat out a fusion Thunder. Okay,
And I was
makes
actually
sense.
considering running like a second Ready Fusion. But number one, the extra deck is already really tight, and I'd have to play more to like understand what I could even cut. Because a lot of the extra deck monsters, they're not really something you go into most games, but they're kind of like necessary for certain matchups specifically. So I would consider maybe side decking one of the extra deck cards, depending on like how it goes, and if it's necessary. The only issue is, it's like, okay, even though Instant Fusion is limited, it might actually still just be correct, even if it was unlimited, to play like 1 and 1, because they're both once per turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think.
And so that's like
the same.
because back in the day, what people used to do is they'd run 3 Instant Fusion, and then they run 1 Kaminari attack and 1 Relinquished, the Fusion guy. So because he lets you they actually came out with a more recent version that lets you equip their guy, and if you have equipped, you get a monster negate. Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
Millennium
That's
Ice.
correct,
Yeah. So people used to do that stuff where they play 1 Kaminari and 1 of the Relinquished dude. But then that was back when there wasn't that many extra deck cards. It wasn't as tight because we didn't even have IP in the Nightmares. Or no, I think we had the Nightmares, but nothing else.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. I love that Kaminari thing. Okay, cool. We got the deck here. Let's.
Okay. My favorite thing.
I just need to see it in action a little bit.
Yeah, I'll watch you play. My favorite thing about Thunder Dragon is the fact that you can run Denko Sekka in the side deck.
Denko Sector. Why does that sound really familiar?
Denko.
Oh, is that the floodgate?
It's the one that makes you it's a normal summonable 1700 monster that came out during Shaddoll format, and it says while it's face up on the field, neither player can activate face down spell and traps, but you have to control no spell or traps, and you also can't set any spell or traps.
Okay, yeah, that's the floodgate kind of guy. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a thunder monster.
Yeah.
So what I did at
That's cool.
the PPG tournament, where I topped, but didn't get top 16, I played multiple Denko Sekka because there was a lot of trap decks like Altergeist and stuff. And what you would do is after turn 1, if your Thunder Dragon Fusion is in the graveyard, when you banish it, you don't just have to add a Thunder Dragon monster. It's any Thunder type from the deck. So you could add a Denko Sekka and then combo, and they can't respond.
Okay.
Because you don't even need your normal summon in Thunder Dragon. At least in this version. Especially when you have instant fusion and stuff. Like, that's why I also, like, I didn't really want to have Solar. Because I wanted to play, I wanted to play Matrix. Because Matrix just drastically increases our chances to actually have a live interaction on our opponent's turn if we have a Titan on the field. So it's not just like a useless body. And on top of that, it's an additional normal summon. Like, if you don't have a Aloof Lupine, there's some situations where we can just normal summon Matrix and link it off into Relinquish Anima, activate its effect to search another copy. Then we can use Thunder Dragon Hawk in our hand to bring it back and still make a Colossus.
Okay, yeah, because you get the activation that you can get that out. Yep.
Because
okay,
sometimes
cool.
if you don't have an Aloof Lupine, you might not have a way to put a Thunder Dragon into the Banished or Grave to use a Hawk.
Right.
And that's also actually, that was one of the things I had to cut for the extra deck was the Relinquished Anima, because I felt like that came up too much. Because that's also an immediate link monster. So if we need to, we can make an SP Little Knight. Because SP Little Knight, in order to use the effect, you have to use it by one of the materials being from the extra deck.
Oh, I thought you still kept Anima.
So you can, if you summon SP Little Knight, you can summon it without, using a monster from the extra deck, but you will not be able to use the on-summon banish effect. You'll only have the quick effect to, chain it when someone activates a card to banish something. So that's actually, like, quite relevant.
Okay, yeah. Got it. Okay. Do you want to play each other? That way we can slow
My
down.
game's still downloading.
Okay. Oh, that's taking a while.
Yeah,
Is there
I
a-
didn't have any of the
Oh,
files
man.
downloaded. It's like
Yeah,
60%.
is there like a test hand trial option, right? I think that's how
Yeah,
the
it's right above.
before.
To the right. Yeah, you passed it. You just went over it. No, where the 3 buttons were. To the left.
3 buttons.
Yeah, above the
Buttons.
card
Oh,
image.
that's-
Yep.
yeah, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Enable deck shuffling, starting hand size.
Yes.
And then starting hand size is 5. Okay, so let's
Okay, let me go to the
So
bathroom real
basically-
quick. I'll be right back.
sure thing, and then we can just talk through the deck.
All right, sorry about that, brother.
All right, this is cool. So now we can kind of talk about what
Yeah.
pieces we're looking for, how
So-
to get to our end board.
One of the things I was going to say is like, I don't know, because I haven't gotten to play in person, so I don't know if I'm going to be main decking Ultimate Slayer or not, but I wanted to try it. Mainly because like I think it's going to be like valuable in the specific tournament I'm going to.
Yeah, and I think that's just a really good card right now too.
If I move it to the side deck, we may also side deck the XYZ.
Well, yeah, that's true. The meteor, the aggregate thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's see. Talk me through it like I'm a 5-year-old and haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in 15 years.
Okay, read your cards.
Yep, I have. So I know the most part. I think the only thing is like remembering all the new cards. That's the hard part.
This is a pretty linear hand. There's really only one play here.
Yeah.
So, first thing you need to remember, because sometimes like you can, when you're like just starting out with this deck, sometimes this can actually like trip you up. If you use one of the two effects, you can't use the other effect that turn.
Yeah.
So like, for example, if you were going second with this hand, during the end step, assuming they don't have a negate, we would probably cycle Dragon Dark so that we would have something in the grave in case we draw something that makes it live. But because we're going first, you don't want to use that effect because then you won't be able to search this turn.
Yep. Okay.
So so just go to the main phase. The only reason why it's prompting you in the draw phase is because it's asking if you want to discard it to add another copy, and that would like ruin your only play in this hand. So
because that's because that's a quick effect.
So yeah, because there's two effects. One, his quick effect, discard himself, add another copy of himself, which is mainly relevant to cycle during the opponent's first turn. Or if you have a Thunder Dragon Titan on the field on your opponent's turn, you can utilize that to give yourself a quick effect destroy from your Titan, right?
Yep.
The main effect is where if it's sent to grave or banished, he searches for any Thunder Dragon card. So, I mean, the clear line here is that you activate Allure of Darkness.
Okay, and then we're gonna get this to where we.
Yeah, so activate Allure of Darkness. Potentially, if you draw Dragon Roar, you'll probably banish him first because he's the best.
So
Don't chain.
No respond.
Yeah, don't chain. I think if you right-click it, it'll cancel. If you right-click when it asks you if you want to do something, I'm pretty sure it just like cancels out of it, so you don't keep have to hover. I think.
Okay, gotcha. Right, okay, and so then we get rid of this as being our only
Yeah.
card. So we
Exactly.
get that
There's
out,
actually.
and then we get that.
Yeah, so you activate that effect. There's actually some situations where you don't like have a you don't have any darks in your hand and your hand's like really botched to where you might actually want to just like set all your spell and trap cards and then flip over your allure. So that way like you can just risk it and hope you hit, but don't like discard your entire hand.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a good little tip there.
Yeah, because
Alright, so-
one thing I always forget from playing Fire Fist back in the day is that normal spells can be set and activated in the same turn.
Yep.
So that's actually like a very important interaction for stuff like Triple Tactics Talent. I just want to bring this up because we're in the situation right now. Like if we're IRL and you have a Triple Tactics Talent, what I would probably do is set my Droplet, set my Ultimate Slayer, and set my Harpies, and set my talents. Then I would flip over Allure. Because what that's doing is that guy, you're making the other guy think, okay, if I Ash this guy's Allure of Darkness, he obviously just set a bunch of defensive cards, so he's not going to be able to do anything for the rest of this turn. Because what you're making him think is that you don't actually have a dark monster in your hand, and so that you're doing that for the reason I just explained to you. But the reality is, if he negates that, you'll be able to TTT, and then you'll be able to draw 2 anyway without even having to discard, and he won't have his Ash anymore, which is really important because we'd much rather have him negate that than one of our Thunder Dragon effects, because both Roar and Dark can be ashed.
Yeah. Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good tip. It's just setting them down.
Yeah, that's something I learned from Sky Strikers. So really, you're thinking about, the main thing I'm thinking about is like, okay, how can I get a card that allows me to activate a Thunder Monster's effect in hand this turn so that I can use my Colossus by its summoning condition, right? So that's like the most important thing. So I think it's just like a clear choice here that you're just going to get Hawk.
That's one of our starter, right? So special someone.
I mean, it's not really a starter. It's an extender. Because you have to have something. Like, you have to do something to put something in the grave or banished.
Something in the grave. Okay.
Or banished.
Yep. So the starter, so you would, so basically,
Allure of Darkness is a starter.
Okay. Thunder Dragon Dark. Okay, was just Allure was a way to get Dark in there so we can.
Yeah, Thunder Dragon Dark isn't really even a starter. I guess, like, if you're going second, it kind of can be. Because then you're putting something in the grave. But that's also, like, you're going second. That doesn't really matter. You're doing during that guy's turn.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have here. You can discard special summon one of your Thunder Dragon monsters that is banished or in your graveyard. Okay, this card is banished or sent. If this card is banished or sent from the field to the graveyard, you can shuffle any number, then draw the same. You can. Okay, so basically we're going to discard this card
to special
get our dark deck.
So the second effect is actually thank you so much. Sorry, my mom just gave me some food. But so the second effect, I always think of it as a magical mallet, if you remember that from back in the day.
Yep.
The second effect actually affects one of the most important decisions in the deck, which is when you have a Thunder Dragon OG, deciding how many OG you want to add from deck to hand. Because Thunder Dragon OG can add 1 copy or 2 copies of itself, and the effect can be used any number of turns, or any number of times per turn. So there are some situations where you only have 1 Thunder monster in the graveyard, and you have a Thunder Dragon fusion, which you need 3 monsters to fuse with from grave, field, or banished in order to summon Titan off of fusion, right? So there's some situations where you want to use OG Thunder Dragon to add a second copy of itself, then use that second one to add the third one. So now that you just put 2 in grave, you actually have the materials to use that. One of the situations where you would want to activate it and add both copies to hand is if you plan on activating the magical mallet effect of Hawk, because then you could shuffle back 1 copy of the Thunder Dragon OG back into your deck, and you could use the OG in the same turn and just get it back again. Or you could just shuffle back both and just draw 2, right? So that, like, the implications of that effect are most applicable when you're, like, deciding whether you want to use OG Thunder Dragon. But this hand was pretty simple. I mean, you banish Dark, see what you draw, and then you go get a Hawk, because that's the only way you can make a double Colossus here. Now you just use your Hawk to get back your Dark, and then you contribute it to summon a Colossus, because then you have activated a monster in hand.
Yeah. So then, okay, and then now.
Yeah. So don't activate effect.
No, because that's gonna do the little mallet effect, and now our extra deck is live.
No, that wasn't the mallet effect. It was asking you if you wanted to use your Thunder Dragon Matrix in hand, which is a quick effect.
Okay.
It's a quick effect to give someone 500 attack, which is actually quite relevant because it's a permanent attack boost. And IRO, a lot of people forget that.
So it's not till the end of the turn.
No, it's just forever.
Awesome.
Because, like, if you think about it like this, like, Detonator, that's another reason why I think that Matrix may be impactful this format, is because Detonator is a 3,000 point monster and Colossus is 26. So if you activate Matrix, he is now 100 more than Detonator. So assuming their Detonator is like negated or has no materials, you can hit over it.
Yeah, Awesome, awesome.
And that can be used in the damage step. So you just make your Colossus here, and then you can summon Matrix and make a second Colossus. And that's basically like all we're doing.
So when do we use these here?
Do
we always?
No, you don't want to use that unless you have a link.
Yeah.
In general, you don't want to summon to that zone you're pointing to. Summon either to the middle or the left and right.
Okay, so don't, because most links point down.
Well, just for the odd chance that the other person also is playing Relinquished Anima, he could point to your card, and he could suck it up. Or yeah,
Good, yeah.
Yeah, because Anima lets you relinquish, but only if you point. It doesn't really matter because we're testing, but I always put in defense. Actually, you could put in attack. I think it's just better to put in defense.
Okay. Well, but even though the attack is higher.
Yeah, I would just rather put it in defense. Like, there's just like cheeky things people can do. Because for example, there may be a situation where the way that your opponent is able to out the board is by their monster being destroyed and sent to the graveyard. So if you leave in defense and their monster has less attack, they can't kill it. That's like one of the most common implications, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Man, there's a lot of little tips in here.
Well, yeah, we're just talking about general Yu-Gi-Oh theory. A lot of the things I've said are just like go for... That's what I'm saying, like Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah. I've heard a lot of people say this, and it can be further reinforced, that it's really impossible to get into Yu-Gi-Oh on any level without having a guide. Because the directions are shitty.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's these little things, and I played it before 15 years ago, too, but there's a lot of things I wouldn't know or wouldn't even think about. Like, there's...
Well, so many things have changed. Like, there's been so many facets of the game that it's legitimately a different game because... if we were talking back when you and me used to play, and let's say it's during like Insector, Dino Rabbit, or Gladiator Beast, no one would say anything to you about what zone you're placing in. That doesn't mean shit because there wasn't cards that like affected zones. You know, so that's like a new facet of the game.
Crazy.
And the only reason why like I'm like hyper like focused on that is because I've had a lot of people like shark me when they had like an infinite impermanence.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Man,
so
there's a lot. This is gonna take some practice and reps. Okay.
I think I just overcomplicated it because I just started spitting like random Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge. This is like a very simplistic hand compared to modern Yu-Gi-Oh. You're just summoning two.
Yeah, but it's okay because I like that those little tips will you know.
I'm sure the
people in defense position, what zones to play, like that's actually things I need to hear. So.
Yeah, I'm sure some people watching actually like want to like know that too.
Yeah, for sure.
So now you can just summon your Matrix, and because you've already used a monster in hand's effect, you can tribute it for a Colossus as well.
So
normal summon.
Normal summon. Yeah, because we
don't activate. Why? Oh fuck.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I missed.
No, you're good. You're good.
Usually the normal summons there.
Yeah, that gave your guy 500 attack. So I just reshuffled the deck and just restart.
Okay.
If you go over to the yeah, because so basically you were just gonna summon. It's at the bottom right. And then you just rematch. So what I was going to say is, so you tribute him for a Colossus because he's being sent to the grave. Then you would activate his effect, which says if he's sent from to grave or banished, he gets to search your deck for another copy. Now that's really relevant if you're able to make a Titan, because that means you're going to be able to make another Colossus, and you're going to have a quick effect to activate on the opponent's turn to trigger your Titan's ability to destroy something.
Okay. So Colossus is really, really easy to get out then. Because you need one effect and then just however many you can get in there. So if you can special summon like 2 or 3 different Thunder Dragons, you can make 2 or 3 Colossus.
Facts.
That's crazy because I thought for some reason I thought that every time you want to play Colossus, you have to reactivate an effect.
No.
So it's one effect can lead you to play all your Colossus.
I'm not gonna lie, like that's probably a common misconception because, like I said, until like literally like a month or two ago, you could only play one. Even when I played in the deck at like its most competitive point, you could only play 1 or 2. And when the only time that it was at 3 until now, the rules were completely different because of the you needing a link arrow to put your fusion out. So like it was completely different playstyle.
Now you could just throw them out there.
Yeah, like you were never that's the thing. It's like it seems broken, but you weren't always able to do that. Like, because you would have to link off into a shitty link. And remember back then, there was like no IP. The deck came out in like late 2018. So you just like summon a Link 2 that is a 1400 vanilla monster just so you can summon 2 Colossus. And it's like, okay, I'd use 4 monsters to make 2 Colossus instead of 2. That is so much different.
Yeah, that's crazy. That never, like, I never thought of it like that. That's actually insane.
So this is a very interesting hand. It may look simple, but let me think about this for a second.
Yeah, it looks simple,
Okay,
but
so
I actually don't really know the implications of Thunder Dragon Roar yet.
Yeah, okay. So let me think about this, because we have an
Yeah, I'm
opportunity.
loving this.
We have an opportunity to do a Titan line. So the obvious play here is that, like, if you just want to be like extremely basic, is that you could normal summon Matrix, link off into Anima, and then you use Hawk to revive it and search another copy of Matrix, and then you just make 1 Colossus. But then there's also the opportunity that I think is much better, is that you then fusion that in order to summon a Titan. Like that's just so much better. So you can normal summon. Basically, what I was telling you about the instant fusion thing. So you normal summon Matrix.
So no, this one normal summon
Yeah.
Matrix first. Okay, let's take it one step at a time and see.
So now link off into your Link 1.
So we have this one, right? And
Yeah, it's the only guy you can make.
yeah. Then throw here.
Now activate your Matrix in the graveyard.
Yep. So now he can add me another one.
Yeah. So now you go Hawk.
Okay. So now Hawk's ability. I'll walk through it. So we're gonna activate the ability.
Yeah.
That way we can special summon Matrix.
Yeah.
We special summon Matrix again. And now we have the Hawk's ability from hand. We
Yes.
have a Matrix on the field, so we can go into Colossus.
Yep. It doesn't really matter because we're going to get rid of it. Okay, so now go into the extra deck and summon Titan.
Okay, let me read through Titan again. It's been a while here. So 1 Thunder from your hand and 1 Thunder Fusion Control. So when it Thunder monsters, okay. So if we can either do 3 Thunder Dragons or special summon.
So this is actually very interesting because when I was telling you, when I played the deck, like arguably when the deck was at its like peak most competitive, you could only play 1 Colossus. So I basically like almost never in any like regional or like even at the Pro Play Games Tour banished my Colossus to summon a Titan. But like the main way you summon Titan is off Thunder Dragon Fusion.
Yeah.
Just to like shuffle back resources. But in so that's what I was saying, like there are like 2 lines here. Either you just like end here with your Colossus and that relinquish Anima, and maybe you use Dragon Roar's effect to discard and add Hawk. So then you have Hawk for next turn, and then your Roar is in the graveyard. So if they try to kill your Colossus, you can banish it to protect him and get a special summon. But I think this just like results in more bodies. So we can summon Titan by his ability by banishing our Colossus. And now we can banish our Thunder Dragon Roar from hand. See, because before this, we had no way to trigger Thunder Dragon Roar.
Yeah.
But because we summon it this way, we can. So now we can activate the effect.
So now
you
that one is
now you can go get your Thunder Dragon Dark.
so let me read Roar real quick. The field. Special summon. Return it to hand. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you want Thunder Dragon Dark.
Yeah. So the basic loop, and this is why people have used the Thunder Dragon engine, like in a lot of combo decks like Dragon Link, or even like I played it in Tearlaments, most people would play like 2 Roar, 1 Dark, 1 Hawk, just to like end with like a Colossus or end like with additional bodies. Because the Thunder Dragon archetype was really good at making Curious. Curious is the link.
So now we go into Colossus.
Curious is the Link 3 that was banned, that requires 3 monsters with the same attribute but different types, and on summon he lets you Foolish Burial. And so a lot of people just played that 1/1/1 engine in their deck to access it.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, so now you contribute off to make a Colossus, and then you'll get to search with your Thunder Dragon Dark.
And Thunder Dragon sent from the field to the graveyard.
So yeah, fuse effect. Can you click on your graveyard?
Yep.
You got a minus for a second.
And then.
Okay, so you have a dark light. Okay, so there's like 2 lines that you could do here. You can go back to, you can click the thumb to like look back at the deck. So there's like 2 lines that you could do here. Number 1, and this is where it actually like gets kind of like tricky. It's hard to say like what is better. So number 1, we could add Thunder Dragon Fusion, which like if your hand is good, my goal is to end on as many Colossus as possible while also putting a Thunder Dragon Fusion in the grave because it's your main form of follow-up. Because it lets you fusion by shuffling back monster from the graveyard or banished. But the secondary effect lets you banish it to add any thunder monster from deck to hand. And that's why I was telling you that I really like Denko Sekka in the side deck because it's searchable. Yeah. Unfortunately, that effect cannot be used the same turn it is sent to the graveyard. So it's very advantageous to put that in the graveyard. Now,
the follow-up, yeah.
Yeah, because then next turn, one important thing to note is that, like, for, like, recursion purposes, let's say you use Thunder Dragon Fusion, and then the turn goes back to you. Even though you can't use the graveyard effect in the same turn it was sent there by you activating it, you can do it vice versa. So what you can do is you can banish Fusion to add Roar from deck to hand. And Roar's secondary effect says you can discard him to add any Thunder Dragon card from graveyard or banished back to hand. So usually on turn 3, you'll banish Fusion, add Roar, and then discard Roar, add back Fusion, and you're allowed to use the Fusion summoning effect in the same turn.
Really? Okay.
So that way,
line says you can only use each effect of it once per turn. Oh,
you can only use each effect, but the secondary effect can't be used the same turn it's sent to grave. So that's why I'm saying, it works reverse, but it doesn't work in the order of you activate it, then use it from the grave. So that's like very valuable. But so it's either you do that and then you make a Titan, because unfortunately, in order to summon Colossus via his actual summoning condition, one of the 2 monsters you use has to be OG Thunder Dragon. And we don't have that, and we have no way to add that. So basically, if you added this fusion and activated it, you would be using it to make a Titan. And that also removes your resources in the grave, which could be used to protect either your Colossus or Titan, because you're going to have to shuffle them back into the deck. So that's why I say this is like a really difficult position, because on one hand, like, we want to put Thunder Dragon Fusion into the graveyard, but it also doesn't like allow us to make a Colossus. We'd be getting a second Titan, and honestly, it might be like worthwhile in that situation to just link off Relinquished Anima and the second Titan to make an SP Little Knight, just to have like a quick effect, like banish 1 card you control and 1 card they control during their turn. I'm more like aggressive, so probably what I would do is just add Thunder Dragon Duo, because we've already activated all Thunder Dragon effects this turn. So this is the only guy that gets us an additional body, which will allow us to make another Colossus.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's just a Blackluster Soldier, so you can special summon him by banishing a Light and Dark. So that would give us another Colossus, but then we like also no longer have a Thunder Dragon Fusion in the grave. But I'm willing to risk it, because I just feel like other decks have better grind than us. So in my opinion, I'm just like, I'd rather have another Colossus to lower their chances of actually breaking it.
Gotcha. What type of deck would you consider this?
Mid-range.
This deck, mid-range? Okay, I like mid-range. Cool. Okay, so then we're going to special this guy. Light and Dark.
I would have banished the other guy.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Keep that. this guy. Keep the other light.
Yeah, because you already have one in hand.
Yeah.
That might actually like be relevant because both your Colossus and your Titan have an ability that says for Titan, if he would be destroyed by card effect, you can banish any 2 cards from your graveyard and protect him. That's not once per turn. For Colossus, you have to banish a Thunder monster, but Colossus also protects himself from destruction by battle as well. And so, if we would have left that Hawk in the graveyard and they had to attack over our Colossus, we would banish our Hawk to protect it, and that's where you could trigger the hand shuffling effect of Hawk.
Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, that's relevant when it's banished. This one's, I mean, we're gonna make a
yeah, you're gonna tribute for a Colossus,
so it don't matter. But I don't like leaving a 0 defense on there.
A lot of people actually don't like that card. I like that card a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's good in the grind game.
I like that. Yeah, I can see why people wouldn't like kind of emptying out their trash a little.
Well, no, it's also just like because the game is like so fast. I like it because I know that a lot of games in this format are going to go more than 1 turn. And in the grind game, the card is really good. And one interesting fact is, to my knowledge, that is the only card that allows you to interact with face-down banished cards. And our deck plays 3 Pot of Desires. So, Thunder Dragon Duo, his effect says during the end phase of your opponent's turn, I think you get to put 1 card from the banished pile on the top of your deck. One of your banished cards placed on the top or the bottom of the deck, which actually came up for me quite a bit back in the day. Because if you use a Pot of Desires, and let's say you banish both your Thunder Dragon fusions from Pot of Desires, if that survives, you can take one of the face down cards and put it back on the top of your deck to draw.
Okay.
And that's
relevant.
Legitimately, I think that is the only way in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! To interact with the cards that you lose from Pot of Desires. Also, the other effect is quite relevant when you're going second, because when it destroys a monster by battle, you get to banish any card from your graveyard and add a Thunder monster from deck to your hand. So technically, you can also add Denko Sekka.
Oh, snap.
Well, but he's also banishing something.
Thunder, yeah.
He's also banishing something from the grave, so he can also trigger another Thunder monster effect. If you have like a Thunder Dragon Roar, you're not only searching, you're also special summoning, which also like creates a. I know that isn't chain block, but like that's just good.
Yeah, and it's just another plus and plus. And okay, yeah, no, that's why it's so good in the grind. You're just getting to manipulate resources a lot. An
important thing to remember about Thunder Dragon Titan is it has the clause that says when a Thunder Dragon when a Thunder Monster's effect is activated, not if. So what that means is, in order to activate his effect to destroy 1 card on the field, he has to respond to the activation of your Thunder Monster's effect, and that's really important. So what that means is, if I activate, let's say I activate Thunder Dragon Matrix, and my opponent responds with a quick effect, like let's say they Forbidden Lance their own monster, I cannot chain my Thunder Dragon Titan because I'm no longer responding to my own Thunder Dragon monster's effect. So
does it have to be like a chain 1, chain 2 type thing?
It has to happen immediately after. So the best time to do it is like, let's say they activate a spell speed 1 effect, so like a normal spell card or a monster effect, then you would chain your Thunder Dragon Matrix, and then if they don't respond to the quick effect of your Matrix to give someone 500 attack, then you have the opportunity to activate your Titan. Basically,
so if they do respond, then I miss timing.
Yeah, you basically just can't activate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And that's really important. So basically, like, if you're the only 2 quick effects are Matrix and Dark to add himself. If you're activating either of those on your opponent's turn, your opponent gets a chance to respond, and if they don't respond, then you can Titan.
So you just have to hope they don't have anything to respond, basically.
Yeah, they have to have like a random quick effect, but they also may not know that because it's like an old card.
Yeah.
On Master
That's good
Duel,
that
people
you
don't
can take
understand
games
that.
by surprise. Yeah, but you can like take games by surprise in person here, which is pretty nice. Because ain't nobody ready to play this deck. Play against this deck.
That's also why you want to like set it
Looks like
up.
you set up the
You want to set it up for when your opponent like is already in a chain. You know, so like what's a card that you're familiar with? Like a meta card.
a meta card that I'm familiar with.
Yeah. Do you know what do you know what Salamangreat does?
No, not really.
Okay.
It's like during the time when I didn't play.
Do you understand what like Snake Eye does?
Also, not really. I skipped that
Okay.
completely.
Basically you just want to
back to the meta right now. Yeah.
basically all I'm trying to say, because I can't really like give like a good example that you would know, is like let's say your opponent plays a card that says it has an on summon effect that discards a card as a cost, and they're like, okay, I activate the effect of my monster discarding this, then as chain link 2 I activate the effect of my monster in the graveyard, right? Well, then I would wait for them to declare those chains. Then I would activate my matrix, and then they basically already used their quick effects, so I can now use my Titan.
Okay, because your matrix will be after.
Yeah, you want to like
Yep. It's just
if you can set it up where they're like they've already declared all the chains for their combo, you're Gucci.
Okay, that makes sense.
It
at least remember like spell speed and chain.
Yeah, it also does like I think a part of it depends on like understanding like what the other guy's deck actually is playing, because then you'll know whether it's gonna work or not.
Yeah, let's just take practice. We can run a bunch of games against a meta on here afterwards and just kind of like understand it. Once I learn the deck, I'll like learn some Rizal stuff for you.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I just need to see some examples and run through it. It's not hard. Like I've played the actual Yu-Gi-Oh stuff before years ago, so it's just remembering it and recognizing certain interactions.
Facts. I'm gonna go put this plate up. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, I'm back for good now.
Alrighty.
Let me see if my game's done. Okay, my game's done. I gotta connect to my Discord, I think.
This is making a lot of sense. I think it's just practice. I'm gonna go order the deck on TCG Player after this.
Yeah, I mean, it's cheap as fuck.
Yeah, I should easily be able to like get this in a couple of days, sleeve it up, and like just practice.
Get it in a couple of days, dude. If you're getting it in a couple of days, you're like ordering from a different TCG player than me. Because I don't know if I told you this, but I plan on making a video about how the quality control of TCG player has drastically declined over the years. Because I've been ordering from there since I was like 12 years old in 2012. And back in the day, in the video, I'm going to go through my order history. And for like the first 3 years that I would order stuff, I had like one error with the package. Now, in recent years, I've ordered a lot of different deck cores for old school decks. And at least one package out of every order has some kind of issue. Most recently, some guy sent me, he didn't pay for the postage on my package. So what happened is the post office sent me a letter in the mail and they're like, you need to come pay the postage for this or we're going to come after you. Like we're going to send creditors after me. And I reported the guy, and that's the thing, is like when these issues happen, there's no disciplinary action on TCG and these people keep doing it. They like one guy, I ordered a card that was like $50. The guy didn't even put it in a sleeve, let alone a top loader. He sent it to me in the you know what Canada Dry is?
Is this like
the drink?
Soda?
Yes, the drink.
Oh,
so there was no
yeah.
sleeve, no top loader. The guy sent it to me in a cardboard excerpt of one of those Canada Dry 12 packs.
Oh my goodness, dude.
And I'm like, wait. And I'm like, dude, I don't even vend, but every time I order something, I always keep the top loaders, and I have a bunch of like random sleeves that when I do sell something to someone, that I always just have. A top loader literally will cost you 15 cents. Why, like, can you just not do that, you know?
Yeah. Jeez.
And numerous times,
they have good reviews and people ordering from them.
yes.
You would think
And you know what happens is like, this one guy, he like was like, I reported, because basically I ordered 3 copies of this ultimate rare Herald of Orange Light, and it was like a card that I knew was gonna go up, but I ordered it for my old school. I ordered it for my old school deck, and what ends up happening is it ends up coming off of the ban list, and the guy refunds me for the order, and I just left a review, and I was like, I don't know this for certain, but seller refunded me, and it just so happened to occur right when the ban was lifted and the card drastically increased in price, and my order was placed before the announcement made, but the guy, as soon as the announcement was made, he refunded me. He's like, sorry, we don't have those in the inventory. It's like, yeah, right, you're just trying to get like an additional $30 a pop from these, and the people just repost them. So I just left a review, and I think I gave the guy like 3 out of 5 stars. Like, I wasn't even being harsh, you know? And I didn't even say 100% like did it. I was like, just be aware, like, this may have happened. And the guy sent me a message, and he was like threatening me. He was like, I'm gonna report you to TCG Player, you're like scum, and like started saying this stuff to me. I don't check the messages on TCG, but I get on there like a month later, and the guy had sent me like multiple more messages like harassing me, and I'm like, what? Like, there's no punishment. And that's so common, bro. That's so common that they refund off the ban list.
Yep. They do that in One Piece a lot. Because like cards in One Piece are so volatile.
Yes.
And they like jump up in prices so hard. So my friend would order something, wait a little bit, and then see that it gets refunded because it went up like a bunch overnight or something.
Yep.
And then he'd say, sorry, we don't have it. He's like, and then my friend would leave a 1-star review, and he would basically say exactly what you said. And then the guy was like, hey man, like it's just a like he would comment. He's like, it's just a bait. It's just a small mistake. It happens. We have a lot of like products and stuff. Sometimes we don't track it right. So it just how it happens that like we don't have it in stock at that point. But then it was reposted at the higher.
Yeah,
price.
that's so toxic. You know?
Yeah, I was like, dude, fuck
Yeah,
that.
and there's no repercussions against that. And that's what I wanted to make a video about, because legitimately, I'm telling you, because I order these decks so that I can create videos to do these old school formats with my friends. And what happens is it takes 3 weeks to get all the cards in. So by the time I get in, these 30 cards, and then this one order goes missing, I can't make the video or play with the deck until I have this specific card. So then I have to reorder it from another seller, and that takes another 3 weeks. And so then it's like, it's taking 6 weeks just for me to film this content and build this deck. And that's why I'm like, you're saying you're going to get the cards in like 3 days? Like, that's fucking crazy to me, because that like never happens to me. I've had multiple orders this year where one it was like a big company, it might have been Core TCG. They legitimately sent me the wrong card. The first person, and this is the other issue I have, the people who say, sorry, I don't have the card, every single time, I think you have up to 10 days to ship the card on TCG, which is really scummy. Dude, if you're a big time seller with all these volumes, I know you can just go ship it, because I know these people. They go to the post office every single day. These people, they waited until 10 days after it was like time to like ship the card. So I'm receiving all the other stuff, and the guy tells me, sorry, we didn't actually have the card. And I'm like, fuck, okay. So I need this one specific card to make this video. I reorder it. I reorder it. The guy, it was a Sylvan card called Sylvan Princess Sprout. And I order it, and there's another card called Sylvan Princess Sprite. And that one's an XYZ, which was not the card I ordered. The person sends me the XYZ instead because they had it mislisted. So then I have to reorder it. And these people aren't alerting me this until like multiple weeks. So essentially, I waited almost 3 months to receive one card so that we could record an old school video from 4 different sellers. And then I had a guy who sent me someone else's completely other order, and they wanted me to go on their email them a picture of this stuff. I send them the email, and then like they don't actually like have the card. And it goes down to this thing where it's like, okay, I order everything with the bundle, the card optimizer, right? I don't know if you do that.
Yeah.
So I order with the card optimizer, and it adds all this stuff to the cart, and I click on the basket of like whatever the fewest amount of sellers, because I want to mitigate these fucking risks. Like, I don't care if I'm spending more money. I want to mitigate these issues. So I do that, and then it turns out 8 days later or whatever, the guy's like, oh, sorry, we didn't have this one specific card from your order. And I'm like, everybody else has already shipped. I've actually already received all my other cards, and this guy's not even shipped yet. Because there were other items in that order that he did have, but he hadn't shipped them to me yet. And he's just letting me know like 8 days later. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Okay. So then I'm like, okay, cool. I replaced a new order with some more stuff, including that thing I needed to reorder. And the guy said it was an inventory error. I reordered this 2 days later. I used the card optimizer. It, without me knowing, adds back that same card that the dude said it was an inventory error on, and we go through this process again, waiting another week. I'm like, if it is an inventory error, and I'm waiting 2 to 3 business days, how are you not removing this from the website?
Yeah, because with the optimizer, they just add it, like you don't really.
Yes, no, like I didn't mean to order from this guy, but it just added it to again, and then the guy takes another 8 days to let me know that, and then he ends up sending me someone else's order, and I'm just like, bro, this is like. But sorry, I just had to rant about the TCG player because I'm foreshadowing the hype for the downfall of TCG.
Man, that's.
You heard it here first.
I haven't had any issues yet so far.
You're a lucky bastard. I was wondering if it was mainly with Yu-Gi-Oh. But what I was going to say is
Yu-Gi-Oh I ordered a long time ago on TCG player.
Yeah.
Like 2010, 2009 and stuff.
Well, back then it was good. I never had any issues then. And that's like the premise of the video is that I have been ordering for 10 plus years, and I have data to show how many issues I've had in the past 3 years versus the like past 10. And it's actually astronomically crazy. Because, like, I don't like to report, like, I don't want to report this person just because they gave me a dinged up card. I'll just fucking keep it. I'm going to play with it. Whatever, you know? But, like, when this stuff happens where I actually just can't record the video, it's fucked. And you heard it here first. The downfall of TCG was the eBay acquisition. As soon as eBay acquired TCG Player, the quality control drastically dropped. and now there's no, I guess, responsibility, because when an issue happens, TCG doesn't punish any of the sellers.
And then there's a whole thing where like people were sponsored by TCG, then they dropped that because of the union strike and all that. Like that I saw a while back. So there's just a lot going on with it right now. I just want a place to get cards, man.
Really, I didn't hear that. Oh yeah, so that's what really kicked me out of Yu-Gi-Oh in the beginning, because some people don't know this. I didn't know this for a while, but a new product comes out in Yu-Gi-Oh every single 3 weeks. That is the fastest product rate. Sometimes multiple every 3 weeks. But that's like the fastest release out of any game. People are complaining right now that there's going to be 6 sets next year for Magic the Gathering. Bro, there's a product every 3 weeks in Yu-Gi-Oh! And so what happens is, one of the reasons I stopped playing had to do with the fact that the rarity collection stuff, the tins, it made my 2 friends, who were the only vendors in the greater Tulsa area, get out of the game, because they had a $70,000 collection of inventory. And with these reprints of all these, 25th anniversary quarter century rares, it dropped the value of their inventory from $70,000 to $6,000 overnight. And so these people were like, I'm not going to do it anymore, because there's no security in buying these high value staples when they're just going to reprint it at a similar high rarity. So because those people are out of the game and a new product comes out every 3 weeks, I want to go to a tournament. I go through this cycle. If I order on TCG, it takes 3 weeks to get in, even if I don't have any issues. And by the time I get it, if it comes on time, I will have 1 week to use those cards before the strategy is invalidated, or I have to order even more to make it keep going. And that's excluding the aspect of whether or not I have the money to keep doing that, right? So it's just a continuous money pit. But you live in a bigger area, so I don't know your situation.
Yeah, like there's always active players and things. And
Yeah, you might be able to get stuff locally.
Yeah, there's a lot of shops here that have stuff.
What deck do you want me to make?
I guess you can practice some Yugioh.
Okay. I will.
You can pop through it.
Okay, I'll like copy a deck list.
Yeah, and then that way you can just kind of know what you're up against.
Yeah.
So we can
I'm probably gonna play a pure Yugioh deck.
Yeah.
Just because like I'm learning the Fiendsmith stuff is like gonna just it's gonna overcomplicate things for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Let's just learn the peer here and then like figure it out, the playstyle, and then like you can learn how to beat the Fiendsmith stuff later.
For sure.
The hard thing with Yu-Gi-Oh right now is I just want something that like, like I can just play for a while. And I guess with Yu-Gi-Oh, like the fact that like there's no rotation, you'd think that that's what's gonna happen, but then power creep comes in and you kind of decks become unplayable anyways. But like I like stuff like this right now, where you're playing a deck that came out in 2018 and you can still play it right now. That's pretty cool to me. Yeah.
I mean, arguably there is the deck is like new, like it is like a similar strategy, but there are a lot of new additions to the deck that do like change like what is played, because also I don't think Forbidden Droplet Forbidden Droplet came out as Thunder Dragon was just going down. Like it wasn't like, a part of the meta. It had just been incredibly nerfed and no one played it anymore, right? So, but Forbidden Droplet has a high synergy with the Thunder Dragon engine in general, because number one, we have card effects that activate in the graveyard, and we also have ways of generating free pluses with our Thunder Dragon OG, or even just putting your Thunder Dragon Fusion in the graveyard for next turn, even though you can't legally activate it, right? That's like something that was not possible the last time Thunder Dragon was actually legal. But that does like change what you're doing in the deck.
And
it's
really looking into Droplet right now. That's pretty strong.
Oh yeah. I was gonna send you like a list of like hand traps I would recommend that you like get, and Droplet was one of them.
Sure. Yeah, definitely, just so I can like have it.
Especially while it's cheap. I will say that like also I would have recommended this to anyone who this guy's playing Palm Raziel. I don't know if that's good. Carson, stop. Sorry, my dog was trying to like get into something that he didn't need to get into. But yeah, this guy, he's playing this I just found this list on Yu-Gi-Oh deck. I just Google searched it, and it's running this card I've never seen anyone play, but whatever. It seems like there may not it feels like there's not enough cards in the Ryzeal like engine.
I don't think so, because there's only one set.
So I guess this guy's, do you play 2 field spell? Is that correct?
I think so.
This guy's, I just don't understand why you would want 2 when it's a hard once per turn thing and you can shuffle back cards, but whatever. This guy also plays 2 plug-in. I feel like that's like not good. Okay, I'm looking at a different list. This list just seems fucking whack. I'm gonna look at this one from TCG player. I'll try to be fast.
Take your time. It's just something that, you know, just so we can get familiar.
Yeah, this will definitely help.
Yeah, learn how it works and stuff too.
Honestly, I've recently gotten like back into like I've actually been enjoying Master Duel recently.
Yeah, I'm gonna start playing that with you.
Just also because like I tried to stream it when it first came out, but no one was like. That was before I'd like been like making content consistently on this channel, and for me, it's like I just don't really want to be. I'm not gonna like be streaming if it's like if there's literally no one. You know, that's just kind of a waste of my time because in my opinion, like that used to be somewhat of a like an okay strategy. Is just being consistent over time. Like that's how I got on the recommended page of Rumble and had like 700 people watching me for like 6 hours. So like that can work, but realistically from streaming, the only way you can actually like develop an audience is by making YouTube videos and or making shorts / clips from the videos to get people, or from the streams to get people to watch. Like no, the ages of just like streaming and hoping people find you is over.
Fortunately, yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I don't want to just like, that's why like, that, even though I was super into Yu-Gi-Oh, I didn't want to do it back then. Because I just felt like it was a waste of my time, you know? I'd rather be making like an actual video. And also I think that there was less of an audience for it, for sure. Like when Master Duel first came out, I'm not going to lie, it had a lot of issues in the regard that like it was so freaking broken that it was like, okay, either you play Adamantipator or you play that other deck, Drytron, and they were just both full in combo decks where it was like, all right, do you have Maxi? No, go next game. Now it's at a point where number one, there are a lot of decks that can actually play through Maxi. In the beginning, other than playing Eldritch, I don't think there was a single deck that actually like was mid range that you could like. Someone max C's and you still end on something, right? And that's why I've been enjoying it more. It's because like the tier limit deck, okay, I've been losing to people who are playing an FTK deck, but that's like a separate thing. When I play that deck, if they go max C, I can at least like go for 1 fusion, add a trap card, and I end on something, and I don't give them too much advantage. I don't feel like I auto lost, right? In the beginning of Master Duel, you just couldn't even do that.
It's worth like me playing right now too, just practicing and having fun. That way, just getting more and more familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Of course, like the meta's different, but it's a way to play with people. I can play with you on there. I can grind the ladder. I can try to improve all that stuff. You know.
That's facts. I wish that I would have been playing during the last DC Cup.
Yeah, I'm gonna play some Master Duel tonight too. What deck would you recommend on there right now?
Whatever the, I would just look on Master Duel meta. Whatever, deck, like, you want to play. Currently, the meta right now, the meta is going to slightly change because there's a ban list that's already announced, and it's going to be implemented on the 7th or the 8th, I think. It basically hits the Tenpai deck. And the Tenpai deck is just the most, like, toxic deck in the game. Yeah, do you know what Tenpai does?
Yeah, but I've been hearing people talk about it a lot because it got hit on the TCG too.
Yeah, you probably heard me yelling about it on the stream too.
Yeah.
Basically, you just go second, and the entire gimmick of the deck is you have a field spell that says during main phase 1, your monsters are unaffected by card effects. And so then you go to the battle phase. Okay, you can't use, like effect failure and shit anymore because the battle phase. And your stuff, like, just can't be targeted. So then you're in the battle phase, and all the effects activate in the battle phase that say, like, you can synchro summon, and your opponent just, like, can't respond or do anything.
Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah, because basically, the field spell also has a secondary, or 3 effects. The unaffected, then it also gives you a free search, so you get what you want. And then the third effect is, if this field spell card is destroyed, you may double the attack of a monster you control. So you can synchro into Trident Dragon, which is an old-ass card back in the day, that's a level 10 synchro, and it says... Yeah, it's a level 10 synchro. It used to be using Dragoonity. And it says that you can destroy a card you control, and then this card can make, like, 3 attacks in 1 turn. So you just make that, like, 6,000 attack, and you can attack 3 times. And
You pop your field spell. And,
yeah. Well, there's a way you can do, like, 50,000 damage. Like, the built-in synchros themselves basically do the same thing. And each time the synchros are, like, summoned, they get to, like, pop something if they're in the grave. And if you've attacked more than 3 times per turn, this turn, you can summon them back and then pop something. So you can attack, like, 3 times with a synchro monster that has 3,000 attack, put it in the graveyard, because you can synchro again in quick effect in the battle phase, and just keep summoning it back.
I remember Trident Dragon. I played the structure that came out.
Yeah.
About 3 copies, and yeah, I played that deck.
But it was way more fair than this bullshit.
I tried to make Cyber Dark Dragonity work back then.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so that's why people hate Tenpai, because it's basically like in normal constraints of Master Duel, most people understand that because it is best of 1, you need to play some cards for when you lose the die roll, right? So because Tenpai is or was the most popular deck, you basically can't afford to do that. And that's what happened during the Duelist Cup, which is a 3-day event where you grind for rank points and then you get to qualify for Worlds and you get, like, gems and stuff too. So if you were trying to be competitive in that, at one point, like, Tenpai was like 50 or 60%. And if you actually build your deck like a good Yu-Gi-Oh player and include some going second board breakers, because your deck is so good that if you go first, you expect to win, you just get farmed to Tenpai, because their deck is so good at going second. So it's single-handedly warped the game around the deck, where now in like in the main deck, you see people on the ladder who are just main decking 3 Solemn Judgment, 3 Solemn Warning, and if they go second, they just, like, quit out because they're just expecting to, like, counter Tenpai. So it's, like, really toxic because you go second against someone and they're, like, not even Tenpai, but they just have, like, multiple main deck Solemn Judgments. And you're like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you playing this?
Just to beat, yeah, literally just to beat that.
Yeah, so it's kind of just, like, hurting the game a lot, but I haven't really found it to be terrible. I've beaten it quite a bit because the people who play it are fucking brainlit.
Yeah. And then, well, once that deck's hit, yeah, that'd be good. I'll jump in and play and learn a couple things because I think that'll help. That'll help and that'll be fun too. That's a way to keep, like, improving Yu-Gi-Oh! That's different from the physical card.
What is?
To get the cards. How hard is it to get the cards without, like, paying for it, like paying free and playing for free?
Depends. Like, do you have a new account or do you already have an account?
I have an account and I've played through most of, like, the beginning tutorials and stuff. Those games already. I try to get some branded or something.
Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, basically, you run out of once you run out of your like, they have, like, this terrible system. I've heard a lot of people explain it that, like, you run out as a new player, you join, and it's like you do the let's say, like, the Ally of Justice, like, story mission, and you don't know anything about the game, right? So you're and then as soon as you do the first, like, Ally of Justice story mission, it's like it's time to go to the shop. So then you're like, okay, I mean, this deck seems pretty good. So then what ends up happening is the free-to-play player just drops all their gems on the pack that they took you to in the store, and they end up with a pile of fucking garbage to where they have no gems, and they can't make a single deck.
Yeah, I hear people say that a lot. So that's why there's like a lot of channels saying like, here, don't do this. Save your gems to build a deck. You open these packs if you want this deck. These packs if you want the other deck. So I put a lot of
okay, honestly, what I've realized is like, if you don't want to spend money and you want to build a specific deck, you basically need to build that deck while the secret pack is around. So for example, Tenpai recently came out and the deck has like 6 or 7 URs, because what they're trying to do is a lot of not only like at the once your like gems run out, that they like top load you don't have gems to build decks, but you need to dedicate a certain amount of gems towards making like staples, right? Mm-hmm. So what they've been doing with this past year, and a lot of people have been pissed about it, is that every time they come out with a new pack, for example, the Tenpai deck, it's like almost all ultra rares. And that's really fucking toxic. But they're doing that, is what a lot of people suspect, is because most of the people who have been playing for a long time, once they have the staples, they don't need to craft them again, right? So if the new decks were like reasonably priced, you probably wouldn't feel inclined to spend money because you don't need to like craft staples and shit.
Yeah, and as long as and if I'm investing and I play it, I really don't mind spending money. So
yeah, like I said, but like I said, you just need to like focus on, if you're actually like trying to be efficient, you want to focus on only building a deck when the secret pack is around. So for example, like the what I was saying is the Tenpai deck, it's drastically cheaper if the secret pack for it is only available for like 45 days or something. So if you craft the deck by opening those packs, and you can, that pack has a chance for you to pull all the ultra rares for that archetype, that is very economical. Once that's over, like for example, that's why I had to spend money, because there's no pack, like the pack for tier limits for some of the stuff is no longer available. It can only be caught in master packs. So I basically had to hard craft a lot of URs, and that made it expensive.
Okay, yeah. What decks are you good at in Master Duel?
Right now I just built the tier deck. I have a pure Thunder Dragon and a Bestial Thunder Dragon, and then I have a Snake Eye Fire King.
You think Thunder Dragon is good in Master Duel as well right now? If I were to build that, since it carries over to real life a bit.
I mean, I would argue it's way better on Master Duel.
Yeah.
Because they have Sprite Elf. Fire King Snake Eye.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really interested.
That's a tier 2 deck. It's more of a Fire King deck, to be honest, because the Snake Eye is just really like a small package, because basically all of the Snake Eyes are limited. Mainly all the Snake Eye package does is I activate it, they hand trap it, and then I just go into the Fire King engine. So it's kind of just like more copies of Call by the Grave.
Gotcha.
But that was that deck that whenever you were like, I'm trying to track what's going on. That's like one of the most complicated decks in the game, because there's like all these lines and shit.
Yeah. Is there like test hands and stuff in Master Duel too? Or ways in Master Duel to kind of learn a deck?
You can do test hands, yeah.
Okay, cool.
You can't like play out the cards. You can only draw your hand.
Okay. So maybe maybe I can build some Master Duel decks on Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega and like practice like this too, because I think the hard part is just like, it's just the game itself. You know, there's so much going on and know what to do for each part. But yeah, I can definitely do that. I'll find a deck in Master Duel, we'll do that, and then since that would be like a grinding for rank type of thing and improving, I can definitely do some like paid coaching with you too and stuff.
No, it's all good. You don't need to give me any money.
Well, at least I'll send you some stuff or something, bro. Come on.
I'd rather you just like use your, like, if you're gonna give me money, I'd rather it be for like making videos that you're like actually like getting like value.
Yeah, I'll definitely send you a lot of videos and stuff for that.
For sure. And like I said, like you can just pay me like whatever like works for you. Like whatever like you can like consistently afford, like I'm cool with.
Yeah. Sounds good to me, man. I like the partnership we have here. It's gonna help me a lot.
For sure. I mean, number one thing is like I don't want. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out this last card that I don't have in this stupid deck. I'm looking at this list, but it's not like an illustrated list. It just shows the ratios. So like it's in like text form, so it's difficult for me to see what I'm missing.
Gotcha.
Okay, bonfire, cross, plug-in. Do I have a call by the grave? I have a talons.
Yeah, and I just have most of the staples
Resident
and everything
Plasma.
here. So like, if I want to get like just a couple cores for the deck, it should actually be pretty easy to play this deck. For a meta deck too.
Yeah, like I said, like I might have like certain IRL staples that like I just like ship to you because I have a lot of like shipping supplies, so I could just like ship it to you for free if I have it. Like I don't know, like it just depends on like what you if you like send me a list of like what you like end up needing, I can like check because if Ortiz like has any of the stuff, then he'd give it to me too.
For sure, yeah. Grind on Master Duel, I'll start going to locals and stuff. I just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh again. And sometimes it's just hard. Like I don't really have a lot of people that play it. Everyone's dropped the game for One Piece and other stuff. And every time I want to return to Yu-Gi-Oh, you're like the only guy I know. So I'm like, okay, well, let's play something, let's do something, let's learn something. Because like I like complicated, hard stuff. I don't mind that as long as it's somewhat.
That's
fair,
why I like the game. Is because like it's like a progression thing. The main aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh is I feel like it's really hard to cap out on skill. Like unless it's just like the Snake Eye format I played where it was a hand trap check. There's like a lot of times in Yu-Gi-Oh where it's like, okay, no matter what, because Yu-Gi-Oh's always been more about understanding what everybody else's deck does than your own deck. It's like the bigger skill, like you can never like cap out at like being good. Like you can always just know more, right? So like you can always improve.
Right, exactly. And I think I like that, knowing that there's an ongoing process. I think it's hard when things change so much though to stay relevant.
Yeah, that's why it's so difficult. It's because like a new deck comes out and it's like, oh, it's a new fucking game, especially in the modern era. I feel like back in the day, if you let's say you took a break during Dino Rabbit format and you came back and it's Fire Fist format, it's not that big of a jump, right? Like a lot of the fundamentals that you learned are going to carry over. But then in this, it's like, oh, I had to, especially because, dude, Snake Eye was fucking complicated. And I didn't like that. It was so fucking complicated to know what to play around. And I could never get good because these people would fucking scoop against me. So I couldn't, like, because I'm a very, like, hands-on person. Where, like, if it's a complicated combo where you have to do everything in a specific sequence, I really need to, like, hold the physical cards and do it in a real situation to actually, like, know it by heart. But I could never do that because every tournament I go to, as soon as I reveal that I have a Snake Eye Ash, and if the guy doesn't have a hand trap, he's like, let's go game 2. And I'm like, dude, like, I need to know the combo.
Yep. I'm like that too, exactly. That's why, like, you're showing me the stuff on here, but I need to order the cards, get them in, and actually have them in my hand and practice the muscle memory of finding certain cards and putting the right cards down.
Exactly. That's why
I like I like the combos enough because I don't think I told you I used to play fighting games competitively.
No, you didn't say that.
Yes, I would like sit in front of the game like Street Fighter or Dragon Ball Fighters or something, and I would spend hours getting the muscle memory on my finger and execute some super crazy combos. And I just do that over and over because I'm what they call like a lab monster. I like just sitting down and understanding every little bit of a character or deck on my own and do all of that first before I jump into a game because I want to know what to replicate. So
I feel that.
Yeah, that's why I reached out to you in the very beginning, even with One Piece, to get your help because like I like just skipping a lot of the phases of like the knowledge stuff and then let's get me to the reps that I need to do.
Yeah, well, like you want to like you want to feel like validated for the amount of time that you want to feel like the amount of time that you're putting in is actually like worth it, you know? Like kind of like min-maxing, you know? Like you don't want to just be that was like one of the things where it's like I'm like very big on like telling people like if you are playing One Piece, whenever I was like helping a lot of people in One Piece, is when you are trying to like get good or prepare for this tournament, I stopped going to locals because the average person at my locals was not that good, and the next like I'm not trying to like boost myself, but everyone that went to that like locals, we would have like 20 to 30 people. Everyone agreed that I was like the best person in the state. And the next person after me was just like my friends that like I helped increase like their skill level to where they were like competitive with me, you know? So when we would be like competing, especially like in OPO1, basically a lot of people started, they couldn't win with like the skillful decks. So at one point we had like in a 15-person tournament, 12 people all going purple Kaido, which is like the most RNG deck, you know? And it was because they tried like playing like Green Kid and like other decks, and they couldn't beat anyone. And because I would beat them every time with Doflamingo. Like at one point I had a win rate of 13 tournaments won, first place out of 17. And only one of the 17 events did I get more than one loss. But after all these people realized like they couldn't beat people because they just weren't like learning, they all swapped over to purple Kaido, which is just like, okay, do you draw the stage or not? And if you draw the stage, it doesn't take very much skill or thought. Like you just win the game because it was a broken card. And I was like, I don't want to just like go to locals to test my deck for this regional with these people because it's not a real representation of what I'm going to be playing at the tournament. Like if I built my deck and I started destroying all the purple Kaido players, and then I'm like, okay, this is the best deck, I'm taking that to the event, and then because that wasn't a meta deck, I play against 0 purple Kaido players and I get shit on because I'm just like getting the wrong signal from like from going against bad people. I'm getting a misrepresentation of the meta, you know, and that's kind of like what you're explaining is like, that's why I didn't like it when people are just like, I don't think it's a way to get good is just grinding on the ladder in the One Piece sim, because there's nothing stopping the person you going against from either just quitting out so that you don't get like the valid testing information, or from them just straight up trolling and playing a bad deck.
I remember like literally after we like played together a lot on the sim, and after you taught me a lot, like
yeah,
it got to the point where like when I was like playing in the actual tournaments or I was playing against my friend, and I was like, yeah, no, they're just mad. Like when I did my 8-2 run in the regionals, I was like thinking like, what would I be doing if I was playing you? And I'm seeing them make all these mistakes, or taking life when they shouldn't, or they're like, you know, wrong sequencing the cards, and I was like, what the heck? Like, I guess like that's just the average person that goes and plays in locals. Like
facts.
You would think they're better because they played a lot more than me. Like they're going to locals all the time, they're playing with their friends groups all the time. But that to me is like, okay, you do that if you want to have fun. If I want to improve, I'm playing with you, right? I'm playing with like other people,
like people you know who are like vetted, people you know who are actually like trying to be competitive.
Right, exactly. I'm just not gonna waste my time going into like a locals and playing against some rando that picked up the game like the first time or second time when he's been playing for a long time but doesn't really play to improve, right?
Yeah, that's why I say like there's a difference between playing to like learn or get better and just playing to play. You could have 10,000 games, but if you're just like making all of your decisions off of like vibes, you're not going to be able to know like how to improve.
Right, your win rate stays the same. Like you can have, it's about win rate, right? So you can have people that play 1,000 games and have a 50% win rate. You can have someone that played 500 games and have a 75% win rate. Like they're very different games. And I remember learning this from the very beginning with fighting games. It's like fighting games, sometimes I play against like people that have no idea what they're doing and they're just like bots. And then I just go full combo. And then I go against someone that knows how to defend against my character, or how to like sequence their defense and offense, and what we call frame data here, knowing when you can attack or defend. When you came across people that actually knows how to beat me, like they would win. And then I realized that's the people I need to practice with, is when someone successfully defend this, where do I go from there? what do I do from there? I'm not just getting free wins from that, boosting my ego. But people, they don't want to go against people like that. They want to go against people that they can beat. Because so then they're choosing people to play with people that are not good. When they go to locals, they want to improve, yet they get happy when they're paired against the weakest player in the room. And like, oh yeah, easy win. I was like, well, if you want to improve, is that really what you want? If the regionals in 2 weeks and you go to locals and you're celebrating the fact that you're against a bad player right now, like what's that doing for you, right?
Bro, you're just spitting fucking facts. That's why I don't respect people who, because there are a lot of people like that they really just want to win the packs, and it like gets to them where they're like, I don't like, cause me, like also I'm hosting a lobby. You should be able to find me. I'm the guy with like the jitted picture of the suit.
So,
But like I completely agree with what you're saying, and that's why like I just don't understand these people who like like it was a big thing. It was a bigger problem in Yu-Gi-Oh, and that was like one of the reasons why I enjoyed One Piece. Like, to be honest, the One Piece game was fun, but a lot of the fun was just straight up derived from my friends playing the game with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the game, it was fun in the beginning, but I tolerated the fact that they did not continue to make the game more intricate over time because my friends were into it and it was an activity we did together, and the average person in the community was cooler than a person in Yu-Gi-Oh, where the people in Yu-Gi-Oh, they I was telling this story earlier, but there was like a guy who me and my friends would choose to only show up on Wednesdays because he would show up on Mondays. And this guy, he always played Earth Machine, and Earth Machine was never good. But even in like tier 0 formats, do you want to go first or second?
I'll probably just practice going first, I guess.
Yeah, so even in tier 0 formats, this dude, he always played Earth Machine, which is a deck that doesn't end on any negates. And it basically does nothing, but it's an extremely complicated deck to follow because the cards aren't good, so no one ever knows what they do. And this guy was extremely competitive. In fact, he was a judge, and his entire basis of trying to win the game was motivated around sharking other people. For instance, one time my friend Chan was like, hey, can I look at your graveyard? And he's like, okay, sure. And then the guy quickly takes a card out of his graveyard because he was going to banish something from his graveyard, right? And the guy's just like, oh, no, sorry, I'm already activating. He's like, no, I'm fucking banishing that shit. Like, this guy would do stuff deliberately. Like, he couldn't win fairly, but he was super competitive. And he would try to win off of sharking people into being like, oh, I'm sorry, you already put the card down. You've already declared your thing. And you're like, no, I fucking didn't, dude. And he was doing it to people like, there was a guy who was actually special, like he was on the spectrum. And he was like yelling at this guy. The guy who was on the spectrum, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. His name was David. And he was always nice to me, so I would be nice to him. But this dude fucking, the Earth Machine guy, he was being a fucking asshole to him and started like threatening. He's like, I'm gonna get you fucking banned, dude, and all this shit, and screaming at him. And the dude David was like, I can't handle this, man. Like, I'm gonna leave. And he like walks away. He's like, you win. Because this dude was like really nice, but the guy was making him extremely uncomfortable. So I started chewing out the guy. I was like, dude, don't fucking talk like that shit to them. Like, dude, you're a fucking asshole. Like, I don't even know why you're fucking here. And I started going off on this guy because he's just like, I could tell that he doesn't have a very good life and he's taking it out on other people. And that was a lot of people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community.
That's so stupid, dude. That's so stupid.
I'm not gonna lie, if I didn't ask you, your hand's so broke. But because I asked you, you're kind of like in like a weird position where you have like one play and hopefully it goes through.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to figure out what that play is too. But yeah, like the Lure of Darkness would have been so good here because then I would get that card, I would get the banish, I would get the special summon, I would go, and then I would be able to use the other guy. And then just
I mean, I guess you just like summon your orb, dude.
Let's see if I summon the orb, dude.
And then you send a grave, and then I don't know. You might not even be able to do anything. You kind of brick. Because I was thinking, like, can you summon Thunder
I can't do
Dragon?
anything.
I was like, can you summon Thunder Dragon Duo? If you normal summon Matrix, and then you link it off, and then you discard Roar to add it back to hand, would you be able to, like, discard to, like, yeah, I think you're fucked. Rematch.
Man. Yeah. Jeez. That don't feel great.
Well, you had a very, yeah, just go first again.
Yeah.
You had a very fragile hand.
Yeah. Okay. Let me figure out the strategy. Banish one monster from your hand. We don't have that. So, banish one monster from deck. Okay, so we need to alert here because I don't think I can do this one.
Well, I think what you want to do here is, I mean, it's kind of like a interesting situation. I think you, obviously, like, you do your, Thunder Dragon OG first and add 2.
Yeah. That
So,
way,
yeah, do your OG first and add 2. I'm going to activate Molcharmy Fulos because, like, I would just shotgun that. You just add both.
What does this do?
It's like a conditional max C. Each time you special summon from the deck and or extra deck, I draw 1 card. But during the end phase, if the number of cards in my hand is more than the number of cards you control plus 6, I have to shuffle cards from my hand into the deck so that it equals the number you control plus 6.
Okay, that's actually pretty good.
So I can max C, but like I can only go up to 6 cards.
Okay.
So now you would
Okay.
now you would allure here first, because like you want to like you want your like doggy to go through basically, and then I'm gonna activate my Ash, and then you normal summon your dog.
And then you can banish one, and then score them. Okay.
That's why you added 2 off of your OG, because you were gonna have to banish off of this.
Yeah. So. So yes. So then we would do this. Then what happens there?
I have a
Okay,
hand trap
yeah.
that's like not relevant. Like I'm not being nice. Like I just would never activate it because your guy has a. I have a Ghost Ogre and your guy has an effect. This is if he's destroyed, you get to add back. So I would never do that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Ghost Ogre is basically
So-
useless versus your deck.
Yeah. So I want something that can banish to allow me to special summon, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 100%, you get your roar. Like, the entire
Yeah.
point of the cycle is you want to go roar into dark, into a search. Like, that's your engine.
Yeah.
That's the point of the Thunder Dragon engine, is that it gets you bodies. So you activate the effect.
So now roar here.
And that's
Now we
why
get dog.
that's why it was good that you that's why it was good that you ended up using your Allure of Darkness first, because you didn't want me to ash your dragon roar, right? Because if someone just sees a
Yeah.
random Allure of Darkness, they're just gonna ash that shit immediately.
Right. Exactly. So now that we have this guy, we can go into Colossus here, and then this will search.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm getting the hang of it. Okay.
And now
this
you
is
kind of
gonna
like,
search.
yeah, you search for follow-up here. But I don't think you want to, like, extend further. Because that, like, gives me a Fulos draw. Maybe you do. I haven't really played with Fulos, so I don't really know.
Okay, so what is the choice here?
Let me read
Yeah,
Fulos. It's, like, kind of a complicated card. It's, like, such and such plus 6.
Yeah. I'll read some of these guys. Because technically, otherwise, I would add the hawk, and then I can special summon again and go into another guy.
I don't think you want to give me another draw. That just sounds bad.
Even though that gives me another thing on the board.
You could, but honestly, I might have, like, this is my first time playing with Fulos, so I might have, like, told you to, like, get the wrong thing. because I think it probably would have been more advantageous for, instead of you to banish Roar, maybe just banish Dark originally and then search for a Thunder Dragon Fusion, so that way you only end up giving me one draw. So I kind of like optimized you because you were under a Fulos, and that was my first time like using that.
I'm not too worried about the optimize. I would just say let's just play out the combo in the deck and figure out turn by turn what to do. Like
Okay, because like
what the deck wants to do. We'll go.
Yeah, okay, well if you
I'll just extend here.
Yeah, okay, if you're just gonna like fully extend, sure. So yeah, so you just traded for a Colossus. So now here what you want to do is look at your graveyard. So what I would be thinking is I want to like get my Thunder Dragon Fusion in the grave. So because you have a Thunder Dragon OG, that's going to allow you to actually use Thunder Dragon Fusion to make another Colossus. So normally Thunder Dragon Fusion is used to make Titan, but if you have a OG, Colossus's fusion requirement normally is OG plus any Thunder monster. So you can actually just use that to make a second Colossus. And that'll put that in your graveyard for next turn. See what's what's really nice about this deck is that like there's really no good points to imperm or effect veiler the other person, right? Or Ghost Ogre. Yeah. Like I have an effect veiler, but what am I effect veiling on your board? All of your effects activate in the graveyard and banish. Likewise with a Ghost Ogre, like you're not activating any on field effects. So like yeah, I do have all these hand traps, but a lot of them are fucking dead. No, you don't want to summon that guy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just reading just to see.
Yeah, so you activate your fusion.
Right, yeah, and then we'll go into our like Colossus right now here.
Mm-hmm.
So here.
And I would just put back both OGs, to be honest.
OG here, and OG there. Okay. Because the other guys are a lot more recyclable in the stuff.
Well, number one, because you have an aloof lupine, that says if it is destroyed by your opponent in your possession, which 99% of people won't read that, you get to add back any card from your banished pile to your hand. So theoretically, if I was to try to like damage you, you would get to add back your Dragon Roar. So that's like one merit to like leaving that, and like trust me, people don't read that shit. Number two, you have a Forbidden Droplet. So by returning both OGs, you just use both OGs.
Yeah.
Because now you can use OG again, and this time you can use the effect to add 2 copies, and then that means you'll have an additional card to be able to send with Forbidden Droplet.
Gotcha. I like your thinking. I think I just need to do this a crap ton with you over and over. Because it's kind of like what we do for One Piece. I just need to figure out the lines and then go from there. Alright, as we got 2 Colossus and an Aloof.
So then set your Droplet.
Yeah. Droplet, I guess. Okay.
I'm interested to see, so like, I drew a couple cards, but one of them is a Bonfire. With that Fulos drew me a couple cards, but one of them is a Bonfire, which I cannot use because you have a Colossus. One of them is an Effect Veiler, which I cannot use because there's nothing for me to target. So like I drew cards, but they don't really do anything.
Right, because of what our cards here can do.
Mm-hmm. What's also nice about this situation is, from my standpoint, I noticed that you have 2 Thunder monsters in the graveyard. So to me, you can protect your Colossus 2 times. But what I don't know is that you have a Forbidden Droplet. So let's say at some point you Droplet, discard both OG. You can now protect your Colossus 4 times instead of 2.
Yeah.
That's like actually like really relevant.
Yeah. How do I put, I'm looking at my graveyard. How do I put this back in the graveyard? Click out.
So take the graveyard and drag it. Because like the X is over. So move your icon, your player icon, drag that over to the left.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why you can move that. That's stupid. I don't know why you can do that.
Yeah. That's crazy. Because I was like, where's the X?
That's happened to me before. So you just pass.
Yep. Okay, yeah. Where's the with end phase?
Yeah, you just hold down on it. The controls are kind of wonky, but I like this better because actually, like, it's so much better for learning, and that's why I don't like Dueling Book. Because Dueling Book is good once you're a master of the deck and you want to get good competition and practice declaring shit. Ultimately, that doesn't help me that much because, like I said, typing it in the chat is not the same to me as saying it out loud and doing the motion IRL.
Exactly.
And at the same
I
time,
like this.
with this, when you're first learning a deck, Dueling Book doesn't help you fucking at all because it doesn't tell me maybe there's a weird interaction with how the cards work, and I don't know when I can legally activate my card. Dueling Book doesn't tell you that at all. If anything, it teaches you to cheat because you think something works one way and it doesn't.
Exactly. I don't like Dueling Book because of that. In general, I think it worked before back when there was like Dueling Network, and I played when I was
It's
younger
good
because
for
it was a lot
sweaty
of
people who are
competition,
doing
yeah.
money matches. That's pretty much it. Because it adds like another layer of skill for people who are like hyper like insane. But I don't think it really helps like because in order to I think the less you play in person, the more you are to like be less comfortable at a regional from the way that like I learn. And so if you're just playing at Dueling Book Online and your first time playing in person is a regional, I'd be super fucking anxious. It's really only beneficial to these Omega basement dwellers who are sponsored and they go to a in-person regional every weekend. So they're not losing those reps, but they're also just gaining additional reps from online, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to be able to take some wins at locals. That's my goal. Win some at locals with this deck going into Yugioh, Malice Met, or whatever after Supreme Darkness comes out.
That's the same thing about that's the nice thing about Thunder Dragon is you really don't have to have that much information of what the other guy's deck does. Because you don't really end on different boards based on what they're doing. Even if you can, you just want to end on as many Colossus and maybe a Titan with a discard if you can. But that doesn't really matter who you're playing it. You always want to do that.
Exactly. So good way to learn. And then plus, like, I mean, there's not too many hand traps here for me to do on you anyways, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of making my board. I'm sure when I go second, it's going to be a lot different. But I'm just trying to understand the deck, order the cards, practice it IRL.
Yeah.
Play you on here again, and then just get used to being able to know at least my deck first. And then by that point afterwards, I'll know the other decks enough to be able to do some stuff from there.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading my cards as you're talking. I'm learning about what I can actually do because I have literally 4 cards in my hand that search and I can't do any of them.
Okay, because I need to learn this matchup too. So the fact that we're both kind of new to the deck means that when you play out Yugioh stuff, we'll be able to kind of talk through things together. And yeah, suddenly we're like, oh, that's a busted interaction. Oh, that card's good. That card's bad. You know.
True.
Go from there. That's the fun part of it. I always like when a set comes out to do this with my friends and figure stuff out on the go. So the fact that you're kind of you're new to the at least the meta, we can kind of like figure it out together. Is pretty fun.
Yeah, because that's also important for me because I don't want to just like I don't assume that my team's gonna go undefeated, but I don't want to just like let them like just go 0 like be the what if they go undefeated and I'm I just go 0 wins the entire time and stop them from like winning this tournament. I'd feel bad.
It's kind of like doing what you can and within within what's possible.
So that's why I'm trying to like learn the Thunder deck. So I special summon this guy from my hand. This is like the main starter. And if you can special summon him by sending an Xyz from the extra deck to the graveyard, but if it's summoned this way, you're locked into rank 4s, which the entire deck is rank 4s. Then if it's summoned this way, or if this card is normal or specialed, and I control no other face-up monsters except level 4, rank 4, I can add a Fire Thunder from deck to hand, but I can't do that. But I'm doing that right now because I'm able to send Aggregator, and I can activate his effect to negate one of your Colossus.
It's because that's his effect. Same way we do with like the little Ultimate Slayer. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically the reason I run Ultimate Slayer. So you can't do anything about that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if I can out your second Colossus, especially since you have a droplet. Okay, so now I can special summon this guy. What does this guy do? If this card is normal sufficient, I can add a light pyro. Okay, I can't add a light pyro. If this guy... Why does every card just search? It's kind of broke. If this card is summoned... It's like, you look at the cards at first, you're like, oh, there's only 4 main deck monsters. It's not that big of an engine. And you're like, oh, well, every card adds every other card, and every card can be added off Bonfire. Well, half the cards. Basically, 2 of the guys are Pyro, and they can add Thunders, and the Thunder guys can add Pyro. Which is kind of broken, because it kind of, like, makes it to where the deck doesn't lose to stuff like Rivalry of the Warlords.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or yeah, it doesn't lose to Rivalry Warlords. There's only there can only be one is limited to 1, I think. So you can't even do that, and that's like probably the best one for it. They might have done that on purpose, which is stupid. So I can special summon this guy if I have an Xyz in the graveyard, I think. So I don't know if there's a reason to like normal or special, but I'm just gonna special. And this guy says, I can send a card from hand or field to the graveyard and target a Ryzeal in the graveyard and special summon in defense, but its effects will be negated, which I can't currently use because I do not have a Ryzeal card. So he discards a card to special summon from the graveyard, a Ryzeal monster, but I don't have a Ryzeal monster in the graveyard, so I cannot Monster Reborn.
So wait, if you have a in your field or graveyard, you special summon it. So you cannot special summon except so it's the same condition. You can only special summon once per turn. Okay, you can send 1 card from your hand or field to graveyard. Target 1 Ryzeal in graveyard. Special summon defense position, but you can't. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything in the graveyard, so I can't do anything with this right now.
You can only use the effect of notes. Okay, so that's like your 1 card.
He's like a Coach Soldier Wolfbark. He revives from the graveyard. The X guy is like the best guy because you special summon him by sending anything from extra deck to the graveyard, which gets you an effect. And then on summon, he adds a fire type, add 1 Fire Thunder from deck to hand, which can add the node or this other guy in hand, Sword Ryzeal. And I will... How can I out your dude?
Cool thing is knowing this deck here, you can't really out and kill them by effects right now. So what's gonna happen is even if you get a detonator into by battle, I can always kill it by battle next turn because I'm
basically gonna try to like summon an extra deck monster that could out your other Colossus. And then you have a Dropless, so I'm kind of fucked. What can I do that negates your... Is there anything in this extra deck? I don't understand why my deck runs a Donner. I got this list off TCG, and I feel like it would have been very helpful to have a SP Little Knight and not a Donner.
Yeah.
Destroy... Okay, so Donner destroys... Unfortunately, I think I need to go into Zeus to like out your board, but I can't make a Zeus because I'm locked, and there was no way to do that. Let me read what this Administer guy does.
Oh yeah, you're locked into rank 4 now.
Destroy face-up monsters. So this guy pops a monster, which I don't really see the benefit of. What about I could go into Dugaris. Does that help me? No, that doesn't help me. What does Full Armor Utopic Lancer do?
No clue.
Wait, why is this in my extra deck? I don't even think I can summon this. Oh, no, it's 3 level 4s. Okay. Monsters your opponent controls lose 500. At the start of the battle phase, you can negate the effects of all attack position monsters your opponent controls. Okay, that is very important for you to put your Colossus in defense mode. Because I have this XYZ guy that says, at the start of the battle phase, I can negate all attack position monsters you control. So as long as you put that guy in defense, I can't, like, do that.
Okay. That's another reason why when what you taught me carried over.
Yeah.
Some bullshit. Like, little random stuff that you can do. Effects because things are in attack position. Okay. me into a TCG order.
I can't go into duo drive because he searches. Two monsters with different types. Damn, I don't even really know what I can, like, do here. What does my trap card do? Activate the card effect. You can detach target on the field. Fuck, I just want to read my cards. I keep trying to hover over this thing. Okay. When your opponent activates a card, it can destroy a card. If this is special summon, you can attach one monster from your graveyard to this card. If it exceeds, would be destroyed by battle or card effect. You can detach one of this instead. Okay. I kind of wish I had a Typhon, but I guess that wouldn't even help me. I can add a light pyro, okay. What if I go into a Baguska? No, that's an activated effect, so I can't even negate it with Baguska. That's bullshit. Okay. In that case, I think I'm just gonna... I don't know why I summoned that additional guy. We're just gonna pretend that I didn't do that.
Let's see.
Maybe I was supposed to send something different to the graveyard with my, I don't think there was anything I could do, which is crazy, because, like, I did, like, a Foolos on you and drew, like, 3 cards. To be fair, I'm not playing the Fiendsmith engine, but legitimately, like, I'm not going easy on you. I don't think there was anything I could do. Like, I could have Ghost Ogred you on your Aloof Lupine, but that wouldn't even have been good. I guess, like, the only thing I could have done was let you resolve a lure and potentially ash your roar, but I don't know what deck you're playing, so I would never do that. I guess I can just reattach my aggregator.
Yeah.
And I can set a trap card. I really wanted to try, I don't have any way to, like, detach a material. Maybe I should have went into Duo Drive. From each material, this has monsters you control get 100 in attack and defense. Your opponents lose 100 in attack and defense. If this is a special summon, you can attach one from your graveyard. During your main phase, you can detach 2 to add 2. That wouldn't help. Yeah, I don't know legitimately what I could have done. I could have... Honestly, maybe I was supposed to go into Dugaris to draw 2, discard 1. But I don't know if drawing anything, like, gave me an out.
Yeah, I don't know what your out is. That's the hard thing. Like, I don't know.
This is like a weird deck, so, like, I don't think that, yeah, this is like a weird, deck, so I don't think I could, actually, out it. Like, I don't think this build has outs in it.
We'll test with Fiendsmith and stuff later on. We're a bit more familiar with it. Just trial running, so we understand these decks.
I should have just, like, not, like, summoned my node. I don't know that it would affect the outcome of this game, but I should have just not done that, because it didn't really do anything. For some reason, I thought one of my guys would let me put it. I thought I could detach with an effect for no reason, so I could put something in the grave to revive with node, and it turns out, like, I just can't do that. So I just summoned this guy for no reason, but that's all good.
So shit, right now, like...
What deck am I playing? I'm playing the Ryzeal deck, bro.
So right now here, should I be
People are probably going wild. They're like, damn, this guy sucks ass. I'm surprised that there's 8 people watching on X. They're just all watching me, like, sit here and not talk and just read this card for 10 minutes and then being like, wait, what does that do again? Oh, hold up. I got to read my card. What does that do again? Target face-up cards your opponent controls. Up to the number of C's you control. Destroy them. Okay, forget that. You don't know about that. Then I can attach a Ryzeal from my graveyard. I can banish this to Xyz summon 1 monster I control. Okay, really the only way I could stop you is if I could make a Zeus. But I physically could not make a Zeus because special summoning locks you into rank 4s. And even if I could, you had a forbidden droplet. So it's not like... I couldn't even... If I did make a Zeus, it wouldn't be 4 mats. So it really wouldn't matter.
So here, should I just basically try to punch through guys? You only have 1 face down right now.
Yeah, I mean, understand that my detonator can protect himself. If I were you, I would be assuming that... If I were you, I would assume that my back row is either the Ryzeal trap card or an infinite impermanence. Those are like the 2 things it could possibly be.
Yeah.
But I mean, your like first thought should be to activate your Thunder Dragon Fusion in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what is your back row again? It's a droplet.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you can like kill me. What I would probably do is activate Harpy Feather Duster, and then depending on what I do, you can chain your droplet, sending the Feather Duster to negate my my Xyz. Like you might as well just like force out the trap card right now. Like why not?
That's true.
Before you search, because if you activate your fusion, I can respond with my detonator and target your back row. So like, either way.
Okay, how do I switch phases here?
Just
drop it, hold it again, same thing.
Oh no, it's because I didn't. I had like a toggle. It was my fault.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying to go back and forth to what looking at your screen, but I'm also like looking at the chat on my second monitor.
Yeah. Okay, do you still have a toggle right now?
Yeah, I did. Okay, my toggle was on. I didn't mean it to be like that.
Okay, so let's Feather Duster here, right? And let's see what we do.
Yeah. Because the thing is, I don't want to, like, use my detonator to pop one of your Colossus, because then you're going to get a free Thunder Dragon Dark effect. So I think I just don't want to do that at all.
Yep, because then I can...
Yeah, I mean, I think I just don't want to do anything. Yeah, this is a pretty fucked situation for me. I drew, like, 4 cards on you, and every single card I drew said, you can do this and search. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't do that, so...
So I can still, if I do Droplet here and send the Feather Duster, with how the chain would go, it would go, send the Feather Duster activates from the grave and kills your card, right?
Yeah. It doesn't activate from the grave. You activate it on the field, it resolved in the graveyard.
Yeah, resolved in the grave. There you go. Yep, those are the little things I need.
What is this match? Is against a homie or is it coaching? Yeah. I was like doing some coaching, but now we're like, I guess you could say we're still like in a coaching session, but we're kind of both testing. We both kind of like, I understand more I understand a lot of information about his deck, but the deck that I'm testing against him with, I don't know much about. I'm kind of like also learning.
So this is to the graveyard. So I have 1 here. The card to send to the graveyard. Okay.
Okay, I could chain my trap card, but there's no real reason. It doesn't do anything. The trap card lets me pop cards on the field up to like the same number. Oh, actually, I should have chained my Maybe I should have chained my detonator just to pop my node so you can't, like, attack it and I'll take less damage. But I guess you're going to attack over my guys anyway.
Yeah.
That probably is just less damage if I just leave it up.
Yep, and now let's see how much damage I can do here. So now I can go into the Thunder Dragon Fusion from the grave.
Yeah. I'm gonna activate my Plasma Hole. Go. I summon full armor Utopic Ray Lancer in attack mode, like the anime. Ding. From this point onward, all your monsters lose 500 attack and not defense. At the start of the battle phase, I can negate.
So in that case, should I just like get the Matrix to still punch over it?
I kind of just did that for no reason. It didn't really help me in any. If anyway, it helped you because my Xyz monster, he was actually bigger. My guy's 25. Well, here you obviously honestly, I think you kind of like slightly flopped because on your droplet, it was probably worth it for you to also discard an OG in hand to get rid of, to just like target my node for no reason. Because then you would have another OG in the grave, which then you could use this situation right now to add a Hawk, which brings back your Dragon Dark, which then Dragon Dark, you link it off for a Colossus. And then Dragon Dark can search you another fusion. And then you just like fusion, putting back your two OG in the graveyard for a Titan. And then you would have 2 more discards to blow up my field.
Yeah. That's so many steps ahead for me to get to.
That is still probably worth it. So I mean,
go with the Matrix.
no, you don't want to add the Matrix. 100%. You want to add Hawk. You always just add Hawk. There's no reason not to. Because you haven't even used your other search. Hawk can get you your Dragon Roar. You can get your Roar. Or you can get yeah, you can get your Roar or your Dark. So yeah, so just like activate Hawk.
Hawk here, and then we can get.
You can get Roar.
Yeah.
And what's cool is you can actually attack with the monster that you get off Hawk, which does like come up in like situations where you like want additional damage.
Okay, so now we can. So we have that, and then we can go into another.
Yeah, so now you can like go into another Colossus, trigger the effect of. Oh no, you could actually make a Chaos Angel here. I would probably just make a Chaos Angel to like clear up space because you only have one Colossus. Chaos Angel's kind of broke.
Okay, so 1 sec.
So I'm gonna tell you this right now. Chaos Angel is very important to beating Detonator going second. On summon, Chaos Angel allows you to banish 1 card on the field, and also if you use both a light and a dark, it is indestructible by battle and is unaffected by monster effects. Which,
jeez, what the heck?
Which those two, you have 2 darks, but it still doesn't like really matter, because you don't need that effect because I don't have a Detonator.
Wait, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's very important. So that's why a lot of people are saying they like Bestials right now, even outside of the, that's why a lot of people like Bestials, even outside of the, Thunder Dragon deck, like just in their own, Fiendsmith decks, because that allows you to go into Chaos Angel, which is one of the better outs to be doing with, because, for example, let me think, to tell you about this. So, let's say I have nothing on field. You have a Detonator, right? In order to activate your Detonator, I have to activate a card. So, I activate my Bestial, and you can Detonator, but I have nothing on the field. I summon my Bestial. Then, let's say I normal summon a level 4, because Bestials are all 6. I could then synchro into a Chaos Angel before you have the opportunity to activate a detonator at any point. And by that point, my guy is unaffected by monster effects. So as long as you have outed the field spell and the trap card, which a lot of people don't play, you don't play the trap card in the Fiend Sith version, like you're good. So yeah, so just go for your Chaos Angel.
Chaos Angel here, yeah.
It makes me feel good that you're actually like beating me and I didn't like go easy on you. Because I obviously like the deck I'm playing is drastically more powerful. But the fact that like you like naturally like just had a better hand than me, that was just nice. So this is also really good because you can go you can like chain block here. So you can go Roar Effect and you can go Chaos Angel, which means that if I had Ash Blossom, you can't
And Ash Blossom the Roar now here.
yeah, but honestly, I would probably in this specific situation, I would do it the other way around, but it doesn't really matter. I would do it in this specific situation the other way around, and I'm just saying that because I randomly have a Ghost Ogre, but no one plays fucking Ghost Ogre. Just this list, like
Ghost Ogre, because otherwise Ghost Ogre can hit Chaos Angel right now.
Yeah, but that's also like a niche situation because normally you have both a light and a dark.
Yeah.
But even if I Ghost Ogred right now, it wouldn't really matter. Because you're just going to kill me anyways.
Yeah, and then I can go into another guy. So what's another...
You get your dark.
best guy to go to?
You just going to get your dark.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, and you you killed my guy. I can finally aggregator you again. Ding! I finally negated your Colossus.
So now I can go into...
I don't know if I would do that. I mean, you switch to attack here, but I think that well, obviously, don't you have an OG still in the deck?
Yeah, I think so. No, I don't.
Oh, you don't. Oh yeah, because we didn't add Thunder Dragon Fusion. Oh yeah, because you have that dark on the field still. Yeah, so if you sack that off for a honestly, what I would do is because like. Well, you have an instant fusion. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, so just sack off your dude and get a your dark and get a Colossus. One important implication I wanted to bring up because oh wait, no, that doesn't really matter that much. For some reason, I thought Kaminari attack was a I thought Kaminari attack was a light, but he's actually wind. I was like, wait, you can make Chaos Angel with that in dark, and it was like, oh no, you can't. So yeah, now here, this is a situation where you just get your fusion. Yeah, you just get your Thunder Dragon fusion.
And then, what else can we swarm with?
Yeah, so you just summon your huge Thunder Dragon. You don't even need to activate instant fusion. You just activate your Thunder Dragon fusion and just make sure you put back your OG Thunder Dragon in the graveyard, and then you'll be able to use your OG in hand to research it and pop my last guy. But realistically, this is already just game.
Yeah, wait, so teach me how to optimize this. So
activate your Thunder Dragon fusion.
Okay, so fusion. And then we're going here.
Yeah.
And then you're saying put back one of the Thunder Dragons.
Yeah, put that guy back. And then just put back like your Dark and put back your Hawk. Normally you used to have stuff in the Banished. Typically you want to put back the Banished resources before the Graveyard, because you could still be using the Graveyard resources, like, again, you know?
Oh, but there's no... But what's the card that lets you special summon for Banish?
Hawk.
Hawk, okay, yeah, that was it. So, but that was the only one, right? But it can also summon from Grave anyways.
Yeah, but like also your fusions, to protect themselves, they can banish a Thunder monster from the graveyard to trigger your effects. Or Thunder Dragon Duo. So it's actually like pretty relevant to like have resources in the grave.
Yeah. Nice, okay. And now we just end you here. How do I get to battle? Why is it not letting me go into battle phase?
Oh, fuck, I forgot I was muted. I was saying like it doesn't really matter because we're just learning. But the whole point of doing that was to shuffle back your OG so you could activate him, then chain your Titan and pop my monster.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Because it's if it's an effect.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying
just
like
a way to get the effect, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. There's like a earlier I was telling you should have just sent your OG from hand to grave off your droplet to negate my node, even though my guy didn't have a relevant effect. That way you could shuffle back 2 OG and then you'd have 2 pops.
So it's a free discard.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. There's like a lot of like, oh, I was saying like one of the most like thought-provoking aspects of the deck is just like every time you use Thunder Dragon OG, like, do you want to add 1 or 2 copies? There's like sometimes you want to add 2, but sometimes you want to add 1 so you can put 2 in the grave, and then once if you shuffle those back to make a Titan, you can use OG unlimited times. So then you use effects again, add a copy, and then don't add the other one, then activate that one, and that's 2 pops.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, those are the little small things that's gonna separate the good players. Okay, cool. Cool. Alrighty. Nice.
All right, rematch me.
Let's do it. Well, we do one more here, then I'll probably get off after this one.
All right. Okay, I opened like a very fair hand. I have 1 hand trap.
All right, so
I don't know if I like this build. This build plays Pot of Desires. I feel like Pot of Desires is not that good in this archetype, just because there's like a small amount of engine pieces. And it's like, there's a small amount of engine pieces, and if I accidentally banish my field spell or my quick play, I feel like I'm fucked. Like, I don't know if I agree with that, TBH. Damn, it's crazy. I've been having like 11 people on X watching.
That's awesome, dude. Because I was only watching through YouTube, and there's only one person on there, and I think that was me. But watch on X is insane.
Yeah, usually YouTube I have the most, or Rumble. Sometimes I'll have like 15 people on Rumble. Rumble's like the best because you actually like get paid as a creator.
All right, so where do I go from here? So clearly, I can't really.
I mean, you basically have like 1 line.
Yeah, I can only just like do aloof here, right?
Yeah, you go aloof here. It's unfortunate because if your Thunder Dragon duo was like any other Thunder Dragon monster, even a Matrix, you would be like so heavily protected here.
Yeah.
I feel like
So,
this is like a really like fringe hand. It's really difficult to say. Like, I mean, I guess you can just you might just this is like a tough decision. So it's like, okay, your hand dies to 1 hand trap. If you banish duo and I stop you from using your effect with an Ash, then you can talents and just hope to draw 2 and hope that allows you to do something. Or you could banish Hawk, and that means you can't use the special summon effect of Hawk later. But it does mean if your shit gets negated, you'll not only be able to talents after, but you'll also be able to use your Hawk to shuffle back your second talents in your duo. And thinking about that, actually, that's actually not that terrible, because if I don't hand trap, you could just choose not to activate your Hawk, because that activates on a second chain, which means if you were able to search another one with like Roar or something, you would be able to like still activate the special summon effect.
okay, so let's choose the Hawk then and see what happens.
Okay.
So I'll do the Hawk there. Right. So then I can take. So the play is usually always Roar or Dark, right?
Wait, why didn't I get to respond? I was literally...
Timing thing?
No, I have it on infinite time. I was supposed to be able to respond. Maybe after you select, I get to respond. You obviously want to banish Roar.
Yeah, so that's a banish, and then It's of course banish you special from your deck. Okay, yeah. So
You always just go roar into dark if you can. Yeah, I didn't get a. I have my toggle on, but I didn't get an opportunity to ash. I was gonna ash your aloof. So like, I mean, because it's a cost for you to banish your hawk, and then I get a chance to respond. That's how it works.
yeah, you should.
So like, I guess here you can go chain link 1, chain link 2, or you could just like not activate your hawk. That's kind of like up to you. It just depends. Like if you want to play
think I'll
around a
activate
hand
the
trap.
hawk.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll put the hawk, but I'll put one talent in the duo bag.
Okay.
So let's. Oh no! Is it letting you respond now?
It is, but now I don't want to respond.
And then now here, now I can go roar into dark, right?
Yeah. If I was able to respond, what would have happened is you would have banished your hawk. I would have ashed. Then you would have an opportunity to activate your hawk to shuffle back your duplicates. Then you would have an opportunity to activate your talents, and then you would draw 2 more cards. Oh,
Yep, exactly.
the fact you just drew an OG is so fucking broken here. That was actually so fucking insane.
Explain why. So
Because before you drew the OG, you were going to have to link off into a link 2 to make like an IP. Because you don't have a way to activate a Thunder in hand except by searching with your Dark. But because you drew an OG, now you can just tribute off your Dark to make a Colossus.
shuffle back OG, get 2 more, have the Colossus, and then.
But do
have
you
the-
understand what I'm saying?
Kind of.
If you didn't draw, just pretend that you didn't draw OG and you had nothing else to do in your hand. You can't make a Colossus yet because you haven't activated an in-hand effect.
Oh, okay.
So you would have had to link off your aloof and your dark to make an IP, then activate your dark and grave to go add a hawk or something.
But now I can just get this free effect. And
Yeah,
then also
now that's
I'm
just
gonna
kind of
have-
broken.
Yep, and I'm gonna have another guy in the trash for.
Yeah, well now you just like get to make like multiple Colossus. Before you were like only gonna get 1. Yeah, I'll allow that to happen. So now I don't think you had 2.
Okay, so
The reason you don't want to add 2 is because more than likely like what you want to do here is like, since I like if I haven't like hand trap by now, like you just be assuming like I don't have a hand trap because I would have like hit your like aloof or whatever. If you like, I would be assuming that like my dark is going to go through. And if the dark goes through, then I'm adding Thunder Dragon Fusion. And I want to have 2 OG in the graveyard so that I don't have to put back my Dragon Dark. So I can have another resource to protect my Colossus. See what I'm saying?
okay, yeah, that's what you need. So tip 1 here.
In which this would go through because if I would have gotten to hand trap at the appropriate like time that the game should have let me, then it would go through. But now I still have this ash, so like I'm gonna ash your guy. Now you can talents.
Now I can.
Now you have like oh no, don't activate. Can you cancel?
Is there a cancel button somewhere?
Can you right click? If it doesn't let you right click, you have to activate it. All I'm gonna say is like in this situation, now that like you know that you're gonna talents and that your dark was negated, just to be optimal, I would discard OG to add the 3rd copy so you don't draw it off your talents.
Oh, okay, just be optimal. Good to know.
You could also like look at hand. Maybe you look at hand here. I don't know. It's kind of like 50-50 because ending like realistically, yeah, I think you might just look at hand because what are the chances that you're able to actually like make another Colossus based on, well, you could draw instant fusion. I guess it's like it's kind of 50-50.
Let's look at hand here, see, because I usually use this for a
Okay.
draw too.
Yeah, drawing 2 is just like, it's just you making the 2nd Colossus is so impactful, dude.
Well, you have so many starters.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I might be able to out, like, the one Colossus.
Yeah, so I should probably have just gone for the second, because that's kind of a win con.
So
Because I can get rid of one starter here, and it wouldn't really matter.
Yeah, so obviously you want to get rid of my X'd, because X'd is the guy who can send from grave, and I can send aggregator, and then you're fucked.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, no, but, you might as well cycle your OG, so you have another protection on your Colossus.
Yeah, just another...
It was kind of 50-50, because, like, if we're also assuming, like, you don't know what I'm playing and shit, like, we haven't side decked, like, if I'm not on this deck, like, it's really impactful. I also have 3 cards. I have a Pot of Desires. I don't think people normally play Pot of Desires, but if I don't have X'd, it's going to be kind of difficult for me to, like, get rid of your Colossus.
So, can I do something like use...
You already activated that guy. You can only use one
yeah.
effect per turn. Like, so you can't do anything.
I was like, can I link?
Oh, that'd be broken if you could just, like,
reuse that and then extend from there, so I can't really do anything else. Yeah, okay. Nothing from the extra deck I can get out.
Nah. Things just went really weird because I didn't get to activate my Ash at the appropriate time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna Desires. Okay. I'm sorry. You're fucked. I drew a Imperm off my Desires.
Okay. There you go. Cool. And I just do full combo. Did you want it to practice the combo or anything?
I was just ready to go to the next game because you're just not coming back.
Yeah.
You don't
Okay,
even
let's do one more here.
you don't even have a Thunder Dragon Fusion, and I have 3 monsters in hand that's gonna turn into full combo. The combo isn't that complicated. I may not do it optimally, but it's not that complicated.
Okay. What can we do here?
Yeah, your hand is nice. Oh, your hand is insane.
Okay, let's see. What do we start here?
Well, you can aloof Lupine and activate. You can aloof Lupine and banish Dark. That way, if I have a hand trap for your aloof, you're still gonna get to banish Dark and still search with him.
Yeah, you can add. So, if this card is banished, deck to your hand.
He searches and roar specials. That's like really all you need to know.
Yeah. Okay. And then so we do this.
Oh, I can't actually. Okay, that's why I couldn't do that before. I thought I could Ash aloof Lupine, but I actually can't. So I actually didn't have like a legal activation window. For some reason I thought I could do that. But I do have a Imperm, which I am going to use.
Okay. Cool.
Because then you get to banish a Roar and Chain Block, and I don't want you to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay,
I have
now
no more hand traps.
Okay, now I can draw 2 and try to extend.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, hindsight 2020. You 100% once again. You should have just used your OG so that you could like search and then draw, so that you didn't draw your OG.
Oh, yeah. Little things to remember for sure.
That's actually pretty impactful.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically just can't do anything. You basically just have a droplet here.
Can I?
You should still search. I mean, you should still search and add 2 copies. That way you have 2, like, you have an additional discard for droplet. But that's, like, it. That's why I like Instant Fusion.
Yeah.
Dude,
Instant Fusion allows you to just keep going.
if you had Instant Fusion here, then you would be able to make a Titan and banish Roar and still use the effect.
Yeah. So, yeah, we should. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, but that's through 2 hand traps, you know? So, if you make full board combo kill me here, I'll be screwed, but...
I mean, you still have a droplet.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's like really like to sometimes like depending on what, because I also had the 2 best hand traps.
Yeah.
If I had like if I didn't have Ash, like Ash specifically just stopped you there. If I had any other hand trap that was not Ash, you would still do the thing. Because all I can do is just effect negate, and that was it. But specifically, Ash was just really good in that situation. And I don't even know how many like people are going to be on full-on hand traps.
Okay. I mean,
honestly, I think you should activate your, I was going to say, honestly, you should probably just activate your Roar, add back Dark. That way, on my turn, if you survive, you could be cycling your Dark and just put it back in the grave. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, so that quick affected.
Yeah, because you just put it in the grave. That way, if it gets back to you, you just have like more resources to play with.
In the trash, yeah. It's kind of like a trash control deck, right? You just kind
Yeah.
of keep wanting stacking them and getting them from the. Okay, gotcha.
I just top deck Pot of Desires. I've top decked Pot of Desires 2 times in a row.
I think this deck is the Thunder Dragon deck's pretty hard actually, but that's also because I think it's just new modern Yu-Gi-Oh is hard. So
I don't think the Thunder Dragon deck is that hard. I think like playing around hand traps when you don't like, you haven't like learned that skill yet is just hard.
yeah,
Because I think that the like I said, like the deck is, you're basically just trying to do fundamentally the same thing every time. When things change, or because this guy had a specific hand trap at this point, and now you need to find a new way to do that. Would you agree?
yeah, I think so. But I think fundamentally right now, I just need to get the deck down and the combos and understanding what goes to what and stuff.
I will activate Sword Ryzeal. And then I'm going to, I guess, send... I don't know if you can special summon XYZs from the graveyard that you haven't properly summoned. I feel like you
I
can't.
actually don't know.
Yeah, I feel like you can't. So I'm just gonna fuck it. I'll just try it. This deck just fucking plays itself. I just confirm yes on every single thing. And it just like adds me a card. Now I summon Duo Drive and activate effect to take 2 cards from my deck and add them to my hand, and you probably negate. I mean, that allows me to take 2 cards from my deck and add them to my hands. You probably just negate.
Yeah.
I guess you just send your OG in hand. You could also send Roar, but I don't know. It's kind of up to you. And now I will special summon this guy. He does the thing. And I will special summon this guy. He does a similar thing, which is just special summon himself. And now I will...
Why is this so busted?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it just feels like unfair. I've seen a lot of people, like, do you know who Joshua Schmidt is?
Yeah, very famous on YouTube.
So he's like, this is my favorite. I'm having so much fun in this format. He's like, the Ryziel deck is so, like, fair to play against going second. And, like, this is going to be a really, like, fun and diverse format. And I'm like, how? I'm like, people are like, you could play Malice. It's like, every, like, pro person, like, Triff Gaming, he's just, like, I saw this podcast with him, and he was like, yeah, like, Malice isn't bad, but the Ryziel deck is just so broken. Like, why would I just not play it? And I kind of agree. Like, why would you, like, choose to, like, not play it?
It kind of seems kind of fun, too. It's, like, easy to start.
From what I've heard, the pure version is easy. The, like, Fiendsmith engine is difficult, because in order to, like, play the deck, you need to know when to, like, because, you know, it restricts you, right? Like, as soon as you use one of these special summon effects, it locks you into rank 4. So you can't Fiendsmith yet. You have to Fiendsmith, like, before you special summon off of a Ryziel effect, right?
Yep.
So apparently that's, like, pretty difficult. That's also what Luke said, too. He said, like, if you're not, like, that good, he doesn't recommend playing the Fiendsmith version. So now you can activate your effect. That was one reason to, like, not, that was, like, one reason to not, you know, add that back to hand with your Roar. Because you, like, got a card. And I'm going to be honest, the average person, I think even knowing that, I think I still just attack you. So what I've heard is, like, it's really difficult to OTK someone in this format. And, I guess you can, like, cycle your Dragon Dark. Like, just to, like, deck thin. I guess you, like, might as well. You already activated an Aloof Lupine, so it's like, you're already playing into Thrust. It's not really changing anything. And I say that because I have a Thrust and it was already live because you used an Aloof Lupine. I will set an Infinite Impermanence.
And another one.
This is not it's not a live card. It's a crossout designator, which is basically useless. And you have a Harpy's Feather Duster.
Yep, activate a card effect or fast effect.
That's just asking if you want to use your Dark.
Yeah, not yet. Okay.
Wow, you drew a Thunder Dragon Fusion. It was randomly relevant that you actually cycled. Think about that. If you didn't cycle with your Dragon Dark there, you wouldn't have 3 monsters in graveyard to use a Thunder Dragon Fusion. Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah. Wait, that's crazy.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, so obviously you just Harpy Feather Duster.
Yeah, we Feather Duster first here. And yeah, throw that.
Okay. I had a crossout and an imperm. And now, like, this is kind of like a interesting situation, I guess you could say. Because, it's like, okay, do you want to go for, like, a Colossus or a Titan? I think you actually want to go for a, Colossus just so you can activate... Just so you can summon a Titan by banishing Roar. I think you just, like, want to do that. That makes sense to me.
Okay, so...
So you Thunder Dragon Fusion. But you summon Colossus, not Titan.
Interesting, okay. Let's see what happens.
And then you can, like, put back both of your OGs, I guess. It doesn't really matter which zone you summon it to in this matchup. I don't have any level 1, so, like, I can... That's just, like, good practice, but, like... Obviously, you're gonna try to, like, attack me, I would assume.
Yeah, I have to...
Why are my guys gaining attack? How does that work? Is it because I have a duo drive? For each material this has, monsters you control gain 100 attack and defense. Your opponents will lose 100 attack. Okay. Okay, that's what that is.
Dang, okay.
Wow, that guy's actually randomly relevant. So like obviously like, now in this situation, you're gonna want to make a Titan.
Oh, okay.
So make it summon a Titan. Yeah, that's why I said it didn't really matter what position you put your guy in. So you can go for a Titan here.
So then.
So you can like banish your roar.
And then the roar's gonna.
No, that was your dark.
I pressed the wrong thing. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so now you activate your dark.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna target your guy, and now you have to banish 2 cards from your graveyard to protect. So just banish. See, with Titan, you don't have to banish Thunders. You just banish.
I got this one. Okay.
But that was also why you wanted to banish your Roar, because if I activate this effect to blow up your guy, you have a Dark in the graveyard. You could have banished anyway, but you're using the effect now, so it's kind of redundant. So now you need to like know what to search here. What do you want to search? I guess you can like activate. I guess you could do Hawk or Matrix. How many cards do you have in the grave? You have 4, so you will be able to protect your guy. That's a good question. You have a normal summon. Maybe you do. Huh? Maybe you do. I think you need Matrix. Wait, do you need Matrix? That's tough. Yeah, the fact that you, like, fucked up the sequence, that really hurts. So if you sack off, and then you banish, and then you get a guy. So, if you Hawk, and then you go do that, and then you banish, and then, you'll, get a, to special from the deck, which means you could make a Colossus, and then you have because I'm just trying to see like how you would like attack over. Oh no, okay. No, I think okay, so because I can protect my guy. Yeah, so I think you do just need to make another Titan. You might just need to make another Titan. This is like a really weird situation. It's kind of difficult to like for me to see like how this plays out, but I guess you can like force it out because you have an OG. So I think you fuck it, just get Hawk. Let's just see what that does. You might be supposed to get Matrix, but it's just really complicated. It's difficult for me to see. So now here you want to use your OG. So you activate your OG. And now I'm in a weird situation because, like, if I detach from my detonator to protect, you could go double Titan and, like, attack over my duo drive. My guy loses the attack, then you kill my my detonator. So it's like, do I want to do that? I think I just let you do that, and then I just detach. Oh, well, actually, I might as well just make you banish, because you're going to pop my guy anyway. In both situations, you're going to make me detach a material, so I might as well, like, threaten your resources by banishing a, making you banish 2. So now you just get rid of your talents and your aloof, I guess.
Aloof, yeah.
And then you just add 1. Don't add 2. And now you can do it again.
So that way we get both in the grave.
Yeah, I think maybe you should have gotten Matrix. It was just kind of difficult to, like, see. I don't know, like, how much of a difference it makes. Because I've never been in this situation before. Activate my detonator. I'll attempt to pop your dude. You use your effect to protect.
There we go. What, fusion in one of the OG?
No, you want to keep your fusion.
Because you use that so dark in an OG.
Just banish both OGs. Fuck it, just banish both OGs. Keep the dark. And you just add your OG. Okay. So now I have no materials. Which means here, if you are able to... so obviously you're going to go Hawk now.
Let's see. So
I can't pop anymore.
then,
So you can just affect a special.
yeah.
And then you chain. Yes. Click yes. And then you select your Titan. It doesn't pop up for you. You have to click it. Destroy a card in field,
Okay,
yes.
gotcha. And then I can just get rid of this now.
Oh, I wanted you to get rid of the other guy because he makes me gain attack and you lose attack.
Well, I guess the math would have been... Oh, yeah, because the math would have been different.
No, maybe this is better. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it really matters. Okay, then you special summon. Yeah, just get back to your dark, whatever.
Yeah.
He's like a real guy. He does something. And now, how many Colossus do you have left?
I should still have 2, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you go Colossus here. And now you go into Titan and you banish your Roar just because the way that you did it.
So go into Titan, banish the Roar, and then...
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
This would have been slightly better if you, I think if you would have did it the way that, like, I wanted you to do it, it might have been slightly more efficient because I think you could have made a Chaos Angel, to be honest.
And we're summoning...
Get your Matrix because Matrix is the only one you haven't used the effect of yet. This is actually pretty crazy. Yeah, see, if you had a third, if you were able to shuffle your Colossus back somehow, this would actually be kind of bonkers because you're able to sack off your Matrix to make a Colossus, then activate effect of Matrix to search for another copy of himself, and you still haven't normal summoned. So had you theoretically, like, I don't know how this would happen, but if you were able to, like, shuffle back a Colossus with a Thunder Dragon Fusion, you could make a Colossus a 4th time this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
So now you can now you can activate your Matrix. So now, like, you just go to battle. I think you might have been able to game if you would have done it the other way around.
Yeah, I would have 1 extra.
Mm-hmm.
I would have 1 extra, so that would have been enough. You're right.
Which is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, this deck is crazy. I have full belief in this deck, especially for people
Technically, I could have activated my Fuelos, but I actually, like, forgot to. But ultimately, like, I don't think it really would have, like, changed that much. I would have drawn a couple cards here, but I think if you would have done the combo correctly, that it wouldn't...
Yeah.
I wouldn't really be able to do much anyway.
Yeah, this would be another 2600 at face right there.
Yeah, because none of my hand traps, like, really do anything to you.
This is crazy, dude. I wonder when people, like, discover this.
Unless I just top deck Pot of Desires. I may just be that guy. I drew Pot of Desires for turn against you, like, 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
And now you have a Matrix, which can pop if you, like, do it and I can't chain. What's kind of broken about Ryziel, and this is why people say, like, this is the main reason why Charmies are impactful, is because since all my guys special summon, Charmies are level 4. So if they're dead, I can special summon a Ryziel, normal summon a Mole Charmy, and then I'm just, like, cooking you. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, then I basically my my hand traps are also just starters. It's kind of like back in the Sword Soul days, where if you had an Ash, it could let you make a Baron.
So this is just to draw for you, right?
Yeah, it lets me put back 2 guards to draw. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a weird situation because, like considering you don't know, like, what I have in hand, you could negate this. But and if my last card isn't, like, X'd, yeah, if my last card isn't X'd or node, then if it's it would specifically have to be the dude who special summons from deck And, you know, well, no, they all, yeah, because I can't add. So if I have the normal summon, I don't know if it's ice or X'd. If I have the guy who says on normal, you can special summon from deck. Yeah, I think it's ice. Ice is the one that special summons from deck. If my last card is not ice and you negate this, then I am fucked. But if it is, then this would be better for you. Because you can, like, pop my guy as soon as I bring it out. But, you know, I have a Mulch Army, and I just drew a Call by the Grave, so I can't do shit.
Just dead.
Yeah, I'm just dead. I just want to call by the grave, your bitch ass. Do you want to activate your Thunder Dragon Dark effect? I'm sorry. It's negated, buddy. It is very scary, though, that, like, even though you have this set up and I have one card in hand, if the card that I top decked is ice, I could just, like, come back.
Yeah.
Because I think that guy special summons from deck on normal summon, which could then let me make and exceed. Now, I don't know what I would... Oh, no, okay. I don't even know what I... Oh. Yeah, no, because I'd be locked into rank 4s. Because I was to say, if, like, I go into full armored Lancer, I don't even know if that was... It would be very close. Yeah, I don't know. I think I could buy myself another turn, potentially, if my top deck was ice and I, like, did, like, the correct thing. But I don't think I could, like... You would also get another turn. And then you have a Thunder Dragon Fusion. So I might lose anyway. I don't know that there's any way I could win. I'd have to draw, like, Pot of Desires. But like I said, I'm not sure if people play Pot of Desires. It seems kind of bad. Because from what I've been told, this deck is supposed to be, like, a deck that you, like, especially when you're going against other people with good decks, that the games go, like, 4 or 5 turns minimum. And if the games are going 4 or 5 turns minimum, I feel like I wouldn't want to activate a Pot of Desires. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's a lot of little intricacies to it that I see why this carried over to One Piece and stuff in terms of the micro decision making. It's like there's a lot to it.
Bro, there's a lot more micro decisions in there's a fuck ton more micro decisions in this game than One Piece. Let's be real.
Yeah,
a lot of the micro decisions that are involved in One Piece are based off of understanding the core components of the rules and understanding, like, okay, are you, like, attacking and defending efficiently, like discarding the correct cards? And once you understand those components, I don't think you really... The micro decisions are not really as nearly nuanced, right? Because then it more so comes down to, like, just predicting what card you think the guy has in your hand. And, like, I guess, like, coaching can, like, help with that kind of. But that's also just, like, jamming matches against a specific deck. And for me personally, the way that I learn how to play against a certain deck is just playing with the deck myself and doing test hands. Because I kind of need to do test hands to be able to predict when I'm going against that person, what card may they have in hand that could win them the game. Without, like, personally... Because, like, even after this game, I have, like, such a higher level understanding of which guy does which thing.
Yeah, me too, dude. That's why I'm glad, like, this helped both of us, too. And it made me realize just how complex, like, this game is. I always thought it's like, okay, we'll create a huge board, hope they don't break it, or vice versa, and then whoever can't break a board, like, wins or loses. But there's actually, like, a lot more to it, and it's all about, like, knowing your outs.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, during the Sword Soul format, people were doing a lot of, like, in-depth, like, Iron Man money matches, which is, like, a 3v3 money match, and that shit was complex as fuck. Because, like, in Sword Soul, there's, like, a lot of different lines to get to the combo, like, even more so than Thunder Dragon. And if you wanted to predict what specific hand trap the guy was on, like, there's a line to play through Nibiru there's a line to play through Ash, there's a line to play through Imperm, but you can't do all those things at once. So you're basically going through these different tests where you're like, all right, I'm going to start off with this Searcher card because I want to check if he has Ash. And that's how when I picked up on that thing I was telling you, where you set your other back row and activate your Rhoda so you can test if the guy has Ash, because you're making him think you don't have any other play, right? That's very, like, impactful in correlation to Allure of Darkness, because legitimately, like, if you're setting all your cards, it's not just like, okay, the guy might be bluffing. It's like, oh, he might just have no dark monster in hand, and if he doesn't resolve this, he's, like, worried about his hand getting discarded. So if I negate this, he has no other plays. But then it turns out, like, oh shit, he did. He was just baiting me on that Ash, you know?
And then you can follow up with a stronger starter and whatnot.
With, like, Aloof Lupine or whatever. That's why I think Aloof Lupine is, like, really good. Surprisingly, it's, like, commonly agreed upon amongst, like, people I've seen playing Thunder Dragon, that they just think that, Batteryman Solar is, like, way better than Aloof ever since the Bestials came out. Which, like, I would just, like, strongly disagree. Because Batteryman Solar is just he's like fucking Armageddon Knight. He's the easiest Hamtrack bait in the game, because the reality is if you resolve a Batteryman Solar, he does so much, that person's probably winning the game. So, like, 9 out of 10 times you activate Batteryman Solar, you just, they just negate that shit. You know, the only inherent advantage to Solar, and I think in the original list I played at the PPG, I think I played 3 Aloof, 2 Solar. I don't think I was playing Instant Fusion at the time, because there was only 1 Colossus, so that was, like, more limiting. Was because I played 3 D-Shifter in the main, and I also played 3 Phantasme, which, like, draws into D-Shifter without putting cards in the grave. But I also don't think D-Shifter's that good right now, especially at locals. Unless everybody at your locals is playing Fiendsmith variants, then it's, like, broken. But at that point, just put it in the side deck. Because do you understand how Batteryman Solar works with D-Shifter?
No, actually, I don't.
So Batteryman Solar says on summon, you can send 1 Thunder monster from deck to grave. Then, later on, if you summon a Thunder monster while he's on the field, you get a token that's normal. It's just a normal Thunder type token. So, if you have, like, a Macrocosmos effect on the field, and you have an effect that would send to grave, you can't activate it, right? Because you can't send to grave.
Right, right.
But if you activate Batteryman Solar and then chain Dimension Shifter to your Solar, you have to resolve as much of the card as possible. So then, you're instead of foolishing to the grave, you get to directly banish any Thunder monster to the banished pile. So, if you have D-Shifter, you just Batteryman Solar, banish a Roar from the deck, summon out a Dark, and then you get a token. And you don't have to have any other cards.
Okay, I see. So it basically lets you skip a step and just go straight to banish.
Yeah, but also on top of the fact that as soon as your Shifter goes into play, your opponent can no longer use hand traps like Ghost Bell or Effect Veiler. Because, like, Effect Veiler says, send this card from your hand to the graveyard. So they can't do that. So they just can't hand trap you.
Right.
And you're, like, and you're just, like, full comboing. And it's like, okay, because all your stuff triggers and banish, you don't give a shit.
So you chain that first, and it basically kind of like, almost like a chain block to where they can't respond with those hand traps anymore.
I mean, they can, if you activate your Batteryman Solar, they can respond before you get a chance to D-Shifter. But if they, like, don't Ash or Effect Veiler your Solar, you can chain your D-Shifter, and then...
and all the follow-ups that they're saving for.
Yeah, like, if they have anything afterwards, like, they just can't do it.
They can't do it for any of your other...
And, like, if they have no hand traps, though, it's just really broken. Because then you're just full comboing with Batteryman Solar. Like, because that right there, because Batteryman Solar is a Thunder effect, so you can tribute him off for a Colossus. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, yes. 'Cause he's
Like
a
you,
thunder too.
yeah, you don't have to tribute a Thunder
You have
Dragon.
your dragon.
That's why Colossus was banned, because you could just have like a Thunder monster that wasn't even a Thunder Dragon, and you could just tribute him out. That's why he was banned, because basically at one point when we got like really broken dragon support, people stopped playing pure Thunder Dragon, and they just started playing Dragon Link with a combo that let them summon a random Thunder monster and get a Colossus in addition to their 4 Omni negates, and it was just toxic.
Man, okay.
Yeah, that's why I like it on Master Duel. Master Duel is like way more broken because you can, like I said, you can go into Sprite Elf, and you have max Chaos space. The advantage to having the Bestials is like on Master Duel with the Chaos space. Number 1, you get access to white Baby Dragon and black Baby Dragon. Do you know what those do?
No.
They came out in like 2012. You remember Eclipse Wyvern?
Yes.
They came out in the same structure deck as that.
Okay, maybe I just wasn't paying attention.
It would-
I know how they look and stuff.
Yeah, they're from the Chaos Dragon deck. It's called Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyvern Burster. They used to be used in Shaddolls and shit. But what happens is Chaos Space lets you add a monster that's level 4 to 8 of the opposite attribute that says it can only be special summoned. So the Black Dragon is a level 4 that you can special summon from hand by banishing a light from your grave. And the White Dragon banishes a dark to summon itself. And both of them say, if Black Dragon is sent from field to grave, add a White Dragon from deck to hand. If White Dragon is sent... Yeah, so that's really broken, because like if you have a Chaos Space plus a Dragon Roar, you can add a White Dragon, put your Roar in the grave, special summon White Dragon by banishing Roar, go get a Dark, link off both of those, and now you can go chain link 1 Dragon Dark, chain link 2 White Dragon to chain block your Dark, and then you get a Black Dragon. Black Dragon can banish your White Dragon. And Chaos Space says that if it's in the graveyard, you can banish it and target a banished monster that is that can't be normal summoned or set, put it on the bottom of the deck and draw. So even when you only have 1 White Dragon, 1 Black Dragon, you let's say you special summon White, send it to grave, add Black, and you got it off a Chaos Space. Then you use Black, summon it by banishing White. You can Chaos Space, put the White on the bottom of the deck, draw a card, and you can use both effects of Chaos Space in the same turn. The effect to search and the graveyard effect. And now your White Dragon, the one you started off with, is back in the deck. So when Black Dragon is sent to the grave, even though you're only playing 1 and 1, you can still search it for next turn.
Get it. Okay, yep.
So it basically just results in like 5 bodies, and that's like a lot better. Like if that, if Chaos Space was at 3, that build would be like, that would probably be better extenders than Instant Fusion, in my opinion. Because the advantage to the dragons outside of like the chain blocking is that, especially because in the TCG, we don't have Sprite Elf, you can end on a Hieratic Seals.
Okay, I remember Heretics, yeah.
Yeah, Hieratic Seals is a link monster that requires 2 dragons. And if it's in the extra monster zone during your opponent's turn, you can tribute it, return any card on the field back to the hand, and then you get to special summon any dragon from your deck, and its attack become 0/0. So you can just bounce their extra deck monster if they summon something, or their normal summon, and then you can summon out like a Magamut, the Bestial, and like search, or you could get like a Druid Swarm, and then if you have like an IP, you just link off with the Druid Swarm, send their other guy to grave. And that's partially why people think that the Bestials are really good right now, is because if you do go against a Fiendsmith person, and you search out Bestial Druid Swarm, Bestial Druid Swarm says that if it's sent from field to grave, target a special summon monster your opponent controls, send it to the graveyard. So that outs Detonator on its own.
Okay.
Because Detonator, if you activate Bestial Druisworm and you don't have anything on the field, like, okay, they can chain Detonator, but they don't get to, like, pop anything, so they can't do that. And then once you have the Druisworm on the field, either you link it off or they pop it. Their Detonator's just gone because he only protects from destruction. So that is, like, one advantage to the Bestials. And, I mean, Druisworm isn't limited. I think he's the one who's not limited. But, I don't know. That's just, like, it sounds good. My issue is that, if it was the Malice deck, I would main deck the Bestials. But
Yeah.
I just feel like without 3 Chaos Space, it's not as consistent to put your Thunder Dragon package in the graveyard to have a guaranteed target for your Druisworm, right? Because versus the Ryziel Pure deck, they have 2 monsters that are light and 2 that are fire. But a lot of times in the turn 1 combo, they don't leave any monsters in their graveyard. So if they don't do that, then without, like, your Batteryman Solar, you really can't put anything in the graveyard to banish to some of your Druisworm. So that's, like...
Yeah,
It's kind of, like,
so
difficult.
yeah.
Especially because you saw, like, how many hand traps I was opening on average. I wouldn't say I was using an optimal build, but I'm running about the same amount of hand traps as the average person would be running. Even the Fiendsmith version runs like 17 hand traps.
Yeah. So that ways you'll have something.
Yeah, like most of the time they're going to have 2. And if you have a Batterman Solar and you just eat up your normal summon. Because in the Bestial version, at the Bestial version, people don't play 3 of each of the Thunder Dragons. They play like 3 Dragon Dark, 2 Roar, and 1 Hawk, and that's it. Like, no, they may not even run Thunder Dragon Fusion. Like, you can run Fusion, that's it, but they don't run Duo, they don't run 3 Hawk, 3 Roar, and they don't run any Matrix.
I'm gonna order the deck here on TCG Player. Is there anything you need and stuff I can grab you?
Not really, because the stuff that, like, I need to, like, be here by next Sunday, and it just wouldn't be, like, confirmed.
Yeah, that's true.
I appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, the thing is, I don't know if I'm gonna have, Ultimate Slayer in time for this tournament, dude.
What I can do is get it for you. Like, I don't know. Like, don't they have, like, the expedited shipping options and stuff like that? But that's still, like, the person has to confirm that, right?
Number 1, that's, like, it's up to the seller if they offer that. And number 2, that would just, like, drastically increase the price. So, like, I just would, like, prefer you not to do that. Because, like, I could, I mean, I'm just going to hope that the 2 people that, like, I'm going with will, be able to, like, find someone to borrow them. Or maybe, like, this 3rd guy who's on our team, maybe he just has some. I don't know. Like, ultimately, if I don't have the card, it's not going to be detrimental to me. Like, I could just run Book of Eclipse. And,
Yeah, that's true.
like I said, like, this is, like, I don't know how frequently I'm going to play after this, like, in person. So, I just don't want you to, like, waste money on me for that. I do kind of want to I do kind of want to make, like, a for fun Ryziel Thunder Dragon deck. I know that sounds like really...
Ooh, that'd be pretty cool.
That sounds really stupid, but my thought process is, I'm like, okay, well, 2 of the Ryziel monsters are Thunder type.
Dude, if you figure something like that out, let me know, because I'd definitely be interested. Because the Ryziels look fun to play, and they seem pretty... Like,
I can tell you 100%, it would not be very good, but it sounds fun.
It'll be fun, yeah.
Well, because the thing about it is, in order for you to, so like you can tribute Ryziel Sword or Node Ryziel to summon a Colossus, but in order to tribute them, you have to have not special summoned them from hand first. So you would basically have to normal summon them, because it's only their effect to special summon themselves from hand that locks you into rank 4s for the rest of that turn.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So I think like the way
you should be able to still get into some of the thunder stuff.
the way that I would utilize it is I would probably run like a small thunder package, and I would probably use like 3 OG, maybe like 2 like Dragon Dark, 2 or like maybe like 2 Roar, 1 Dragon Dark, 1 Hawk. And if I'm able to like get into the thunder package first, I would like try to summon a Colossus, and then afterwards just like special summon from hand to end on a detonator, because that would be pretty broken. Like it's kind of gimmicky, but if you end on a detonator plus a Colossus, I just don't know who's beating that.
You're right. There's just way too many outs and way too many options.
I really want to say.
I've head out tonight.
Oh yeah. Last thing I was gonna say is like, I really want to see like how hard it is to like go second versus Ryzeal, because my main concern is not necessarily the detonator, but the field spell. And I never got to set up field spell slash trap card against you, because the field spell.
That's true.
Yeah, the field spell says once per turn, when a monster effect is activated by your opponent resolves, you can detach an XYZ material from a Ryzeal monster you control and negate that effect. And so, like, they don't always. I've heard a lot of people, especially in the Fiendsmith version, they don't run the trap card. But most of the time, the combo, you end on like a detonator, especially if you use like a hand trap on their duo drive. Yeah, they end with a detonator, a field spell, and maybe the quick play. The quick play lets you revive an XYZ and then attach a material to it. And that's why the Ultimate Slayer is important, because it shuffles back the detonator so that they can't like reuse it if you kill it.
But the issues is, yeah, I went first every time, so I'm gonna keep practicing, and once I figure out, the strategies and the stuff more, we can keep going.
Yeah, we'll have to play again sometime, maybe later this week.
Oh yeah, for sure. We'll run a couple more before your weekend and before your tournament, and even after that, I'm down to keep playing too, because I want to take this to locals, and it'll be my turn to take this into some tournaments after you play.
Sounds good, brother.
I'll spend this week practicing the routes with you, the lines, and just understanding interactions. We can test different scenarios where we set up certain boards and be like, okay, well, how do you, as a Thunder Dragon player, how would you break through this, and little things like that. And then
yeah, because I also want to figure out like what like non-engine is correct, but obviously like we saw there that if you had Dimension Shifter active, it just would not affect me in any way.
Yeah,
it really
just knowing that this deck can beat Ryzeal, at least the pure version, going first, at least for sure is doable, is really nice.
Yeah, I think going first is a lot easier. I think going first is a lot easier. I just feel like going second, you can only win if you open a non-engine card. Like, you kind of need to draw an Ultimate Slayer, a Droplet, or like a Book of Eclipse, maybe even an Imperm. But that's really what I want to figure out about the deck, because I also like know a lot of people do like this crazy combo and shit, like especially in the Fiendsmith version, where they end on like a DDD XYZ, and some people are ending on a Abyss Dweller and shit. But yeah, that's like the main thing I want to figure out about it, because like that's my main concern. And that's why I added Allure of Darkness and Pot of Desires. You didn't even draw Pot of Desires, but sometimes Pot of Desires can fuck you. I played Pot of Desires in the PPG event that I did well at, and sometimes like you lose like 1 or 2 of your OG, and then you can't like surge with it. But for the most part, I think it's just more worth than not. And I think that's the biggest advantage to the deck, is that because we have 6 draw cards, hopefully it makes us more likely to draw one of these banger non-engines, like a Talents or whatever. 'Cause
Yeah,
I think
I think it's worth keep testing, but
well, cause
keep testing the versions too,
okay.
and let me know like what variations you come
For
to and
sure.
stuff. And
The scariest
I'm
thing is though is that these people are running D barrier to hit the Ryziel deck, and D barrier just fucks our deck.
yeah, that's unfortunate. Little calamity damage, like a little.
They need to ban D barrier, bro. That's just so fucking broke.
Okay, so
Well,
I'm gonna go
I'll
and
let you
order
go,
these
brother.
40 cards. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
order these 40 cards here, and then I'll order the extra deck. I'll get that going, and then start a comboing in person and see.
Yeah, I would recommend getting. I'll send you some stuff because you should definitely pick up
Yeah,
like Denko Seka. It's like 50 cents, and also
yeah. Just send
also
me a
Book of
list.
Eclipse. Luke said that's like the best non-engine of the format.
Yeah, send me a list of like just staples that you recommend, and I'll pick those up too with this order. But yeah, dude, I appreciate you. Last couple hours was really fun. Not only did I learn a lot, and we got to test a couple things, but no, it was just really fun. I love this game.
For sure, bro. It was good to talk to you. I'll see you later, brother.
Appreciate you, man. Oh yeah, I sent you those videos over text.
Okay,
But
cool.
that'll be yeah. And whenever you can get that for me, and then I'll send you over some PayPal again.
Yeah, I'll check it out tomorrow, bro.
Awesome, man. Have a good night. Okay, appreciate you.
All right, you as well, bro.
Take care, bro.
All right, guys. Well, I have been streaming for over 6 hours, and I've got some work to do, so I really appreciate you guys stopping by. If you're new here, make sure to leave a follow on whatever platform you're at, over on Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, and now X. You gotta love to see it. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. I don't always do Yu-Gi-Oh! This is actually like, I recently just got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Like this past week. I do a lot of variety content, and mostly coming up this week, I'm going to be editing a lot of videos that I do for different people, because that's like my main job is like doing videos for like businesses and then like running their brands and stuff. So I'm probably mostly going to be streaming, just like working on different projects for people of me editing. And just listening to music. So if you want to stop by and, ask any questions about editing, I'm always down to help people. But I appreciate you guys. May the Lord bless you, keep you, bestow his countenance upon you, and give you peace. If it's not the goo, it's got to go. And